Well done, Cheddar. You! Free!
Quite a show. Why waste your talent? Ever thought about becoming a mamba?
Double commissions as we agreed. As for your friendly invite, I'll let you know when I feel like it.
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today. You need to fight back! Sonya is controlling you!
No, old friend. She freed me.
Shiro, where the heck have you been?
Sorry, boss. Training overran.
Training? You're a delivery boy. And I've got a code red job for you. Package incoming.
No way. Claw? I wish I could fight like him.
Stop dreaming, kid, and get moving. My client isn't the only one who wants that package.
Motion through the wasteland. Know that we ain't playing, we just sticking to the game plan. You can call it hunger every morning, gotta break fast. Even though the goals and all focus on the baselands, they call me a
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring. And we are halfway through the group stages, and we witnessed a few potential teams that might secure their spot on the knockout stage. But as battle continues, let's see if the bully board will be across the board, or will it be a few that will dominate. On desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
It is yet another exciting week here, Neptune. We get to see exactly who here in the USA gets to shoot themselves up to the top of the leaderboard. But then again, that's just a quick flex, right? Because we are only looking for the top 18 to qualify into the next stage. We have got 2 days of play, today and tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow, we get to see exactly who are the bottom 6 teams that do get relegated. So I guess a little bit of our attention will be focused towards the bottom this time around, where teams are looking to save themselves from getting kicked out. Obviously, you want to get into the top 18, and then later on for the grand finals, you want to be in that top 12 to enjoy a little bit of our prize pool and maybe even stand a good chance to get a ticket to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We've got a lot going on this time around in USA.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we look, or later on, when we look at the overall standings, you'll see those teams that has double digits. They haven't reached the top just yet, because the top, I think, top 8 or 9, if not 10, has already reached 100-point mark or even more. And Gavio's squad is the one leading it with a double century, exactly 200 points. So that makes it 100 per day. And it is unimaginable having a team just like this. But why are they putting up so much of that? Because they are not only fighting, as you mentioned, for the spot for EWC, but also bigger piece of the pie for the $30,000 that we have in store for the team.
Yeah, 30K USD on the table, and obviously the biggest slice of the pie, 10,000 USD for the grand champions of FFWS USA, the inaugural FFWS USA, and that ticket to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup. That's where it all goes down. Will the US be the one region that makes the first-time breakthrough and then becomes champion as well? We'll have to wait and see, because if this is the same kind of firepower teams like Gaviota or Vipex are able to show us on that stage, I have no doubt whatsoever they will be able to go far. But obviously, every single team that gets into the grand finals will be able to walk away with something. And it's really important, if you're trying to build yourself a decent enough esports team, then as far as sustainability goes, this definitely will help you go a long, long way.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing some like returnees in here, and I think they are established enough, especially for the previous tournament that they have. But for those who are just being introduced in FFWS USA, definitely this prize pool will help. But how will they be able to get to the top 12? As you did mention, we have the dates already, and as you can see, the first week is already scratched off. That was last week. Now we are in the second week of the group stage, and as you did mention, it's 11 and 12, 2 days before we find out who head into the knockout stage. That's top 18 out of the 24 that we have in total. And then after knockout stage, we get the top 12, and they head into the grand finals for the 19th of April.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the knockout stage, having 2 days there is decent enough of an opportunity for all of these teams to vie for the very top. And again, even there, you don't have to be that number one squad, right? You don't have to flex on everyone. You just have to be in the top 12 in order to qualify for the grand final. So we have got a total of 5 more dates left, including today, to see some good free fire action here in the USA. So I hope you guys are enjoying every single bit of it. Make sure you've got your drinks. Make sure you've got a little bit of snack on your table as well, because it's going to be a long, long day, Neptune. Because here in the group stage, we have got 9 games in a row. I mean, it's massive. It's like going through the global finals, grand finals every single day. As a matter of fact, even our global finals, it's quite rare that we go into 9 games.
Yeah, and it has been, I would say, shrinking overall, because the team has been finding out better ways to get in the champion rush condition. And again, for the grand finals, that's still part of our tournament right here. But before we go anywhere else, let's introduce everyone who will be and is part of this tournament. Again, we are seeing top 5 right there who have been returnees or invited from the winter series of the FFWSA, and we are also seeing some other teams. Now, we're really looking forward to some of those who really can turn things around despite of them being in the lower part. But unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to one of the teams. They won't be able to proceed. It's Punjabi Stunners that has been disqualified out of the competition.
Yeah, it's a tad bit unfortunate because we did see a lot of action from the Punjabi Stunners. They will not be continuing, but we still do have a lot of squads in here. A total of 23 other teams vying for the top. And you can see there are 5 teams at the very top who are invitees from the previous competition because of how they placed. You might not recognize their names if this is the first day you're watching here at the FFWS USA Spring 2026. These names may look a little unfamiliar, but they are just teams that have been rebranded. For example, use Esports coming back here as YPEX Esports, 787 as INV Esports, Rosario Central as Fuego, Tambris as MIA Corporation, and Exatos USA as GCT Arrow. I can't wait to see if or not we're going to see a climb here from GCT Arrow, because the previous season they were explosive. In this one, they haven't gotten a single booyah for themselves now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough, really. But I'm pretty sure that after a week, they will be able to find them or their place in that board. I'm really looking forward to it. And another thing, we just got update from Mission Control that not only is Punjabi Stunners the only one that will not be playing today, we might not be seeing Austin X Dami, a team that has grabbed 1 booyah already, but unfortunately, they are the bottom of our leaderboard. So it's just unfortunate. Less points that will be gathered, but I don't think that is a problem for some of the teams. That would be a problem for those who are trying to catch up on the points, and the revive system is the only thing that they can take advantage, as well as the placement point that they get. So if they can get the booyah, especially for those who haven't gotten it yet from Group A and C, then that is something that they need to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because Austin X Dami is just one of those teams who is the underdog of the competition at this very moment, down in the bottom 6, but with a single booyah to their name. So it's quite impressive that they managed to pull that off. But them missing today's day of play is definitely going to cost them severely. So unfortunate for them. Team 01 Esports, on the other hand, they are not too bad. Currently sitting on the 15th spot. They definitely will qualify for the knockout stages, but they have to be careful because Neptune, they're quite close to the bottom 6. So obviously a little bit more hustle will be expected out of them today. And obviously the very first few matches is going to be the matchup between groups A and C. And as you can see, Group A here only has got 5 teams because of the unfortunate disqualification of the Punjabi Stunners. But we do have teams that we can look out for. And one of them is definitely Fisher Tiger. The underdogs of day 1. And all of a sudden, the super squad in day 2, they've managed to climb up into the top 18 now, currently sitting in the 17th spot. I'm looking for some decent games out of them, maybe even a booyah today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited in how teams has been evolving right here. And not only that, we also have the 90 Bikini Esports that really showed up differently, finding the final circle, though they haven't grabbed Booyah just yet, but they did manage to catch up on balance of both placement as well as elimination. So those are the teams that we have for Group A, and I bet we still have a few that will be coming in from other groups. Again, Group B, though they will not be starting it off for today, but they will be playing 3 matches, and we are talking about GOAT Esports, INV Esports, we have Team Fighters, Gaviota Squad, Cartel Sur, as well as YLS. Now, this is something that is I would say mix and match, or a mix-up of teams that really is continuously performing and those who are continuously bombing it out.
Yeah, and I think a good reason for that is because the teams that are bombing out are in the same group as the teams that are really performing very well. So it's difficult to pull away those points. I mean, you're looking at teams like Gaviota, INV, and Cartel, sir, for sure, going to be able to, just jump to the very top. But of course, Cartel, sir, at this very moment, does not have a single Booyah to their name. Day 1 was a very decent start for them. Day 2, not so great of a jump. So I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of them as we check them out later on in their matches. Let's check out Group C as well. We've got more teams here for you guys. GCT Arrow, the team that's coming back from the previous season. Anexados USA, they used to be known in the past. TVM Technology, Flash Gaming. And, in certain circumstances, I expected Flash Gaming to really, absolutely bomb out. But Flash by Ross has been very impressively consistent so far. I mean, it doesn't show through some of their gameplay, but when they go all out, they are able to climb up the leaderboard. But of course, one of those teams that still have not managed to grab that elusive Booyah just yet.
Yeah, I mean, one thing though is they need to fix a few of those things because, like, for the teams we're in Flash by Ross, if they have the momentum base, like 6 matches in a day, that's where they can get as much points as possible. But also, they are doing quite well. But those in 3 matches days that they have, especially in the groupings that we have, it seems like they're losing fuel, and it's different compared to what we've seen in others, where you put in so much of effort, especially for the less days or less match days, but it's not working for Flash by Ross and Moment. But let's see, Group C, that is Group C. And as we complete the groups that we have Group D that would be introduced right here. Fuego, that really was on fire, especially in the final day of last week. We also have Red Eagles that's currently white, but we're seeing how that flame is starting to really fire up, to flicker out of these teams, because we didn't expect that from Red Eagles, but we've seen that, that sight of hope from the previous tournaments that they are part of.
Yeah, Red Eagle haven't received the Mother Flame just yet. They're just in Gear 5 at the moment. It's totally white, but I do expect to see them climbing up the leaderboard a little bit more. Power Rangers, very surprising squad. I think they did manage to impress us quite a little bit on day 2 of play. MIA Corp, no doubt at all, we get to see a lot of action from this squad alongside Celtic Gaming. And of course, TF Esports. TF Esports is just one of those teams that I wish I could see a little bit more of, but maybe today will be that day, right? Because TF Esports, one of the teams down at the bottom, barely have got any points on the leaderboard. And one of their weakest points is they're just not able to find those eliminations, which result them in getting eliminated fairly early in a majority of these lobbies. So I'm looking forward to seeing if or not they've managed to bring in any sort of a difference. But of course, as usual, Celtic Gaming with Hugo. I can't wait to see this guy snipes once again. But let's take a look at the map schedule as well, Neptune, to see exactly how the rotations are going to be going through this.
Yeah, again, as mentioned earlier, we have 9 games for today. Starting it off with the first 3, that would be Group A and C. Starts off with Bermuda, Solara, and Nextera. And then as we head into the 4 to 6, that's Kalahari, Purgatory, and Bermuda for Group B and D. And then a repeat, or somewhat of a repeat from what we've seen earlier. It does change with that Nextera for game number 7. So 7, 8, and 9 would be Nextera, Solara, and Bermuda. So it's just a different order, but the groupings would be the same. That would be Group A and D.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So groups A and D, you get to see them in action a little bit more. So we start things off with groups A and B, we end things with Group A and D. So Group A has got a long day ahead of themselves. But that's a good thing as well, right? Because some of the teams that don't manage to perform all that too well within Group A, they got to take a little bit of a break in those 3 games between Game 4 and Game 6, and then come right back in there to see if or not they can maybe brush up a little bit of their gameplay, see if they can, just climb up the leaderboard a little bit more. Because I think a couple of teams from the side of Group A are still in the danger zone, right? You're looking at O1 Esports, you're looking at Fisher Tiger. Yes, they are in the top 18, but still quite close to the bottom 6, and anything can happen. The leaderboard is still very flexible down there at the bottom. If you're looking, below the top 12, they are very, very close to each other, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if they will be able to catch up the points right here, because here is the cardinal rule of Free Fire when it comes to placement. If you get them Booyah, you get at 12 points. It goes down drastically to 9 points if you get second place, and slowly goes down by 1 up until the 10th place. 11 and 12, unfortunately, will not be getting anything, and they need to stack up on elimination point. And 1 elimination is equivalent to 1 point.
Every single elimination equaling 1 point just means teams will obviously be looking to slaughter the other squad, maybe just leaving one survivor so that they can continuously farm on them, because these points are very important, right? And those booyahs are going to be ultimately important as well. We've seen how just a few points difference between the first and second place has made a world of difference on the leaderboard, and continuously pumping these guys up a little bit of extra confidence in game after game. Taking a look at the leaderboard, on the other hand, we start off with the second page. As you can see, TVM Technology, Texarians, Team Fighter, Austin X Dami, TFE Sports are currently in the bottom 6. Punjabi Stunners, since they've been disqualified, they're definitely not going to be climbing up the leaderboard. And Austin X Dami is going to be joining them at the very bottom, since they're going to be missing out today's day of play.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to see Austin X catch up. They did manage to get that Booyah, and that's what we were expecting the moment that they grab it from first week or first day of our play day. And it's just unfortunate that they couldn't repeat it. Some of the teams are already evolving overall comparing to what they have done. And you did point out that they are being eliminated a little bit early. This time it is a little bit more early because they will not be joining our lobby. So let's see though. Let's see, because I think we're getting an update that Austin next, I think they heard us. They need to catch up with the points, and I think they will be joining us for today. Not quite sure what happened, but it's a good thing that they will be part of our lobby.
Somebody must have taken a nap and then forgotten to wake up, right? The rest of the team members is scrambling like, hey, dude, got a match today. Of course, this is the first page, top 12. We've got Gaviota's squad dominating at the very top. Like you said, a double century, 200 points exactly. Vipex not too far behind them. Obviously, the Booyah making a decent bit of difference between them. But obviously, the eliminations will be a big point difference between that number 1 and number 2 squads as well. But overall, in the grand scheme of things, these teams are in a decently safe spot as far as the top 6 is concerned. The bottom half of this first page, on the other hand, when you look at Cartel Sir, Blue Cheese, even down to 5 stars, these teams are not at risk, but they definitely want to see if they can measure up to the teams on the left-hand side, because they are the ones who are preparing for the grand finals already, Neptune. And on that grand finals day, you only have 1 day where it's going to be absolutely crucial how you perform out there. And it's not going to be as easy as these lobbies here in the group stage or even the knockout stage later on, because when we get to the grand finals, it's going to be the creme de la creme squads, top 12 squads who are capable of pulling away eliminations. So you're positioning the place where you take your initial drop, your landing spot. These are all going to be very crucial points for these teams to start focusing on and determining right now before they get to the end phase of this competition.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one reason as well why some of the teams, especially for those not choosing specific area in a spot, but focusing more on high-tier loot, is more unexpected to get a lot of points, because there's no chance of a hot drop unless another team chooses to do so. But we see, though, that some manage or try to go in for approach in going against each other. Fuego as well as GCT Arrow did the same thing, but it was a back and forth, and I think they started to realize that it doesn't work for both of them. So let's see, though. For this week, a lot of study, a lot of homework has been done already, and I think this will help the team as well to find their own spot, not only in drop, but also in their rotation. So Again,
Yeah.
we're going to introduce our first match as well as first set for today. That would be Group A and C. And we've seen this earlier. Again, Austin x Dami will be back to play overall. So good thing that we still have the 5 teams right here.
Yeah, I wonder which one of the 4 fell asleep and did not wake up, right? Taking a little bit of an evening nap. But at the end of the day, Austin x Dami, like you pointed out earlier, 1 booyah, bottom 6, a little bit of potential in their squad, but they need to do a lot of climbing today. At least they have got 1 team less to worry about, which is the Punjabi Stunners. We've got Team Vipex in here as well, the team that's currently sitting on that second spot, obviously vying for the overtake on Gaviota. And Gaviota is not going to be playing in this next matchup, so this will be a decent enough chance for them to get a quick one-up on them. But later on, when Gaviota's squad comes back in, obviously, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. Fisher Tiger, Neptune, this is that one team that on day 2 last week, we saw them wake up. After a disappointing day 1 run, they woke up, they climbed up the leaderboard, currently sitting on that 17th spot, but dangerously close to the bottom 6. I want to see more out of them. I want to see a booyah here today, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm really loving how they did it, because they started off on day number 1 with only 14 points. But again, there's only a few matches that they played. But it grew to 300% when it comes to game number 2. But still, the averages is higher this time, or that time around. And it pushed them from 22nd to the 10th spot, just like that. But overall standings, they are still far. 17 in points, or 71 in points and 17 in rank. Placement as well as elimination are slowly growing, but there's still so much of effort that needs to be done by the team.
Yeah, no doubt at all. A lot of effort is going to be needed. 90 Picket Esports, the team that's currently in the top 12, no booyah. It'll be nice to see 1 booyah out of them today. Vipex with the domination, that's expected. We also have got 6 other teams that we need to introduce to you guys from Group C. They are the ones who are going to be taking the battle up against Group A, and GCT Arrow obviously is that first name that comes to mind, because GCT Arrow is just one of those kinds of teams that we were expecting a lot out of, but in week 1 they just didn't show up very strong. And I'm thinking that maybe they just trying to not bring too much of attention to themselves. Currently in the top 12, sitting in the 10th spot with no booyah snap.
Yeah, I mean, GCT Arrow, again, as mentioned earlier, they were previously known as Annexados. And they, most of the time from the previous season or the previous competition in the USA, they were the ones starting the battle, but unfortunately unable to end it. And you did mention they haven't gotten that booyah just yet, but in terms of elimination, they are currently ranked on 9th place with 63 points in elimination total. Now, for placement, though, that's where they are lacking. 13th rank with 41 points, and that's one reason why they are being brought down to only 10th place, despite of the prestige and they are returnees from previous tournament in the USA, but they're still finding their grasp to climb up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I can't wait to see exactly who's got an eye on the OB updates as well, because we've got a little bit of a meta shakeup in Battle Royale.
Yes, sir.
The weapons that were, fairly decent, or actually a little bit overpowered in the previous OB update, mainly speaking the AC-80, that's got a little bit of a nerf. So I'm wondering if or not anybody's still going to be sitting on that AC-80, or are we going to be seeing them, jump on over and move along with the meta? Because that's one of the biggest focus that we've got here on the FFWS USA, whether or not they're going to be playing on the meta. Because, in the USA Championship so far, in the past 2 tournaments, they haven't really been very keen on sticking to the meta. They've been very playful out there in terms of how they go out and get the job done. Very creative, I have to say, in terms of the active and passive combination as far as the skills come on through. And that creativity still has continued on into this stage of the competition as well. If they don't start catching up with the rest of the world, one of 2 things could happen, right, Neptune?
Yeah.
Number 1, they get absolutely obliterated, or number 2, they shock the world. They show that they have got the better ideation in terms of the active and passive skill lineup. Because You're not seeing Olivia, you're seeing Ostiva, and it's still super effective. But you know what, guys? We're going to take a quick short break here. There's a little bit of a delay that we need to sort out in the background. When we come back, the first match of the day will kick off.
Always the breath of you ask you winning, you know that this is unanimous.
Zero, where are you? Clock's ticking.
Just a few traffic problems.
Hey! Put it all on the kid.
No, wait, I'm not here to fight.
This is what I'm playing for, and I came to take it home.
You're wearing my suit.
I can't take it off.
Well, if you want to keep it, you're gonna have to fight for it.
Are you ready? Not at all. Giving pressure, watch him fall. Always keep my heart on calm, 'cause I know I want it all.
Okay, guys, we did it. Now it's time to break into the Telosium generator room.
Telosium, huh? The powerful and unstable energy we need.
I must say, seems like a trap.
Not just seems. Definitely is.
And we're going in like this?
Of course. We need energy.
And I'm not in the mood to recharge in an outlet.
Well done. Was easier than we thought.
Every time you open your mouth, something bad happens.
Ouch. That hurt. And remember, this mouth is ours. Do you know who the cowboy is?
Not a clue.
In any case, we agree that he deserves our best treatment, right?
My friend, we'll have to agree. You gave us the best gift of all!
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count! And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And once again, this is the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring. And apologies for a slight delay in our matches. We want to make sure that everyone is on point before we start our first game. Again, this is the first game of the second week of the group stages where I would say at this point, AJ, this is where everything is at risk.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, right? Because this week, if you just don't make the cut, then you don't make the cut. This week, if you don't get to prove that you are able to battle the top squads at the top, then maybe you still can make some sort of adjustments. But if you are in the bottom 6 by the end of tomorrow, then you are going to get relegated. You're not going to be able to take the next step into the knockout stage, which is going to be a pity for sure. But at the end of the day, we got to do what we got to do. And that is cutting off the bottom 6 teams, regardless of who they are. And at this point of time, teams who are, really tethering at the very edge, teams like Gold Esports, Texarians, TBM Technology, you've got Wireless Esports, Fisher Tiger. These are the teams that really have to stay sharp today, Neptune. And I'm looking forward to seeing if or not they can maybe even grab a booyah here for themselves. I know that's a little bit hopeful, but sometimes you never know, man. It's a brand new OB update. So maybe some of these teams have got something special, within the arsenal that they're going to be pulling out this time around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking about last week, talking about some of the teams that need to do homework. And OB updates is another piece of homework that they need to do, trying to use that update, trying to use the current meta. Though we don't have meta just yet, but the potential meta that we have in the current update that they can utilize in their advantage. And those who know a lot have their best foot forward already. And I'm really looking forward to those making adjustments, especially in the nerfs and as well as the buffs that we have. You did mention about the AC80 nerf, but we also have the SKS buff. So I'm really looking forward, if that would replace the AC80 or probably the M24, the upgradable M24 might change the game, but we haven't seen that in all of the maps. So if that would be ground loot in all of the maps, then that would be a best weapon of choice for a lot of teams.
Yeah, the M24 is going to be a explosive one to use out there. You have to be careful with your ammo, though, because I think it's got a severe reduction in terms of overall ammo that it carries within a certain mag. But you do have a massive damage increase on that M24, right? So I do expect to see the swap for the AC80 to the M24. SKS, I don't know. We'll see if or not anybody picks it out there. But we are talking about armor penetration update as well on this brand new refreshed update. All of those snipers get an extra 20% armor penetration, which is ridiculous. I think players like Hugo are going to be smiling year to year. Players like Player is going to be smiling big time as well, because these are the main snipers of the competition that are most definitely looking to dominate and obviously bully with the extra armor penetration out there. We are going to be kicking off this game number 1 in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. the battle between groups A and C once again, and that happens at Bermuda shortly.
Yeah, we welcome everyone to the OG map, the green grass of Bermuda. We start off the second week of the group stages, second half all throughout for the team to get into the top 18. But who will be dominating? Who will be pushed out of relegation? And who will be getting all those booyah? That we find out in a bit. And as the flight path has been set from north to south, they will be passing through Riverside towards Factory as well as onto the east of Mars Electric. We'll find out if hot drops will still be happening in the second week.
Absolutely, and I am definitely expecting some hot drops, man. FFWS USA just does it differently. You can see GCD Arrow already getting down and dirty at Riverside with a hot drop. Shipyard's going to be a little busy as well. I think Fisher Tiger is there at Shipyard. We're fitting them for sure. As we hop on into the very first battle, Jonah getting into a little bit of a pickle here. But as they strike back alone with an opportunity, but he doesn't manage to reel himself a little bit of extra advantage. Eric, though, with the knock, takes Kane out of the equation. Has to be careful here. Has the MP5 and does brilliant with that. Can he go 1v3? No, he can't. As he gets struck down. And thankfully, Darius was able to get out of that heated situation.
Well, definitely it is heated, and one thing about heat, it does melt some cheese, and blue cheese has been melted at that point. GCT Arrow with 4 elimination already, and, well, you know how it is with the triple player, or I would say a double player coming from Rosario Central previously. They are showing up with a lot of fire, but going in onto the other side, a team that we didn't expect to be playing, it is Austin X Dami now going against Tex Harry. And it is only a combination of Lynx and Garcia, but their position can go in for a flank. But unfortunate for them, they have Royer, who is already on high ground.
So now you know exactly why Blue Cheese lost that battle, because their strategy just stinks. But it's delicious, though. The Xarians, 3 eliminations already, off to a fantastic start for themselves. Just punishing the players of Austin X Dami. And this is exactly what you want if you are a Texarian fan. And Shipyard now belongs to them. This hot drop has given Texarians a huge boost from the very start here. And they're one of those teams that are definitely in desperate need of those points. Currently sitting in the bottom 6. So this is a great start. Austin X Dami, though, cannot say the same for them because they are very close to the bottom. With a single booyah in hand, that's the only surprising thing about this squad. Sitting in the bottom 6 with a booyah, but not a lot of viability to climb the leaderboard. As I say that, GCT Arrow, one of the phenomenal squads of the previous season, taken out early in this lobby.
Oh, it's just unfortunate. I mean, we just witnessed them grab their first 4 points, but unfortunate for them, they couldn't carry over. But Garcia, my main man, with the same last name, let's see if he can go toe-to-toe right now against Royer. A takedown has been done, and there you have it. Jason XN has been taken out, and 4 points to Austin X Dami. I guess they are in a roll right now to grab another booyah to themselves, but it's still a long road to go.
This is Austin X Dami at their best on the recovery. 4 eliminations. Emilio still waiting to be brought back in here as Lynx gets that reposition. Now let's see if or not Blue Cheese can pull in the recovery as well. They're going in for the hunt. They do scan out Vipex. They know exactly where Vipex is, and they're actually going in here for the snuff. We'll catch up with them in a little bit as Lynx gets knocked down. Emilio brought back in here. Austin X Dami off to a heated start. And I can't believe what I'm seeing. Blue Cheese going in for the chase here. Vipex having to back away. Yan down on the ground. Wasan knocked down onto the ground as well, even though the time turner was on his side. And Blue Cheese now on a roll.
Oh, definitely they are on a roll, and let's see if they can roll against the opponent. DeLone was left all alone in the flank, but Bukele, let's see if he will be able to go for the clutch. Now Eric, as well as Darius, the only two players left behind. But there goes a double elimination out of Eric O2, and that's the reason why he has that 2 on his name. And it brings the team to 4 points overall.
My goodness, Blue Cheese. I guess this is exactly why they renamed themselves. They've got stinky strats, but it works. Vipex couldn't shoot because they were trying to cover their noses, but we'll catch up with them in a little bit and check out exactly how their noses are doing. Fisher Tiger, 4 eliminations so early. This is a massively aggressive game, Neptune.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're seeing so much great play coming from the team. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, some of the players coming from Blue Cheese, previously HRE, are also returnees on the competition in the USA. But let's see if there's something that they can change. Unfortunately, for another returnee is 5-star, and they are not really winning some of the game of those engagement. Though a 1v3 situation might happen, and that is attributed with HBH going in for the run. But I'm loving the isolation. They isolate a couple of players from 5-star, and now 2 players jump in to go for that hunt. Now let's see if they'll be able to make this plan work, because also that leaves 1 player out in open, but he needs to survive. And Mejia still didn't survive with that M24 in hand. They are currently using that meta.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it was a great play from Mejia, but unfortunately for him, he only managed to take down that 1 player. And a 1-for-1 trade there, putting 5 stars in a little bit of a hot spot here. They are the ones who called out that lightning zone, but it seems to not be affecting the Fisher Tiger squad at all, who just back away from the engagement. Eddie is going to be in a little bit of a pickle here if Q-Thai does manage to catch up with him. But Reyes quick to the revive. 2 players on the side of 5 stars brought back in full squad once again.
Let's see. They are full squad. It still is as deadly. Uno, or 0-Uno, I would say. 0-1 Esports. 0 elimination just yet, but they will need to deal with Flash by Ross. Lightning Zone already damaging them, so we know for a fact that it is a Flash by Ross has already pulled out that Lightning Zone, and that would be their advantage. And shot in the sky, AC-80, despite of the nerf, is not out of that pull just yet.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I mean, the AC-80 nerfed, but this guy still had that accuracy on him. Gotti in a little bit of a trouble. Jans with that opportunity, but just could not get that dip in terms of elevation here. The aim just a little bit more difficult. Gotti playing this position very smartly at the very edge of this cliff. But Julian with the Car 98 switches out to the AWM as well. Beautiful connection. And through the glue wall, he just tries to penetrate it. To no avail, but from up top, Jens gets the job done with the cord.
Yeah, well, the cord deadly as also has a mag size that would be even more deadlier. But Dez, let's see if he'll be able to recover and revive the whole team using that revive platform. It's rare that we see this, but it's a good thing that we still have it available in instances just like this, wherein you're only in second phase, the HP will not be checked that much by the blue, and then you still have a chance to bring back your teammates. The only problem, though, would be your revive. Well, where will they be dropping, and will they be out of sight? Because it seems like a lot of players are looking up right now, especially with those revive coming into play.
I remember the good old days where there were just no revives, or I should say the bad old days where there were no revives in BR. And then the revival platform came through. Everybody was excited using it. But the moment they could revive through the vending machines, my goodness me, everybody forgot those revival platforms. So it's good to see the players at the side of FFWS USA here at the very least using it. I wonder if or not they'll be able to use it on the international stage. We'll have to wait and see what's on down. Vipex getting tortured by 2 squads. They were just snuffing out their players one after the other with the M79, that grenade launcher. But Lopez XL in the vehicle, he's saying hasta la vista as he tries to get out. Has got more than enough coins, but continues picking up more. He wants to revive the whole squad here, all the way out at Mill.
Now, one thing is for sure, though. The meta is changing the pace of the game, especially for the hit list. Because back then, at this point in time, we're seeing all reds already onto the map, but not that much. Like, especially in solo players, just like that. Because the hit list is not part of the tactical market anymore. You can buy it in the vending machine or in a coin machine, and that really changes the pace of the game. You don't have that much information already in your opponent, and it also saves those potential clutch player in bringing back their teammates without being chased out. So I'm really loving this part of the update.
I don't know if I love it, man. I like the chaos. I like players just running around.
See?
You know, extra bit of information.
Hit list, bro.
Extra bit of information always helps, right? Because some teams, they do purchase that hit list just to avoid the other teams, just so that they can find a little bit of extra loot. I know one of those international teams, Buriram, always does that. Their hit list is not for the hunt. Their hit list is to get away from the heat of battle and to loot up and prepare for that final circle, which I don't see many teams here doing at the FFWSA scene. But we'll wait and see if or not anybody does catch up with such a gameplay.
Ooh.
Lynx with an opportunity, misses that. And O1 Esports does not manage to turn things around. And my goodness me, Lynx with the Winchester is deadly. Granted, it is a level 3. He's got that upgraded fully.
The thing is, you're using a marksman as a shotgun. That makes it even deadlier. What more if it's of M590? But as we continue, it's only Gotti who gotten hurt. And Lodix Bao is moving far away, but not out of sight. Car 98 as well as AWM. It's not looking good as Bandi is going for the chase. The only problem at this point, we have flash by Ross on the other side. So the moment that he crossed over this bridge, that would be GG for Bandi. And hopefully he has that information. Lodix Bao trying to survive. Unfortunately, there's not so much of hope for them. And this might be it. 0-1. Or 0-1 might be eliminated at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 13 eliminations for AXD, the team that almost missed out today's day of play. Holy mama. What is going on here, Nep? Oh my god. Lynx just makes that 14 with the M79, taking out O1 Esports. This is crazy. Austin X Dummy. This is an explosive change of pacing that I did not expect out of them. And Fisher Tiger is Flash by Ross is in trouble.
Yeah, I guess this is one thing that they were regretting from last week. Getting that booyah, but not moving up into the points. And now is a chance for them. Here comes M79 from both sides. Lynx, though, almost making that through. But let's see if they can add more, because it seems like this bridge is becoming a problem right here. They also have that monster truck that UGL can use to back away. But how far will they be able to back away? Because the next phase of the circle is about to show, and it's still on them. So they can stay right here, but the problem comes from the other teams like 5-Star who might be flanking on them. And it is Flash by Ross who might be in trouble.
Yeah, HRE Esports has rebranded to Blue Cheese. I wonder why, but I don't wonder how, because Book Eli is about to book a one-way ticket to the vending machine to bring back the rest of his team members. Question is, can he get there in a little bit of a pickle? Vending machine not too far away from him, but so is Urix, who is looking for that final survivor of a Blue Cheese.
Well, Book of Eli, I love that movie, by the way. Book of Eli right now trying to survive, and not so much of vending machine shots on the other side, but he does hide out. But I don't think it is enough. Lopez XL already moving in. Footsteps might not have been heard, and thus he might survive. But that would just be the plan. Survivability. But Fisher Tiger right here. I didn't see any of those Arvon scan or the binoculars being used. So I guess Blue Cheese is still safe unless he moves so fast that Vipex as well as Fisher Tiger hears him.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate that the teams are refusing to use the binoculars at this point of time, because Book Eli would have been able to get fished out a tad bit earlier, but Urix spotting him a little bit too late though. Does manage to get one tag onto him as he continues to hunt. Man's on a quadra elimination right now. Bukilai right in front of him with the M590, and the double connection, man, just made that quadra into a penta.
Yeah, definitely. And that penta led Blue Cheese to melt overall. We are left to 8. But those teams that are not melting is Fisher Tiger. Well, I say that, it's Vipex is putting a number on them, and they are still moving forward. Fisher Tiger only left with 1 player outside of blue, and we know for a fact that 5th going to 6 would hurt. But they still have that vending machine on them. I don't think he will survive, and there you have it. Fisher Tiger will be fished out in here, leaving 7 on board right now. But TX Harriet, a team that we didn't see that much from last week. I think they are going for survivability first. That would be the basics of Battle Royale right now, and it is working quite well.
Hey man, it's working out very well for Texarian. 7 eliminations in the top 7 right now. All they need to do is just get past this next challenge that's right in front of them. Once they break through all of these glue walls that they have set up here for themselves, I wonder why that maze was created. They'll have to get into the circle in a little bit. The circle is moving. Texarians are in a little bit of trouble because right behind them is the team of Whitebags, who quickly repositions outside the circle. Nani?
I don't think that is smart, because the place that they reposition or jump in is quite open, other than the glue wall that they have set up. But they are still surviving, but unfortunately still spotted by Urix. Now, not quite sure if Urix will be revived or that would be it. But on the other side, we are seeing Flash Gaming being eliminated. We're down to 5 right now. TVM Technology, they managed to block all the approach, but Abadu will be pushed in. Fabiano traded, but it is 5 stars, giving a 5-star hell of a rush.
Yeah, hell of a rush indeed. 5 stars just snuffing out TVM Technology. All the technology in the world could not save them from that situation. Vipex taken out by the final player on the side of TVM, who was looking for the survival, had to panic and shoot, and all he found was a squad elimination. And this is what I'm talking about. It is the underdog surviving all the way down into the final circle, and AXD, Austin X Dami, with a 36% potential win rate here in the top 3, on fire, literally with the eliminations, looking for the booyah.
Oh, let's see if they can get the booyah, the second booyah for the team. But unfortunately for them, the shift is not favoring them, and they need to move with the circle. 5-star though, up close and personal with AWM, and Reyes managed to go for that finisher. Only 2 remains for Texarian right now, and I don't think that is too big of a deal for 5 stars. Reyes though, shut down in there from afar with a Winchester coming from Lynx, and that linked them to 1 eliminated team. Now it's a 2v3 situation unless a pickup has been done, but still it's 5-star favoring this match.
20 eliminations, my goodness me. Austin X Dami looking for the 5 stars players, but 5 stars absolutely decimate them in the final bout. My goodness me, what an explosive game this was, and a surprising end towards the very final circle. One would have expected Austin X Dami to continue picking up those eliminations, but 5 stars, who were basically at the 12th spot before we started this matchup, are going to be able to climb up a decent number of positions because of how close it is at the very bottom of the bottom 12. But I am in a state of shock. I mean, Blue Cheese did well. You know, Fish and Tiger, they got a decent number of eliminations. This is a big game, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's probably attributed to the rest that they have from last week to this week, because they have plenty of time, plenty of days to work on their strategy, fixing all those mistakes, as well as, well, changing their name. And that change of name gave them a little bit of motivation. Well, jokes aside though, we've seen that from last week, from switching from day number 1 to day number 2. And we've seen great lengths being done by a lot of teams to improve their performance. And we pointed it out with more days, with more data as well. I think this is the result. More teams are improving, evolving, and Austin X Dami is one, Blue Cheese is another, and slowly but surely they're moving up.
I mean, moving up is a understatement. 5 stars, again, they were in the 12th spot and they should have been able to jump, I think, 2 or 3 positions up because of what they did here in the final circle. But my bigger question is to see, where did Austin X Dami launch themselves into after that game, right? Because I think they were in the bottom 3 when they started off this day, and this was a unbelievable game off of them. I was expecting them to pick up the second booyah and to be the only team in the bottom 6 with 2 booyahs in their hands, but unfortunately 5 stars would have them one up. And this is how it all started, almost getting eliminated at the very start by Texarians. They managed to make a little bit of a comeback through those revives, all thanks to Lynx, who was that final survivor, who was the first one to get revived. And, the rest was history from then on.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, though, to really anticipate how these teams will be moving up. But from what we've witnessed, Austin X Dami, if I'm not mistaken, they have a total of, 37 before this game started, and they were far off. But one thing's for sure, the difference between them and the other teams as well is just that close or an uneasy jump for, 5, if not more spot is easier for the teams at the bottom, and they can catch up to that 18th spot with just 2 more games.
Yeah, I mean, just flipping the narrative that we were building from the very start, right? Because Austin X Dami almost missed today's day of play. They almost, they were almost just beside the team that got disqualified, all right?
Oh, yeah.
But with them making that final second jump into the lobby and then performing in such a manner, my goodness me, I think whoever who was a little bit late must have really motivated the squad, and all of that adrenaline within them just came blasted out through this fight. Even Flash by Ross in this situation, I think position-wise, Flash by Ross was in a decent enough defensive spot, but it was handled very well by Austin X Dami all the way down to the very end. Vipex, on the other hand, man, I had some questions because those were some interesting moves that they pulled off in that final circle, Nephew.
Yeah, I mean, moving out, jumping outside of the circle, I don't know if it's a panic move, but it's everyone who went in there. And that's when they lost one player, and it continues from there. I guess this is that situation we're in. They are being shut down. They were forced to move out, but not far out, because they have that compound to work in, the rooftop, the compound to work in, and that ridge, that elevation that they could have that they could have taken. But I guess it's because of the situation. They don't have that much time to fine-tune their launch pad. But, well, it is what it is right now. Before we go anywhere else, that would be a booyah for a team. But let's check out who the MVP is. It is Emilio with 6 elimination. Not only that, that's 44-30 on the damage that really brought him to that high.
Yes, and he is on an all-out sniper build with the Moss. He had the Raphael, Maro, Molko for those tags, for the extra damage off of the range, and he was just decimating these players, right? If Emilio finds you with a sniper shot from a decent distance away, you are going to bleed out instantaneously. You're not going to have a chance to recover your team members at all. And, quite a decent amount of damage here on him as well, 4,430 in total. He does have the R1, but my goodness me, the R1 has to be used a little bit more out here in FFUSA, if I can say the least, because those binoculars are not being abused as much as the pet is being brought into the lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, it's a most equipped pet, but least use, I would say. Probably it's because it's an active. It's an active skill for the pet because you have to trigger it, and the situation is not giving you that opportunity. You have to open up your map, find your where you want to drop that binoculars. But we've seen a couple of those being used by a couple of players within a team. So it's easy to switch back and forth. It's just that trigger that you will need to impose for the team to start it off. One will be running the squad and then triggering that binoculars, and then just alternate between the two.
Yeah, I think you got to be able to manage such chaotic situations with the information gameplay, right? Because if you do have the info on your side, maybe avoiding some of these heated battles could be a very big possibility. We do see teams like Vipex using it, but in some of those situations where you do expect them to bring it out, it just doesn't happen. But although Vipex didn't really have a great run in that final circle, they definitely had some decent numbers off of Lopez XL that on this head-to-head is on an equal standing with Emilio when it comes to the eliminations. Assist-wise, on the other hand, Emilio definitely tagging up everybody out there on the battlefield, allowing the rest of his team members to pick up some eliminations as well.
Yeah, I mean, both snipers of the team are really showing up right here. And again, this situation wherein snipers are being highlighted would not end here. A lot more will be shown later on because they're the ones who's putting so much damage, initial damage, before a team goes for a rush. They get that information, and thus the 4K on the damage would, I would say, be standard, if not even more later on. But one thing's for sure, though, despite of a lack, I would say, in headshot, or rather in assists, it's the revive that will, I would say, bring Lopez XL to equalize this, because there's 2 revives from Emilio and 5 revives from Lopez XL that made the team of Vipex survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely right. And of course, if you look at headshots, perspective, Lopez XL just a little bit sharper when it comes to aiming for those heads, and it's definitely going to help him pick up those numbers a little bit easier out there on the battlefield. I can't wait to see exactly where Lopez XL stands on the overall statistics later on from the lobby, to see exactly how many eliminations Vipex got overall. But 77 eliminations off of this Bermuda map, I think, is not impressive, but 120 knocks, that is insane now.
Yeah, definitely. And that translates to the damage that we have, close to 60k right here, because most of the time, like from a previous day, we have what, 100 plus or 80 plus, 90, and that's where the damage grow. But because of the knockdown, instantly that's 200 if not 150 on the damage, and that adds up to the total damage that has been received and dealt with by the team. Rescues though, not so much, because we've seen that wherein it was very difficult to get in the vending machine to revive your teammates, wherein some of the teams has been forced to even use a revive platform. Even the throwables has been reduced because, I don't know, probably it's a compound gameplay, or these players of the team was not given that opportunity to use all the throwables, whether it's grenade or ice grenades or even the glue wall melters. That's a few things that they can use, but we didn't see that much. It's more of the shots that they are taking with the weapons.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest weak points of the teams here in FFWS USA. The lack of throwables, right? Because you are not going in here with all of your utility plays as well. And granted, it's very chaotic out there, but if you're not managing that chaos with a little bit of extra advantage on your side off of these throwables, you are definitely going to find a little bit of a difficult time surviving on the global stage. That's no doubt at all. Let's take a look at the match standings here. Austin X Dummy with 29 points, 9 of the placements, 20 eliminations in total. They definitely had a damn good game this time around. 25 points off of 5 stars. All thanks to the booyah that they got for themselves. 13 eliminations, keeping them close enough to Austin X Dummy, but Austin overtaking them in the #1 spot thanks to the eliminations. Vipex with a total of 20 points, 14 eliminations. Now, this is exactly what we expected out of them, right? Pure aggression in some of these games. But placement-wise, because of the interesting maneuver they pulled earlier on, they kind of faltered a little too early.
Yeah, exactly. And going back to Austin X Dami, 29 points far exceeds their second day, which is only 13 points, and that is 3 matches. But the first day, wherein they got the booyah, plus the 24, that's 6 match against 1 match. And if this is what Austin X Dami has brought in, like in even from the second day of week 1, then they could have been sitting pretty already on that top 18. But let's see on how that switched the overall standings for the team.
Yeah, I mean, insane jump in performance. You're talking about them getting in 1 game what they could do in 6 games. That's ridiculous, right? Let's see if or not they can continue on that run, though. You've got Power Rangers on the 13th spot, Flash by Ross, Fisher Tiger, O1 Esports, Wireless, as well as TVM Technology, who have made it into the top 18. Austin X Dami This is the team that was, if I'm not mistaken, in the 22nd spot, a decent jump now into 19th. And they're not too far away from TBM Technology. In fact, they did smash TBM Technology in a couple of those engagements earlier on as well. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing them make this climb a little bit more in the overall grand scheme of things.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I'm really loving that climb to happen, especially for those on the bottom 6 of our overall standing. But let's take a peek at the first half of our leaderboard. Wherein there's not a lot of changes. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not really interested in this part of of the page right now. We did mention that the focus would be on the second half. So focus would be in the second half. It's because, thank you very much, production. But no offense for those on the first half.
Yeah.
It's because of the storyline that is being done by the teams right here. Not by production, not by S-casters, but the team specifically. And I would love to see that really move from day 1 to day 2 of the second week. But one thing I want to point out as well, because I've seen a glimpse of what happened earlier. HRE, as well as or Change to Blue Cheese, has moved up. And those storylines, those changes, is what we implore the teams right here, not just in the group stage, but also knockout stage, before they head into the grand finals.
Yeah, but every game's got a winner and multiple losers. On the overall standings, we will have, in the grand scheme of things, well, technically now 5 losers instead of 6, since one's out of the race already. But, you know, it's going to be unfortunate for whoever who's down there, right? So you got to hustle. I mean, if you are going to get kicked out of the competition within the group stage in itself, you better get kicked out with your chins held up high, because you are very proud of exactly what you pulled out there. I mean, if Austin X Dami gets eliminated in the bottom 6 after all of that, it will be a little upsetting. But at least they get to walk out with a big smile on their face, understanding that they gave everybody a run for their money, right? But I think if Austin X Dami can continue, I think even one more game like that, they are going to be pretty comfortable by the time we get into the knockout stage overall. Go to Esports, Texarians, Team Fighters, TF Esports. These teams, obviously, they need to have a little bit of a fix in terms of how they approach this fight. Texarians especially, I think we saw them up against Austin X Dami. Position-wise, they had the bridge, they had the utilities, they had the grenades on themselves, but they were just a little bit too scared to take a straightforward fight. They were too split up, and that's something that I want to see changed in this next game, because I think they do have strength in numbers. When they had split up in that way, they weren't really able to engage with the team on the opposite side, and that team being Austin X Dami, who was doing very well already in this game, just didn't serve them well at all, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because it didn't serve them at all, but there's a few more that can be done right here. Because so far, the ANC right here has 3 matches from game 1 to 3, but Group A does have that potential later on 7 to 9. So that's a bit different compared to what we've seen previously, wherein there's no split.
Yeah.
There's no chance of you, once you are on the lobby or once you are on the board, you just go either 3 or 6. But now there's a chance for them to review their opponents before they jump in later on. So that might be some tipping point for some of the teams, especially in those on Group A. But right now, Solara. Speaking of tipping point, we go from an OG to a new gen map, and Solara has changed the pace of each game every time we jump in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all thanks to the slide rails, right? Because you can reposition from compound to compound. Not instantaneously, it's not a teleportation device, but fairly quick, right? Instead of running on your feet. A problem with the slide rails is it does give some sort of an indication when someone is riding on it. So you will have a welcoming party on the opposite end if you are unlucky. Taking a look at the flight path through Solara here, we definitely expect to see a couple of hot drops once again. But Fisher Tiger is going to avoid a lot of that heat by heading straight into Riders Club. They've got a vending machine there, a couple of coin machines as well to loot up. So it's going to be a decent start for Fisher Tiger. Can't say the same for Flash by Ross, who might just get baited into a big fight at Funfair by Reyes out of 5 stars.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Reyes, it looks like he's in trouble, but looking how teams or a couple of players from 5 Stars is setting up on Funfair, they are already geared up. And this is it. He is even surviving that chase right here. And Reyes finally has been taken down. UMP, the best weapon that will be brought in here because of the buffs that has been put in onto this weapon, and it's a good thing that it is available also on the ground loot, but up close and personal, Cord against Urix. That is something that we don't see every day.
That's definitely not what we see every day. Vipex getting wiped out early game. This is a little bit of an interesting fight here. But of course, granted, the player on the side of Vipex did overextend, looking for Fabian very early on. Fabian not thinking twice at all to turn things around against him. TVM technology with a potential to make the lives of Vipex a little bit more difficult here by engaging with Wason. Jonah, on the other hand, from the side of GCT, Arrow getting taken down early. What's up with the big squads today, Neptune?
I don't know. I mean, probably they are still sleeping because they have plenty of points invested already. But I don't know. TVM technology, though, is one that really showed up differently, especially in day number 2. And Wason would be off right now, especially from Dabadoo, who has brought in a lot of change from this team. Day number 1, Dabadoo was not part of the roster. And then he jumped in day number 2. That's where they pop off. And even in day number 3, or say second week of the group stages, they are still on the board. But speaking of board, tends to change the pace of the board. The board right now is Fisher Tiger. If they can take out 0-1 Sport or Esport, but unfortunately for them, they had advantage, but they lost 3.
Yeah, I thought they were off to a fantastic start here, and now Fisher Tiger in a little bit of a pickle. The final player is going to get surrounded by the 0-1 Esports players, and this should be the end for Fisher Tiger. Early elimination out in 11th. They had a great start in a compound untouched, but the slide rails just too tempting. And the reposition just sent them straight down the leaderboard here in this matchup.
Yeah, well, let's see, though. I mean, they are the leaderboard in the current matchup with elimination, but who's catching up to them is Austin X Dami, who wants to take that flame onto their side. They want to be the elimination leader right now, and hearing those gunshots might push them even further. But 0 against 4, that is a long run unless they equalize it. But on the other side, we're still continuing with the battle on 5 Stars as well against Flash by Ross, wherein it is just a trade-off between them.
And Austin X Dami playing smartly with the UAV this time round. Just a little bit of a scout sent out ahead of them as they reposition. Not as quick as the Dinoculus, nor is it going to have the range that the Dinoculus has in terms of a early advancement, but it should give them a little bit of an advantage as they head on into compound after compound. Blue Cheese up against Vipex. Wason, the first one in and the first one out of the equation. And Leanne did not stand a chance. DeLone with the super shot off of that M590. Urix trying to find a little bit of revenge here. And if he does manage to pick up his buddy, this is going to be a big change. DeLone with the opportunity, but Urix just mag 7s him right back to the lobby.
Yeah, Mag 7, another weapon that has received a little bit of change right now, but Bukafeli or Book Ellie right here with that M24 Riptide Rhythm on the other side, but Book Ellie still managed to take a hit on Wason, but unfortunately Lopez XL needs not to be ignored because you can be hit with another headshot, and there you have it. You have been down. The same goes for Eric.
Oh, this is an unfortunate turn of events here. Vipex finally waking up, and Blue Cheese just unlucky because they were in their way as the awakening of Vipex is just not going to be stopped, not going to be paused. Urix going in. Quick revival coming on through for his buddy. Eric down on the floor, bleeding out already. Blue Cheese is done with. I mean, stinky gameplay, but Vipex did not mind it at all. They loved that Blue Cheese. But GCT Arrow on their way outside the circle now to perhaps shoot straight through the Vipex squad.
Let's see now. And let's see if
the opposite
can get into right now, into the fray, into the thick of things, has been eliminated. Not so much of a vending machine can be played by GCT Arrow, but Jonah with N24. And again, when we talk about this, I'm loving that they are using this to find out if this is a current meta for Battle Royale. And Jonah is one of those that can bring this to that high. But they need to back off. The Blues closing in. Though it doesn't hurt, they need to go for a revive, especially as they know that the Vipex has no chance of giving them that vending machine.
Yeah, smart play here by GCT Arrow. They wanted to go out. They were like, oops, okay, maybe not this team. And they went right back in. So good decision making for the squad. I think they wanted to just hang around outside the circle for a little bit, tank the damage, just perhaps loot up for the final battle. But that just wasn't going to happen in that situation. And Vipex will have the chance to do exactly that now outside of the zone. TVM Technology, early exit in 10th. And AX Dummy, Austin X Dummy, with a little bit of a slower pacing this time around.
Let's see. I mean, they can speed it up later on. Currently, I think there's no need right now for Austin X Dami to quickly change their pace. The next zone would be showing up though, and there's a few contenders that they might be meeting up, and one of those is O1 Esports, wherein they were in the chase earlier, but unfortunately lost from Settletown, and now they might be able to meet up on the next phase of the circle. But flash by Ross right now. They are taking position against Texarian, and there goes a shot. Time Turner, perfect timing, and that brings Kevin to his knees.
Jans for Charge Buster in hand. One of those guns that definitely did get a little bit of an adjustment this time round. And it looks like Jans is not one to shy away from using it. Great play there by Flash by Ross. And now they've got the compound here to themselves for a little bit at the very least, before they bump into some of the other players that might want to rotate into that next circle early. Vipex with the 9 eliminations. Great recovery after the game number 1 up against Blue Cheese. This is that rematch that just never seems to end.
Let's see now. I mean, hopefully it does end. Otherwise, it would be a loss for both teams. The back and forth reduces their opportunity of getting a few more points as well as taking on other opponents. But there you have it. I think that ends it, and Blue Cheese once again melted by Vipex, and the alien would be hovering right here onto the next phase of the circle. Hopefully they didn't lose that much time, and well, a little bit of flex right here on the loot box of Blue Cheese, just to make sure that they felt how that loss is.
12 eliminations. Well, that loss definitely felt for sure. O1 Esports, 11 eliminated. My goodness, this is a great game for O1 Esports this time around. They're just chilling outside the circle, not really in a hurry to get in. In fact, they are just flanking around from the outside, but this might just turn up against them because 90 Picket Esports in the vicinity as O1 Esports just rolls up. Bad play, Low-Tech's bow. 2 front forward. Dybala meets him with the M590, the first connection, but great blue walls erected so that they can pull themselves to a little bit of a safe space.
Let's see if there's any safe space right now for this team, as the blue is closing in and 9 Piketty is being forced onto them, but a little bit of ice grenade push Dybala right there on the back of the squad, but connected with that basic therapy. I think he might survive a little bit unless a shot makes it, and Dybala will be down. Same goes on to Emmy King, and it's only left to Stewart as well as Samu King right now, but I don't think it would last that long because here comes the flank. It's a good thing that Samu King is on the snipes and has taken side onto Dez, but how far will this play work, because that only leaves 1 in the front line, and that forces Samu King to go for a revive.
Yes, Emmy King has got enough money to bring back, well, 2 of his buddies, but it was just a single one in that situation. And O1 Esports, on the other hand, 14 eliminations strong. This is a great lobby for O1 Esports now. One of the last ones to make it into this next safe zone, and they have to actually hustle because the next circle about to leave them high and dry. GCT Arrow making a big work here for that airdrop, unlocking it halfway through before AXD meets them at the arsenal. Now, a little bit of a bunker in terms of a defensive spot. They have to be careful. as Reyes finds them from the back. Beautiful AWM shot, and now AXD in trouble.
Well, AXD was in trouble, but now I think with position of 5-star, they were being helped. Or they were helping AXD for a moment. But AXD went in for the flank, make sure that they are on the edge as well as out of reach from the push from GCTA. And great positioning or repositioning coming from AXD right now that clears them not only against GCT Arrow, but also against 5-star. And now they are fighting back. Emilio goes in for the knock, but the trade happens on Garcia, and both aggression has been paused for the moment. But GCT Arrow they are being distracted by 5-star right now, so they don't know who to go against first.
Yeah, absolutely, man. M24 in the hands of Jonah. Has the Winchester as well. Not upgraded though, so it's not really going to pack a punch just yet. AXD from across the river. Fairly decent spot they've got now, but they'll have to move for this next circle. There's no way in hell the circle goes towards them in this tiny little spot of that island. And I'm expecting that circle to avoid the watery area as well. Vipex, on the other hand, 13 eliminations up against O1 Esports.
Yeah, let's see. O1 Esports right now is a current elimination leader, and Vipex will be forced away. I'm quite sure it's because of the shot, or probably it's because of the next phase of the circle coming in. But as you can see, we also have a great position being taken by O1 Esports. But unfortunately, there goes 90 Piketty from the other side. Out of nowhere, takes shots on O1 that removes one of the players. So they are split up, wherein Sam V King is on one side and Stewart on the other, and both of them are just hanging to their toes in HP because the hurt of that blue would be that much for them to survive even longer.
Yeah, oh my goodness, the left-hand side of your mini-map is getting a tad bit crowded. O1 Esports, XD, you've got Vipex, and you've got one final survivor off of 90 Piketty Esports hanging on for his dear life here.
Oh no.
This is about to turn into chaos, Neptune, because in 3 seconds, the circle is about to force everyone in.
Yeah, I guess everyone is going for that slide rail for a better view, or better chance of getting in onto the next phase of a circle. But everyone will be forced and gate kept, especially by Vipex right now, who's taking a higher ground, and everyone who moves through either side of that compound will be shot. But AXD right now, the distraction might have worked, and they can get at least halfway through the next phase of the circle, but they're not going or putting themselves out in the open, especially with the Vipex hunting them and Emilio being knocked down as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lopez, a quick pickup coming on through here. Pulls out the time turner Wason that was unnecessary. Could have been a wasted time turner there. Into gets tagged up by the cryo mine. Flash by Ross, pushing into GCT Arrow as Texarians gets taken out in the 6th spot, followed by O1 Esports in 5th. Final 4 teams left in here, and Flash by Ross looking steady as one of the first 2 teams in the final circle.
Yeah, I mean, second in terms of potential win rate, but Vipex has more, but has lost 2, especially from hands of Bambi with that card 98. And we're seeing Marksman being deadly right here, and even Plushie is not facing them, especially with Julian on the high ground. Flash by Roz might have this in the bag, especially with the high ground that they have in their perfect position in the next phase of the circle. Brian already onto the side. A little bit of pressure from the rest of the rushers from Flash by Ross might help, but they are buying so much time. The rest is already moving in on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. And Flash by Ross holding the circle, and they get the advantage of the next zone as well. They don't really need to move. At least they don't need to rush in the overall grand scheme of things. But Austin X Dami not in a great spot. Wason could just be the distraction. It's got that one final player off of Vipex. And GCT Arrow, wrong move. Flash by Ross strikes him down as he gets to a better position. Brian with the defensive glue wall is going to get that shattered as well by the Skylar. And that is about it. The push from the side of Austin X Dami and the finishes of Flash by Ross.
GCT Arrow in trouble and into the thick of things with only a few HP. There goes GCT Arrow being broken. Vipex is about to be broken as well with a solo player right now, but flash by Roz. Moors triggered a little bit too premature, or disabled a little bit too premature, but I guess he doesn't want to be out in the open right there. But here comes the finisher, up close and personal with an elevated time turner. Not only does it gives you an opportunity to go in for that defense, but also with a little bit more of offense on the other side. Wason, only one player remaining for Vipex, and this will be it. A booyah being taken by Flash Gaming by Ross.
Beautifully played by Flash by Ross. But I have to say, Wason and the survival capability, the final player on the side of Vipex, just making sure he stays low and very, very silent all the way down to the very final moment, getting the extra placement points for the squad. And that's very valuable, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you can get as close as possible to 9 points, you will be able to add, that would be able to add up to your scores. And also, not only that, there's potential of you getting a few more scores in elimination if you can survive solo with all the chaos that has been happening all throughout. So, congratulations to Flash by Roz, but also congratulations to those who led up to this with a lot more of elimination. That is Vipex, as well as O1's Esports that really started off quite hot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, O1 Esports, I think, was in a decent spot in a majority of the parts here. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about how the teams are well equipped for the final battle. And it just didn't seem like they had enough utilities on them to go all the way down to the very end. Of course, position-wise as well, I think they could have played that a little bit better by getting into a defensive spot. Just way too much in the open on the Solara map.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, Solara map is something that a lot of teams has been taking advantage of, not only with the speed, but also the position that they have, and not everyone is making all those adjustments. And starting from here, I mean, Fisher Tiger, this is where Fisher Tiger has been eliminated, O1 Esports, and even O1 Esports managed to pull away from Austin X Dami, who has been hunting them, and they were able to rotate all towards that windmill. But another unfortunate event, though, was Vipex, who were trying to fight back, or who was being fought back by Blue Cheese. And Blue Cheese, they've lost a lot of their players from this engagement.
Yeah, I mean, it was a dragged-out battle. The lightning zone was called upon by Blue Cheese, but it didn't serve them up with any bit of advantage at all. I think Vipex handled that situation very well. A little unfortunate with the lightning connection as well off of that lightning zone, but that's exactly how the cookie crumbles in terms of randomization sometimes. Flash by Ross, on the other hand, you know, a decent run in towards that final circle. And later on, Vipex came to meet Blue Cheese again, but that would be the final time as they got a little bit of a hold of that situation, taking out player after player.
Yeah, at this point, this is where 90 Picchetti, a team that really changed our vision of this team from previous week, or second day of previous week, but now they were forced to be left alone, or I would say in a duo, and we've seen in that final moment where in that split didn't even work on them on Funfair because of how the blue is positioned, as well as each player has taken their spot. Thus, they didn't even put up so much of points, or other than a one headshot that has been brought in by one player before they were taken out.
Yeah, man. And Austin X Dami actually surviving decently long this time around as well. But it's Vipex, the one that was really farming the eliminations super early. Just the final rotation, kind of a little bit of a letdown here off of Vipex, but in the grand scheme of things, their eliminations should be more than enough to really sustain them at the top of the leaderboard, right? We saw a little similar situation earlier on as well on the side of Vipex, and we see that they are they're not players who shy away from those eliminations. The MVP, again, the highlight for the Vipex squad just does not stop. Earlier on with a head-to-head for Lopez, this time the MVP snuck away by Wason, the player that survived to get the 9 placement points for the side of Vipex.
Yeah, I mean, 9 placement point, and not only that, has brought in a lot of elimination at this point. 7 elimination, and out of those, 7 headshot as well, and 5 assists. So, I mean, headshots doesn't technically translate to elimination. It's more of a knockdown. But if you can confirm all of those 100% on a headshot rate, in terms of elimination, can be grabbed. And this is just perfect out of Wason. We've seen that up close and personal, M590 in hand, but we also witnessed that with AC-80 or long-range weapon with 3K on the damage. And there, it's more of that time turner that saved him as well. So Woodpecker that he used on that final moment.
Yeah, absolutely, man. He had the time turner as his main active skill. You don't really see that a lot on the previous OB. Maybe he wants to change the situation a little bit for himself. But at the same time, he's the support player as well, right? He's got the Tiva. One of his main objectives is to be the support player and pick up the rest of his down team members. He's got the Nikita as well, just to make sure he can reduce the recovery. So this is a very interesting combination of active-passive skills because it allows him to be the support backup player, but also the rusher with the capability of that Andrew at the silver spoon so that he's not slowed down, not tagged up. In fact, giving him a little bit of a speed boost if he needs. And that Nikita is that obliterator that stops the recovery from the players that do meet his bullets. So great combination of active passives here that gives Wason a very, very big advantage. Let's take a look at the match stats here as well because we have got the head-to-head between Wason as well as Gotti of 01 Esports. 7 to 6 eliminations. I think this is one of the first times we're seeing Gotti 01.
Yeah, I mean, Gotti 01 right here got a lot of elimination. And in most instances, he's the rusher of the team. He's always in the front line. And if I'm not mistaken, the moment we're in, they lost one player, Gotti is the first one to go down. And, well, we'll have to see, though, if he can bring 01 to a different high because it is different this time around. First on, like, in the first match in Bermuda, they're the ones getting a lot of points. Now, even in Solara, they are initiating it. It's more survivability that they're missing out, but it's either this or that. Elimination or placement, or elimination or booyah. And I think 01 or 01 Esports is doing quite well in elimination.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? And again, Wason, mainly because of that Joseph, you can see that aggression out of him. As the support player, he's still aggressing so much of damage and a very consistent, concise gameplay off of him, right? 5 assists in total, 7 eliminations. And if you compare that to the damage that Gotti has gotten here, when you look at the overall eliminations and assists, there's not a lot of concise gameplay here, right? So head-to-head between Wason and Gotti, Wason is definitely taking the gold medal here in this particular comparison. The overall statistics from the matchup should show us, if not, we've got a record. No record breakers here as well. Total elimination 74. 110 knocks, a little lesser than the previous one. 37 rescues, but the throwables, this I think they heard us, Neptune.
It did increase. It did increase from, what, 17 to 35 right now. And we've seen that, like, change the pace of the game as well. Even with the blue walls, the throwables would be forcing you to use either your time turners or more glue walls that would put you in a pickle in the latter part of the game. And it's not just about elimination. It's more of the mind game that you can play. Either in CS or Battle Royale, you can use that, especially if you have skills that would be very beneficial if if they are forced in a corner, like that cryo mine kind from Nero. You lob that nades, you lob anything, and then you force them in a glue wall, and then you use that cryo mine. It chips on your damage on damage on the other team without you putting so much, and also blocks them in one corner so that you can focus on the other team. Similar to what we seen earlier, the distraction of Vipex against GCD Arrow as well as 5 stars.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of not really sticking together when you're going up against a cryo mine. But of course, it's got its downsides as well when it comes to a little bit of a team battle situation. And in the overall grand scheme of things, the overall stats look decent. Nothing out of the ordinary this time around, except the throwables. And obviously that gave us a lot of damage, but not really the elimination points that we were looking for. We want to look at the game stats here as well. Overall, the match standings flash by Ross with the Booyah, are able to maintain that number one spot, but not without the challenge by Vipex, right? Because the Booyah is the only one that gives Flash by Ross the tiebreaker advantage to take that number one spot. Vipex hot on their heels with 18 eliminations and that second spot with a total of 27. One spot, I mean, a massive, massive upgrade in terms of how they are performing out there. And Austin X Dami with the consistency. Neptune, we did not see this last week.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever woke them up earlier, I guess it's the oversleeping. They have plenty of energy right there compared to everyone else. But whatever woke them up earlier or today out of the 2 weeks of play, hopefully it wakes them up not only in the remaining matches that they have, but also for tomorrow, because that's where it is crucial. We're going to look into overall standings in a bit, and with this, we will see the movement in some of the team. Again, Vipex already reached or crossed over that number one spot, pushing Gaviota, but not that much. Only 25 points, and Gaviota is still like one step away on taking back that number one spot. But looking at some of the scores right here, especially from Blue Cheese, they've moved up on 8th spot. And this is one thing that we didn't expect, or we didn't see that much. Apologies for that earlier, but we didn't expect to happen for Blue Cheese, previously HRE, because they can bring in the numbers, but not this much in just a couple of games.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, Flash by Ross, GCD Arrow, 9 Picket Esports, they are doing fairly well. I don't think they need to crack their heads over as to how they need to continuously climb up the leaderboard unless they want to flex on the whole world exactly how good they are in the group stage. And the group stage is really where you get to pull that super flex, right? Because you do have many of those underdog squads that you can prey on. And I mean, for the lack of a better way to say this, get those easy points off of them. Because as we get deeper into the competition, it's going to get harder and harder to flex on your competition. Vipex, like you said, at the very top on the number one spot, only because Gaviota's squad is not playing right now. Fuego, MIA Corp, all of them have got those 9 matches on themselves. So obviously, it's not going to be very easy for Vipex to hold on to this number one spot, unless, of course, they go absolutely berserk in the next match.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, as we also switch over onto the second page, again, this is where I love to see the storyline. Some teams are already crossing over, and Austin X Dami is, I would say, in a safe spot already to be on the top 18, but just for today, because we still have tomorrow, and this is where they will need to hustle even more. I mean, they're already hustling, but they have to do it even more because they missed out last week. Now, this is where they are popping off. They need to get to 12th place at the least to be able to be considered safe.
Yeah. And when we say they missed out last week, we don't mean that they missed their place, right? Because they got to all of their games. They just didn't pull out such a performance. But this consistency has led them to jump multiple spots. They were in the bottom 6, and now they have broken into the top 18 already. Obviously, this is a great start for Austin X Dami here on this day. They've got another matchup to come through in a little bit, I believe, of course, after we take a short break later on. But Fisher Tiger also making this climb, Neptune. This is a big play here for Fisher Tiger. It's one of those teams that we had our eyes on day 1. They didn't do so well. Day 2 was their recovery play. Day 3, it looks like they're definitely looking to pull that solid climb off of this leaderboard. We're going to take a quick short break here. When we come back, we see exactly how much more domination these boys are about to show us.
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters, and what a day it has been. Explosive from the very start, and this is what we expected out of USA. Week 1 was just testing the waters. Week 2 is where we blast the waters right off of this earth, right? Beautiful play so far. I mean, teams like Austin X Dami are showing us that they are not here to mess around, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, for the first 2 games, they are currently on second place with 29 points in the first one and then 15 on the second. But they don't beat Vipex just yet. The consistency coming from this team is just so much. Carrying over from the previous week, Vipex really wants to show that they are back. Zeus Esports is back into play, and they want to dominate this day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Zeus Esports definitely... I did love the name because of the introduction of the Lightning Zone and then Zeus Esports, and they were, definitely spamming it all over the battlefield. It definitely had a good ring to it. But Vipex Esports, I'm expecting the venom off of their bite, right? And it looks like they've got enough of a bite to reach up to the top of the leaderboard. Of course, for the time being, before Gaviota's squad, before Fuego, MIA Corp jumps into the fray. This is going to be game number 3, which means it's the exact same grouping. Groups A and C take on each other at this next Terra map.
Yeah, I'm loving as well on the board right now that we're seeing a couple of teams that haven't grabbed that Booyah now putting themselves on that Booyah board. So 5-star on Bermuda, and then we have Flash by Ross rather on that game number 2. Now, apologies, I am being confused because if you will see FSH, first thing comes in mind is Fish.
Fish or Flash. Either way, both teams are doing fairly well, right? If you look at Fisher Tiger, they're currently in the top 18, but they cannot slack off because, yes, they're in the top 18, but they're dangerously close to the bottom. And all of a sudden, teams who are in the bottom 6, like what you just mentioned, they are taking a big jump to the top, right? Austin X Dami with this amazing awakening that we did not expect in that first game leading into the second. This is what we're talking about here at FFWS USA. You can't sleep on any one of these squads. They can come through in an explosive way, and I'm actually expecting teams like Texarians to pull off the exact same as well. They are still going to be playing in this next matchup, and I do expect to see more of them. Texarians just haven't shown us their full potential yet, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, survivability is one thing, but it's more of elimination that they need to catch up on. But going back into the next map, we are looking at Nextera right now, and I'm looking at our data. And this is where Austin X Dami did grab a Booyah, and they are currently in second place for the day. And this is a chance for them to take the number 1 spot just for this day. But it brings them a little bit higher on the leaderboard. Currently on the 16th place. With that, it might bring them closer, if not on the 12th spot. But that would depend not only on the Booyah, but also the elimination that they can bring in. We know that they can pull it off, but how long will they take to do so? And would they be in a, I would say, crucial situation before they start to get all those elimination? That would reduce their chances of stacking up a lot of points.
I like that you brought up the fact that Austin X Dami has scored their booyah on Nextera, because when you look at the combination between groups A and C, Austin X Dami is the only team that has a booyah on Nextera. So that's actually a very big advantage. They clearly know their way around the battlefield. The only thing about Austin X Dami is, although they were able to pull up a lot of points here so far, they haven't really been able to get into that final circle and walk away with that booyah. Close enough on that game number 1. Game number 2, though, they have slowly started slipping away. And I hope that doesn't actually become a trend, because we want to see that fire within them. We want to see them go all the way through. Perhaps booyah number 2 is going to come through in a little bit.
Yeah, let's see now. Let's see. I mean, booyah number 2 with a decent amount of elimination, because 12 points on the placement is good enough, but last time we saw them in Nextera, they only had 7 on elimination. And this might be the change of pace. We've seen them 27 already for today overall on elimination, and that's one reason why they are second to Vipex right now. But the Vipers, who, I don't know, like, I said Vipers, but their logo are aliens, so I guess this is a different breed, an evolved Viper that might surprise everyone.
An evolved Viper, an alien Viper, for all you know. So, yeah, I mean, looking at the overall standings, again, Vipex currently dominating the number 1 spot. But I have to say, they're only dominating the number 1 spot because Gaviota Fuego, MIA Corp have not started playing yet. Celtic Gaming, exciting squad. Can't wait to see them in action once again. Cartel Sir, on that second day of play, they did not step it up at all. They only showed up very strong on the first day. Second day was a little bit of a letdown. They don't have a single booyah to their name just yet, so I'm excited to watch them in action as well. But if you look at the overall grand scheme of things of the teams in groups A and C, Flash by Ross, GCT Arrow, 90 Picket Esports, 5 Stars, Blue Cheese, all in very good spots so far. And they don't really need to go in for that extra hustle. But you could say the same for Vipex, but they're still going all out.
I mean, that's one thing. We've witnessed that when they were previously known as Zeus. Despite of the lead that they have, they're just putting so much pressure on the other teams. I guess the only time that they were like sleeping, I would say, was towards the end of the group stage before they head into knockout stage, because they are secured already, and I think they want to rest up before the next level. But for the others, I guess they need not to sleep. They need to grab their coffee or whatever that wakes them up, because they need to catch up at a point, especially when we get into the next page of the overall standings. Again, the storyline is here for this week. The teams who need to catch up on the 18th spot. And the cut line for this team has been put in, I would say, in 132. And there's still a huge chance we're in, I would say, Texarian might be able to catch up. If they can increase their average points per match, then they might be able to make it. But it still is not showing, or it's not being shown right now by the team.
Yeah, I think there's one more spot available here in the top 18, because you've seen Fisher Tiger and their capability. Austin X Dami is whooping butt right now. It's going to be tough to replace them in the top 18. Power Rangers, we saw their capabilities. One of the strong teams as well. O1 Esport, Red Eagle. These teams are going to be tough to touch. But TVM Technology, they have been quite rickety in terms of how they've been going out there and trying to play their stable gameplay. So Texarians, if they want to put up a good fight to pull away this 18th spot, there's still a very big possibility, right? I mean, they don't have to aim for the skies just yet. They don't have to aim to be better than Vipex. They just have to aim to be better than TVM Technology, and perhaps that's exactly what they need. And look at the number of points here, Neptune. They're just 1 point behind them, right? So it's a no-brainer. They should be able to take a decent jump, but of course, they haven't been able to pull off a decent run just yet.
Yeah, I mean, several conditions need to be met if they want to take over against TVM Technology. One is to take down Dabadu early into the game, make sure that he's not participating, and then the rest of the squad might trickle down to being eliminated early. Another thing is they just deal with engagement from a distance. Texarian, they are currently averaging close to 7 7 points per match. Compared to TVM technology, this is bringing in at least 8 or more. So if they can increase it to at least 9, then it's not only TVM technology that they are pushing down away from that 18th spot, and then that just leads Texarian to move up, and that works not only for Texarian but also for the other teams who need to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you're looking at 5 stars as well as perhaps Blue Cheese being strong contenders for this map as well. So it's not going to be a straight up walk in the park here for Austin X Nami. They still need to earn this victory, earn this booyah off of this next game, because it's not going to be a easy one up against Blue Cheese that has been looking very strong after the rebrand. I mean, I guess some of these other opponents is strong. Not just the smell, the game style as well.
Game
I
style
love Blue Cheese, by the way.
There's only a few instances I have Blue Cheese if the wife chooses it, but
craves it.
craves it. But well, let's see now. Not my cup of tea, but let's see now if this is a cup of tea for the teams right here. We already showcase who are the top 3 right here, but also 90 Piketty has managed to get a lot of elimination. It's more of survivability that they need to bring in this map. But there's no more waiting. The future is here. And the final game of Group A and C for today in the second week, or the first and second week of the group stages. Let's see as we jump into the future. This is Next Terra.
Not your cup of tea, but could be your slice of cheese. Holy Lord, look at the way the map has been sliced. Not probably the way you would slice Blue Cheese, man. just
a little bit.
Just a little bit, right? We got the high tier loot zone in Intellect Center. Very, very interesting, as Texarians are not going to be losing out this opportunity. They're like, oh, look, blue. And they are heading right in for it. 90 Piketty Esports at Rustown. Vipex is going to stay clear of the other squads as well. No hot, and I like this. So FFWS USA, game after game, as we head on into these matches, we are kind of seeing lesser and lesser of these hot drops, but we are not going to be absolutely devoid of them. Fisher Tiger, Blue Cheese, they're going to do the dirty in a little bit. And the time turner on that landing, my goodness me, such a slugfest from the very get-go, and Blue Cheese about to get annihilated.
I'm really loving this, though despite of not having that much, it's a good thing that they do have that mini Uzi to work with, because Uplist and Personal, they will be able to make it work. 8 and 94 though in hands of HBH, though he lost a little bit of HP, he did manage to put in a few of those damage. Great use of Morse right now just to scroll through as well as to find out where opponents are, and then goodbye, says Fisher Tiger to 01 Esports, but Flash by Ross on the other side is still on the fight, but 01 Esports want to take that leader.
Yeah, 01 Esports is just trying to whack everybody they see. This is Free Fire, not whack-a-mole game, 01 Esports, but they don't seem to be minding at all. Vipex off screen, trying to just pull everything possible up against 90 Piketty Esports, taking a player after player out of the equation. Flash by Ross. Jans doing absolutely fine in the initial sequence, but the knock just slows the squad down a little bit just to give the opening for the 01 Esports players to get out of there.
And you can see the confidence of the team right here. Like 01 Esports, wherein they are spread a little too thin, but they know exactly where to position themselves. And Plasma Gun, the current meta, I would say, in the USA, especially in early engagement, still putting that much of a fight against Flash by Roz. And Yanzi will be taken down, and 01 will be back in the full squad. And TVM Technology, on the other hand, we were talking about them, that they are the team that needs to be pushed down, especially with Texarian as well as YLS, who's not currently playing, to get into the top 18. But I guess this is a chance for Texarian to do just that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And like we mentioned earlier, Texarian is not too far away. Lopez! Woo! Beautiful shots off of that M24. You gotta love that buff on this sniper on level 2 already. Lopez XL, 2,600 coins in his pocket. He is rich. Kane looking for the vending machine. Lopez, no! The time turner! Beautifully played by Kane. The timing was perfect. He does get rushed. But the question is, did he manage to pull off that revival before getting snuffed out? Because the time turner on that timing was brilliant, preventing Lopez XL from getting the penta.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That is something that they need to be using right there, especially in crucial moment like a revive. But on the other side, one sport going in for that 5 elimination. The penta being brought in by Lotex Bao already, and they're not out of contention just yet. They are still getting all those eliminations. First 4 minutes, and they have 8 already. And hopefully, they find a few more because it's getting exciting for a 1.
Yeah, multiple players getting the pentakill so early in the competition, so early in this lobby. Zero Miedo for sure, no fear whatsoever as they rush through their opponents. And O1 Esports on a blitz play now as they show everybody who's king. And they were not shying away from any of these battles at all. 5 stars, bumping into blue cheese, and they are staying far, far away so they don't have to smell them.
Let's see now. It's a good thing that they have Fabian with AC-80, but AC-80 has been nerfed, so that's so much of damage. There goes that cryo mine. Reyes, though, in trouble being taken down, but still, blue cheese and shield gun that has been introduced as a ground loot is being used as well. I'm loving it. Like, USA is giving us a preview of all the weapons that you can get, and they're taking advantage of that. And even with Fabian with a jump, it left D-Lone alone right now. Blue cheese might be melted once again.
D-Lone about to... that nade just bounced off the boulder. Thankfully, Daddy was there with the MP5 headshot, pulling D-Lone down instantaneously. 5 stars with a 5-star play and the hunt as they went in there for the snuff. 10 teams still left in here in this massively active lobby. From the very start, the action has been non-stop.
Yeah, non-stop indeed. It's a good thing revive has been done on blue cheese. It is different though compared to Vipex, who is Lopez going solo, but there's still plenty of real estate to work with, even plenty of vending machine. But with all those noise on the sports car, I don't think he will be left that easily. It's a good thing he does have that binocular, and he used to spot one of the players from Fisher Tiger, so he had to skip this one and move to the next one. But O1 Esports not skipping at all, not skipping a beat as they try to hunt down HBH from Fisher Tiger. But this is a guy that is not easily can be chased because we've seen him move back. But Vipex back on the board, and they have a chance to take that #1 spot again.
Lopez with the triple revival for the squad of Vipex, so they are right back in it. And you would have thought that he would be in a little bit of a pickle earlier on. Almost drove into a compound full of players, but managed to turn around in the nick of time as he used his binoculars very smartly in that situation. So you gotta appreciate the big brain play off of the guy. As we look at the next zone, where will this battle take us? Perhaps sit right into Farmtopia as the other teams back it away. A little bit away from Farmtopia, straight towards Twin Bridge and Zipway as GCT Arrow goes for the hunt, looking for more Texarians. We called on them to step it up, and they are doing so. But do they pick on the wrong beast in this fight? It is Vipex, and this is a dangerous battle that the Texarians are picking here for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Lopez was left alone. A revive has been done and still continues on. But I think Vipex doesn't have the loot that they need right now to fight against Texarian. But now, with that engagement already triggered, Texarian would be put into the box. They will be waiting for any shots onto them, but onto the other side, it is Austin X Dami who will be chasing against Vipex, and they will be forced to run away because they don't want to be in a situation wherein they need to go for a revive, a full revive for the rest of the squad. Emilio, though, will be stuck on the other side, and it is Wason who's putting that much of pressure with not the best weapon in the rooftop.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, Mac 10 from up top, this is creative at best from Wason. But holy mama, he's hitting the shots! How in the world You have Urix as well here with the Groza, but that Mac 10 from up top is just ridiculous with the range and damage. Urix quick reposition, wants to punish with the Groza with a better angle here. Lian smacks down Garcia with the AC-80, and the pickup by Urix will get his buddy right back up on his feet, and Austin X Dummy in a little bit of a trouble here. Deep freeze tossed out by Lian, going in for the backstab. Beautiful knockoff of the deep freeze. And Bamdi in trouble, but Urix sorts him out. And Austin X Dummy, just no good match for Vipex, who is on a roll with the points now.
Yeah, let's see now. And Austin X Dummy would be eliminated. And love the communication coming from Vipex right there. Because we've seen Wasan being knocked down the rooftop. Then Urix is putting pressure with that Groza on the other rooftop.
Yeah.
And in the moment that they get that cue wherein Lynx or Lian is already on point to distract the opponents or AXD, that's where Urix jump in, save Wasan. Even Lopez is out of the picture, and he still is helping the rest of the squad on standby if in case a revive is needed. All roles covered by Vipex, and that's a reason why they are on top.
Did I just see them try to Riptide Rhythm the plushie off of the Narrow? The stuff that you only see here at FFWS USA. That's hilarious. That deserves a highlight reel of its own. 5 stars. Quick jump pad reposition. 90 Piketty Esports up against O1 Esports. 11 eliminations. Big game here. Big lobby for O1 Esports. Massive numbers. All text, low text Bao, who's sitting on 8 eliminations. My goodness me, he's having a day out there. Sammy King, opportunity, gets tagged up as the squad backs away, finds a good enough defensive spot for the time being.
Let's see though, and hopefully 90 Piketty will be able to survive this because they did manage to pull away. They came from Deca Square, and it was because of the shift to the circle, they had to travel far, far north into Mortar Ruins. But right now, Emma King with M590 does manage to go for a knockdown, and there goes a Riptide Rhythm. Low-Tex bow, no chance, and he bows out. 90 Piketty with 10 points already, and they will be leaving 0-1 out in the open.
Oh, this is a massive game, massive lobby. Big fight between the 11-pointer 0-1 Esports up against the 10-pointer 90 Piketty Esports. Almost made that into 12, but the interference from a third-party squad. Sammy King just stopping Des from getting away. The third party pulling in the distraction. It was GCT Arrow from afar. And O1 Esports sneaking away far enough. Twin Bridge, revival off of that vending machine, not impossible. And that's exactly what they're looking for right now.
Definitely. Let's see, though, if they can look for a few more points, especially as they survive that onslaught from 90 Piketty. But speaking of onslaught, Texarian, the team that really needs to move up, is going toe-to-toe against Vipex. And Wasan, a little bit too aggressive, going solo on the stairs, and just one shot might put him in trouble. But here comes the rescue, and Leon goes for a takedown against Jason. And now the rest of the squad needs to break through the glue wall, as well as a break through the defenses of Texarian.
Absolutely, and 13 eliminations strong for the squad of Vipex. Texarians need to find a way out of this little pickle that they found themselves in. O1 Esports setting out the drone, understanding that there's going to be a big, massive fight ahead of them, and the distraction off of O1 Esports allows the Texarians to get away. But O1 Esports is not done just yet with 90 Piketty Esports, striking them from the back too with finding Lotex Bow as well. This is a big overtake by 90 Piketty Esports. Sammy King reaching the quarter elimination as well as they mow down the players of O1 Esports.
Well, O1 Esports thought they are safe out of 90 Piketty after getting away from all those engagement after the revive. But with all those shots, it leaves O1 Esports left to hang dry. Forces was to move out of the way, Gotti being left behind, and AWM doesn't help you that much, especially if it's a full squad of 90 Piketty who might be able to spot you. But the battle on the other side is not yet over. Asta might be saying hasta la vista, as he is one of the 5 players of Texarian right now, and it's Vipex who's reeling in. It's a good thing that 90 Piketty is providing them that distraction that might save Texarian for a refight 5, but how much time do they have? Because it's 4 going to 5, and this might be it. A new leader is up, but it is not who we expect.
Nani Spaghetti did not finish the work they started. 01 Esports getting that perfect revenge, striking down player after player after player as they leave Nani Spaghetti Esports up against Vipex, and I think that was the final nail in the coffin for the squad. There's just no chance of survival. Getting to a vending machine looks absolutely impossible. 5 stars on the other hand, just a little bit away, looking for an opportunity to take advantage. This 90 Spaghetti Esports gets taken out in the 9th spot.
Despite of all the hype as well as what they worked for, they were eliminated onto 9th. And the same goes for GCT Arrow. Though we didn't see that much from GCT Arrow, but they were taken out a little prematurely. We're down with 7 teams already, but not all of them is a full squad, especially for Asta, who's losing a few HP because of that cryo mine, as well as the blue closing in, and this might be it. Hasta la vista would be said, and it's not over just yet though, because a team that is putting so much pressure on Fisher Tiger is also receiving a lot of damage. Only Eric remains, and there goes a finisher. 10 points goes to Fisher Tiger.
My God, Fisher Tiger, this time they are waking up for sure. They have to be careful though, out in the open. They will get caught in a little bit of a crossfire if they're not too careful here. Thankfully, they do have an advantage for this next zone, and away from all of the chaos on the opposite side of the battlefield, where Flash by Ross engages with the players of 5 stars, and Vipex just on standby, waiting to get the advantage since they are low in numbers.
Let's see though. Speaking of low in numbers, seems like Flash by Ross right now, numbers is dwindling, being cut down to 2, and Kevin almost taken out. But here comes a revive. Julian has a chance to survive, but on the other side, it's 5 stars. He's still putting pressure on them. It's not even Vipex who's doing the work just yet. So there's a lot of struggles that's being felt by Flash Gaming right now, and this might end for them being eliminated a little bit too early. And that also goes the same for 5 stars, leaving only 2 teams, and Fisher Tiger, greater potential for the Booyah.
Yeah, Vipex with the consistent plays, 3 games in a row. Fisher Tiger though, looking for the Booyah. It's a 4v2. They've got a big advantage. You see the electrotherapy connected already, but this is a very aggressive move coming through from QThai. Out in the open, Lopez flanking towards the left, looking for the AWM connection onto somebody, but great glue walls played by Fisher Tiger makes sure he does not find an easy shot on anyone.
Oh, let's see. I mean, it is trouble. Launchpad, Vipex. A good thing it's not outside of blue with a headshot. Almost a takedown. But Fisher Tiger with their first Booyah in this competition. I guess your team, AJ, is really stepping up.
Oh, yeah. Amen, brother. The Fishman, Fisher Tiger, clapping up the captain of the Sun Pirates, and I'm just kidding. So I think these boys definitely watch One Piece for sure. But, you know, we've been waiting a long time coming here because day 1 of week 1, Fisher Tiger was just nowhere to be seen. I was a tad bit disappointed. Day 2 of week 1, we saw the rise of Fisher Tiger. And now day 3, overall in the group stage, you see them confidently taking these steps up. Now, the question is, of course, how far up will Fisher Tiger push themselves? Because like we have already mentioned earlier on Neptune, the points down at the bottom, the difference in terms of position between these teams are not too big. So this should be a potential for a decent enough jump for Fisher Tiger.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they might be that close already to that 12th spot, and in a safe area as well when we talk about the top 18 that is needed for a knockout stage. But as we go into recap, this is where everything was in full chaos mode. And like, even in the drop, we were not expecting that much of early engagement, but that was twisted the moment that some teams started moving away from the drop area after some engagement, and then the other teams follow through because of all the shots that they are hearing. And Vipex is also one of the teams that is trying their best to put themselves on the top of the leaderboard, and before Gaviota squad steps into the fray.
I mean, I think we saw quite a number of highlights here for many a squads. Obviously, Vipex taking a lot of those highlights here for themselves, just purely through the number of eliminations and the number of times they got into a little bit of a scuffle and then later surviving, right? It's not saying that they were steady all throughout this matchup. They had to run away a couple of times so that Lopez could revive the squad. But apart from that, it was really a clean run for Vipex when it came to those engagements and pulling away the numbers off of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Vipex can, did really understand how to work out with the numbers. Again, we keep saying that when they were Zeus Esports, they carry all those games all throughout with a lot of elimination. But a lot of teams are been showing the same thing. It's just a little bit too... couldn't say a little bit too late, but it was late into the group stage right now, wherein catching up to the top 5 would be difficult. But again, that's not the goal for all of the teams. It's just a top 18. And Vipex is still on the roll to stop anyone, and it doesn't matter if you're placed in the middle or at the bottom of the leaderboard. Vipex doesn't discriminate. They want to get all those elimination in.
Yeah, and 90 Spaghetti Esports understood karma in its truest sense after they tried to strike down O1 Esports, failed to complete the job, and then later on O1 Esports was fairly, the strong and I think the biggest factor as to why the players on the side of 90 Spaghetti Esports got eliminated from the lobby. Speaking of O1 Esports, Lotex Bao, the MVP, hitting 8 eliminations, 5 headshots, 1 assist through 3,783 on the damage net.
Yeah, the rusher of the team with that valiant dash on that Oscar. Also have that Nikita, Olivia, as well as a J Beebs. And, well, no one would be safe healing up because it does have that Dreki. One of the few players that wear that Dreki, the moment that he sees someone up close or probably from a distance that is healing up, they get marked up and instantly the rest of O1 will be rushing in. And probably that's one reason why they are so aggressive overall, because Lodex Bao is leading them to that engagement.
Yeah, but I have a feeling he's covering his face because he doesn't want to explain why does he have an Olivia in his passive skills. I didn't really see a lot of healing come through Lotex Bao at all. And usually the combination of the Tiva Olivia is great when it comes to picking up your down team members. But with that Olivia, you definitely want to have that heal pistol, you want to have the heal gun, you want to be healing up the rest of your team members. But we didn't see a lot of opportunities for O1 Esports to go through any one of that phase healing up their team members. It was just an all-out attacking game this time round. But either way, it seems to have worked out well for him. Even with even without a perfect passive skill lineup here, Lotex Bao has managed to perform fairly well. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here as well between Lotex Bao and, again, the prime sniper of the competition, Lopez XL, with the highlights. I mean, Lopez XL, as usual, 4,551 damage, tagging up everybody that he sees out there on the battlefield. But this time he sees a fair fight when it comes to the headshots, because Lotex Bao shows him that it can be done as well from a player that is up close and personal.
I would say, like Vipex really has one great player on their side, which is Lopez XL. Earlier, he was the final player of the team who managed to survive the onslaught from the early engagement, revive their teammates, and you've seen as well how the communication worked for them. Even with Lopez XL far away from the rest of the squad, information is being relayed by this player from the team, and he also helps out. Look at that damage, 4,500. And also, he does have 3 revives compared to Lodex Bao, who's always being brought back into play. He is the one who's always... probably it's because of the role. He's always a rusher, and he's always the one being eliminated early. So I'm really loving this comparison, but let's not take it away with the elimination Lodex Bao has brought in from where they started off in that next era up until towards the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall statistics as well and see if or not we managed to break any records here with the eliminations. All right, slightly better. The numbers are going up here, 89. But I do acknowledge the fact that we don't have the super monsters all chucked into this one lobby, right?
Yeah.
We'll see that in a couple of the other groupings later on. 63,000 damage on the other hand is not too shabby at all. 73 headshots. out of the 89 eliminations is a very, very big advantage here for some of these teams. And clearly, they're getting a little better with the accuracy. 51 rescues in total, 121 knocks. Now, that's the record that we're looking for. Not a record breaker, but definitely a decent number.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 121 knocks, that means that a lot of engagement, a lot of distraction is being brought in for the revive or the rescue to happen. And I'm really loving this, especially Nextera. I think Nextera is becoming our current purgatory, if not our current Solara. We're in Nextera because of how it is changing the pace, a lot of compounds, but also a lot of, it's a big map. Yeah. There's a lot of compounds, a lot of open space. It gives more opportunities for our snipers. But let's see, though, on how the team has managed to put in all those points, not only elimination, but also in the placement. As we look in the match standings right now, Fisher Tiger taking that #1 spot, but Vipex, once again, not too far behind.
Yeah, not too far behind at all. Fisher Tiger, solid play with a booyah. Vipex, like you said, not too far. And O1 Esports, 17 eliminations. Ooh. Definitely a great big jump for them in terms of performance. 5 stars, not too shabby, 18 points there. 90 Piketty Esports, all thanks to what O1 Sports did earlier on, not allowing them to get any further. Flash by Ross in that 6th place. But then when you look at the second page, the battle between TVM Technology as well as Texarians, this is what we were talking about. TVM Technology, the one who's most probably going to be losing their spot, and Texarians took great advantage of that. The points between them on the overall leaderboard was just 1. So with this, they should definitely put Texarians in the top 18. TVM Technology now, okay, we got to start motivating them instead.
Let's see now. TVM Technology, I'm pretty sure they're motivated. It's just Texarian is in a different foothold earlier when they were fighting against, as well as the defense that they have. But let's take a look at how that shuffles our overall standings. Starting it off, again, Vipex trying to pull away from Gaviota squad on the #1 spot, but unfortunately is not that much. Not getting that much of Booyah as well doesn't help them. In that role, in that regard. But 90 Piketty, looking at them, as well as Blue Cheese, I mean, 9th and 10th spot. That is great coming from these teams in this group of A and C. And, well, one thing's for sure, though, 90 Piketty might be able to overtake Blue Cheese later on because Group C will be resting into the rest of the day, to be exact.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a look at the next page as well. This is the one where we definitely want to focus on. And Texarians, as anticipated, do overtake TVM Technology, pushing them into the 19th spot. And they are now in the top 18. Austin X Dami, this time surviving, 82 points in total. I can't wait to see what Power Rangers Red Eagle get done later on. But as far as O1 Esports as well as Fisher Tiger is concerned, they've definitely done well enough for themselves to stay here in the top 18. Fisher Tiger especially, because for the rest of the teams who are struggling in the competition in the bottom 6 to catch up with Fisher Tiger, points-wise, it's not too many, but you need to be fairly consistent in order to be able to climb, just like Fisher Tiger did.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fisher Tiger does have, like, the work out their placement point. Because so far they have, what, 27% in terms of top 3 rate. And it's, like, it's not achievable even for the other teams who are on... if not close to that 12th spot. O1 Esports is quite less in terms of getting to the final circle, but they are managing with elimination. And the same goes with Power Rangers. Power Rangers, we've seen so much of that elimination, early engagement, but 0 on the top 3 rate. So we want them to survive even longer.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, at the end of the day, this is exactly how things are going to be crumbling down here as we switch over game after game. Different maps bring different surprises, different groupings bring different kinds of excitement overall for us. I can't wait to see exactly how far we go with this one, because now it's the introduction of Group B as we head on into the next batch of matches. Group C now jumps into the fray alongside Group B. This is going to, Group B up against Group D. So this is going to be an exciting one for sure now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a switch up on both groups. I mean, A and C earlier, now in B and D. And I don't know what to expect, because if we were surprised by the introduction of A and C in the beginning of this day, I guess it would be even more surprising because they did have a full week to study as well as to be motivated by the other teams coming from A and C. So let's see if Goat Esports can show us that clutch play with a double revolver once again. I and V will be able to show up this time quite differently, pulling themselves together. And another team that we want to call out is Team Fighters, because Team Fighters, though, they do have the fight, but it's not so much to bring them to top 18.
Yeah, that I do agree with you. So we make this big switch. And of course, out of Group B, looking forward to seeing exactly how much Cartel Sur can bring to the table this time around. Because in week 1, day 1, they did well. Week 1, day 2, not so good. So up here in week 2, if they don't manage to show us exactly what they're capable of, I don't know. I think a little bit of doubt is going to creep in terms well they're going to be able to sustain out there on the battlefield. But I hope that they're doing it on purpose so that they can just unleash their true potential in the knockout stage, in the grand finals, just so that we have a damn good time watching all of their games and casting over them. Let's check out Group D as well, because it is a group that has not been in play today. Celtic Gaming, MIA Corporation, 2 squads that I definitely am looking forward to seeing. Fuego, one of the top flight squads that we've got in the competition. Red Eagle, who's actually white, it's one of the teams that do perform fairly well. The only team in this grouping that is very much challenged is TF Esports. Even Power Rangers are not too bad in terms of where they stand on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention about a 0 top 3, but they did manage to get at least this amount of elimination to put them above 18 spot. We've seen them on the overall standing earlier. Now, let's see, though, if TF Esports will get that motivation. But it's tough to call because TF Esports has been in there in a similar fashion with Texarian. But this will force the other teams to bow out early for them to really move out. And I don't think in this grouping of A and D, it would be an easy journey because those above them are those coming in from Group A and C that we just witnessed to play. And some of which, like YLS Esports, GOAT Esports, Team Fighters, as well as, or together with TF Esports, would be in this next 3 games. So I would love to see TF Esports move in differently, survive a little bit longer, but I don't know if they can pull it through.
Yeah, we got to check out the match schedule as well, just so that we know exactly what we can anticipate for the upcoming matches between the battle of Group B and D, Kalahari, Purgatory, Bermuda. Group D actually stays on for 6 matches in a row, so this is going to be exciting because right after they're done with Group B, they are going to be taking on Group A, who's going to be resting for this next 3 matches. So very exciting day here for Group D, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see now. Let's see. I mean, Group D, the only team that is missing on our board right now coming from Group D is Fuego to complete the 4 Fs that we have right now. We have 3 Fs already, 5-star, Flash by Ross, and then Fisher Tiger. That is F day. I'm not talking about fail day, but it's more of a finisher day coming from these teams. But I would love to see us start off in Kalahari.
Yeah.
It's a different pace, a different scenario, and we've seen so many times that the snipers is using this to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the snipers have gotten a huge buff. The M24 has gotten a massive buff. It is going to be a fun Kalahari match for sure. And for teams who are not really strong on the snipes, who have thought that, okay, maybe we can just run through the whole competition with the SMGs, the assault rifles, maybe the shotguns up close and personal, they are going to be challenged in this next matchup. But of course, we've seen some squads who do have premium snipers on their side, and this is going to give them a very big advantage over the other squads for sure. But then again, Free Fire World Series USA has had many surprises for us so far. I would not be surprised if we see more surprises.
That's one thing that we would expect out of the unexpected from these teams.
Exactly.
You did mention about the snipers, and I was just looking at the notes right now of the OB53 update. AWM, M82B, VSK, as well as a Car 98 has an armor penetration buff of plus 20%. I guess you mentioned that earlier. And this is where we will see that work out.
Yeah.
Those snipes, not just the M24, will be shown, will be highlighted in this new game in Kalahari, especially with new update that we have for the teams in this tournament. Kalahari, the desert lands of Free Fire is ready, and I'm really excited, AJ.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest balancing that has come through in OB53 is the fact that the damage to the limbs now counts as the damage to the body, right? So even if you hit the hands, even if you have a headshot to the foot.
I was about to say that.
Even if you have a headshot to the foot, it's still going to count as armor damage. And if you are using a sniper, you've got additional 20% armor penetration, which means it is the sniper meta all over again. If you don't have a decent sniper on your side, you are missing out big time. It's time to pick up those snipes, guys. I mean, there's just no if, buts, or maybes about this. Power Rangers up against MIA Corp at Mammoth. This is going to be an explosive one for them.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, those taking high ground has a better advantage. Also way down, but hopefully not too fast because they will be losing on their life. But Refinery is also feeling a few of those wrath coming from Celtic Gaming as well as Cartel Sewer. But Josh Fur, the first one to go down out of engagement of Power Rangers, and I don't think Power Rangers will be focusing on looting. It's more of getting information where MIA Corp will be positioning. And here is for Calito for a finisher with that AK-47.
Okay, absolutely. It is a fiery start here. Player after player, 4 eliminations already make that 5. As this is just off to a fantastic start. Mayo has got a potential here with the double barrel. And it looks like the shotgun will not miss, will not disappoint. Instant pickup here in terms of the loot, and Power Rangers are off to a fantastic start at Mammoth.
Yeah, only one who has been left out on getting elimination. That's 4 elimination already being taken by Power Rangers. TF Esports now might be, I don't know what's happening right now. I know that they have some weapons, but they are being forced out by Red Eagles to be outside on the edge of this area. And I don't think Council Hall will help them, even if they get into the bigger part of that. But Red Dragons up close and personal with AC-80. Here comes the rest of the squad. Valiant Dash with a time turner does save a couple of players from TFE. And here comes the hit Chicky right now, as well as Uriel with a mini Uzi. But the payback is quite quick.
Yeah, Dragon, beautiful shutdown here. And this is Red Eagles just absolutely whooping everybody into shape. 3 eliminations strong. Hayate, the only player that has been down in this situation. And Red Eagles are not looking to put a stop to their run. TFE has to make sure Hugo is saved in the situation somehow, because, well, there's just no if, buts, or maybes about this. He gets taken down. It is the end for this squad, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, this happened worse to not make it worse, but let's see, though, if that works as well for Celtic Gaming going against MIA Corp. Because MIA Corp barely surviving after Power Rangers mowed them out. And the same story is happening right now against Celtic Gaming. Up close and personal with Drogon as well as a Mag 7. Vegas is just a distraction. He's chipping a damage in the rest of the squad. But unfortunately, Kappa with a double revolver changing and switching it up. No revive can be done. Or I said at least one. But this is still trouble zone for Celtic Gaming.
Oh, Biblico has the opportunity to shut down Celtic Gaming right here, right now. But he has to back away to use the medkit first. Calvin spots him out. And just no connection coming through that XM8. No, the narrow plushie thrown out. Cryo mine perfection, but Biblico misses the opportunity. Calvin loses so much of life to the cryo mine, but still surviving somehow.
It's a good thing it didn't fail, because if he did, that is all HP out. But revive on 2 players, and the rest of MIA Corp will not be missing in action. Even a pickup has been done, and Calvin would be taken out. But the deed has been done as well for the team of Celtic Gaming. A couple of revive, a couple of has been brought back into play already to continue their raid.
Oh, all 12 teams still alive and kicking here. Some of them just a little bit hurt more than the others. Celtic Gaming needs to find and recover. Free and Gaviota squad now up against Cartel Swear. This is a big fight early. And Gaviota from Gaviota squad just did not manage to get away from that frenzy of shots from right behind him. Creepy from afar. Lightning zone called through as well. Cartel Swear for sure as hell looking for the aggressive takedown on Gaviota.
Now let's see though. I mean, 3 players remaining after Gaviota has been taken out. Now, on the other side, YLS Esports, in spite of them getting 3 elimination, has been left with only 2 players even before that revive has happened. Spread a little too thin into this engagement in the battlefield is not a position that you want to be in. So YLS will need to regroup as well as find the next phase or probably close to the next phase of the circle for them to survive even longer. But King has felt the wrath of no joy, but on the other side, it's Celtic Gaming who got eliminated first.
Unexpected turn of events here. Celtic Gaming, one of the powerhouses of our competition, currently sitting in the 5th spot on the overall leaderboard. Eliminated early. And now GOAT Esports about to take out Red Eagles. What is happening here, Neptune?
Yeah, if goats can fly, they might be able to do that. It seems like they are trying to do so. And Red Eagles on the ground. Hayate says Yamate as Goat gets their first 4 elimination. And the rest of the squad is being pushed out. Zero, though, unspotted, but has the potential to go for a takedown. But I don't think he is I don't think that was a wise move for him because he's going solo with the rest of the squad quite far from him.
Yeah, he's not looking to be silly today. Why would you want to give away your position? But I think the man's unlucky because here comes the GOATs who are on a GOAT level gameplay today. Out of nowhere, the surprising jump in performance. Comes in, max 7. Needs one more shot to the back. Comes in, still on the hunt. Zero finally down as Garcia sorts him out with the Trogon.
Well, let's see though. I mean, we've seen the getaway being done by one of the players from Cartel Zur, but that is also to lead them to Foundation where the rest of the squad is. And if GOAT will be brought in the open, that might spell trouble for GOAT. Now, as we move on to the other side, Gaviota, after looting that arsenal, is now on their own to go and crush yet another team. But speaking of crush, Team Fighters couldn't fight their way against Fuego, and Fuego gets their 5th.
Yeah, Fuego, they took the fight to them and they annihilated the boys for sure. 5 eliminations strong for the side of Fuego at Stone Ridge as they make their way into the circle. Now, this is going to be definitely a slower play from Fuego here because they've lost quite a bit of utilities at the very starting of this matchup in itself. So I do expect Fuego to play a little bit of a recovery as they loot on the outer parts of the circle. Cartel Swear on the other fight and finds the Red Eagle Nachupi. Oh! How in the world? As Zero does manage to take down Nachupi as his skill did knock down Fury just a couple of seconds ago. If that was a 1v1, it would have been a GG for the Cartel Swear player.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zero has little chance of surviving that. But I'm quite surprised that GOAT was not rushed by Cartel Sur, and Cartel Sur was forced to move in onto the other side. Now, speaking of other side, here comes the other side of map. Gaviota squad on the roll after almost being taken out is now catching up to points, and the next target would be Red Eagles. I am feeling sorry for those at bottom, especially those with less players in the path of Gaviota. They are mad, definitely angry that they were almost taken out early in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it's just a coin collection spree here for the side of Gaviota with their sniper watching their backs from afar. They have to be careful though. And let's see if they do manage to find one from afar because the GOATs are now right back in action. Cartel Sur did not go in here for the flush earlier on, but now spotting out the opportunity as the rest of their team members come right back in. They go in for the rush, fighting player after player. Eliza and Garcia, though, doing fairly well for the Goats. And this is the kind of goated gameplay we've been looking for out of the squad for the longest of time. The final player, Crippy, trying to get the revival, but spotted by Gaviota off Gaviota. And the sniper will not allow him that revival. Cartel Sur, for sure, still having a bad run after a decent start to the group stage.
Well, let's see now. I mean, that forces Goat, though, to be in the middle of Gaviota, or split up off Gaviota. Gabo Zane right now, even with hook gun, I don't think he will be able to survive out in open. He needs all those glue walls, but Gaviota is on the chase right now, and there you have it. Goat has been taken out. I didn't mention this earlier. You don't want to be stepping into the way of Gaviota because they are on a steamroll. They want to take down anyone in front of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is Gaviota at their best. This is just the first 10 minutes and they're already on 9 eliminations. Well, we were looking for those record-breaking numbers, and it looks like these are the squads to give us those record-breaking numbers.
Yeah. One thing I'm noticing right now from Gaviota squad was King. King is using the new character, active skill that we have right now, which is Ray and a Bond of Eclipse. And we were discussing how that works. I guess it's a good way for us to find out if King will get a few more of those active skills into those fight. Not only that, we've seen one player from Gaviota squad using that minigun, and we've seen as well a little bit of change in that specific utility. So more to that later on as we focus on Fuego taking down YLS, who's just working on survivability, getting away from their usual downfall.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Fuego. There's long shots here off of that Winchester from Chino, and they know that they don't really have to go in for the rush just yet. Just playing this safe. They do have the utilities on their side, well looted up. They've got the medkits, they've got the glue walls. They just don't want to waste them just yet. And this is going to put YLS now in a little bit of a pickle because here comes MIA Corp from down bottom. Nyx finding the long shot off of the M590. Crazy taken down as well. Nyx on a roll now as Kappa walks in with a Mag 7. And the combination of shots off of the MIA players puts a decent enough end to the aggression of YLS. Now, final survivor Yolkis up top. He has to sit tight and hope that nobody else takes aim at him.
Let's see now. I think I saw a bullet swung just next to his head, and that is coming from INV, who has their eyes on whatever high ground would be above them. And INV right now, I mean, INV Esports, a team that we are looking forward, especially with John B into that fray, but it doesn't seem like they want to show up that much as early in this game. Get into the knockout stage, that is the first mission, but not really show with a lot of numbers so that they can stay under the radar. And speaking of under the radar, Red Eagles almost being taken down by Gaviota squad earlier, managed to pull under radar. Now moving in onto the next phase together with the final 8 teams in this match.
Red Eagles backing away. TF Esports, one of the teams that sure as hell needs every single point they can look for on the leaderboard, has to play this one very carefully because after surviving decently long in this lobby, they still don't have a lot of eliminations. But a good spot behind Red Eagles. So if they play this well, they should be able to claim a couple of extra points for themselves, but they are too slow to go in for those points. And it's Red Eagles that turns around to slow them down. MIA Corp on a major revival spree there as they bring back the rest of their team members, and this is going to make it even more tougher for TF Esports to survive.
Yeah, let's see it out. There goes the monster truck. A little bit of armor doesn't hurt. And it is what Mia is using, especially with the boost. And there goes Nyx almost taken down. It's a good thing that he managed to pull up a glue wall as well as provide a little bit of backup for the rest of the squad. Biblico, though, is healing up on the bottom of that ridge. And, well, it's CFE, who's slowly moving into the next phase of the circle. They can still take advantage of MIA Corporation because of the lack of numbers from that side.
Oh yeah, and Fuego up against INV Esports. They've barricaded themselves in a tiny little spot. If INV had a couple of grenades and a tiny little hole through that window, this is an instant flush, an instant shutdown on Fuego. Look at them all stacking up that window. Fuego stacking up the window as well. There's a few glue walls between them. INV turning around. Ooh, the arrow tossed out. Cryo mine play. Great. But the plushie instantly snuffed out, giving away the marker to the Fuego player, but it's not like they didn't already know where they were.
Let's see on how well they can work.
Oh my!
MIA Corp, I mean, they are the ones putting pressure on other teams like Red Eagles, and they were taken out a little bit too prematurely. Well, let's see, though, if the same goes between INB and Fuego. But Mako win from the other side, disrupting the defense of INB, and this pushes them to take the compound that Fuego is taking. And this might be it. INB will be taken out, as Strix is the only one remaining, and the pickup on Chino is bound to happen. But can they recover soon? Because fifth phase would hurt, and I don't think that much would survive. But still, they are up with a full squad and an elimination, taking down INV Esports.
Yeah, King just ran into a guy and he was like, oh, there you are. M590 you go. Gaviota getting involved in that fight, putting INV Esports in a little bit of a pickle, and that was the goal sign for Fuego to go beast mode, breaking down their own glue walls for that attack, and made sure they didn't give away too many of an opportunity. But now Gaviota down on the ground. The pickup coming through from King. He does have the Olivia on his side, so this is a little bit of an advantage for him. Cheeky though, caught out. Ray still on cooldown. He didn't manage to use that earlier on, and that's going to put him in a little bit of a back foot position. Gaviota with the final survivor in the name of Marquin. And that perhaps would put them out of the race for the Booyah, since there's no vending machine available here on those revives.
Yeah, survivability needs to be done by McQueen, but position-wise, it's Power Rangers who have advantage. They're the ones who slowly tricking and taking down some of the teams right here, especially with the elevation that they have on this platform. They do have that that monster truck that they can use to move into the next phase of the circle, into the next shift. But Gaviota, surprisingly, McQueen still managed to survive despite of meeting up with Fuego. But here comes the trio. Let's see if they can push on pressure against Power Rangers, not to give them any side as they slowly squeeze themselves out into the next phase. 3 teams remain, but only one with a full squad, and it is Power Rangers who might be powering up.
This is a great step up here for TF Esports. They are basically at the very bottom of the leaderboard. To see them alive and kicking in the final circle is a huge deal. But this is as far as it goes by the looks of it. Fuego aiming from up top alongside Power Rangers, trying to get the best of them. Cheeky taken out of the equation already. The monster truck gonna prevent that fall damage here for Juan. So very smart play coming through from him. But can he get to the rest of his team members? That's gonna be the most important point here as Uriel and Hugo look to take him out.
The only one remaining, and has been taken out by the blue. Now, the couple players from TF Esports, I don't think they will survive, especially with the onslaught in here, but a fight back coming from Uriel with M590 as Chino is forced to go for a revive. But here comes Uriel trying to go for the flag. Glue wall stops him, and they will be taken out as Fuego grabs the Booyah, and the F team still on the board.
My goodness me, Fuego. And you are right. The streak of teams that begin with the letter F, picking up every single Booyah that we've got in here for the day. 4 games in, and 4 F squads have managed to pick it up. Fuego, 4th Booyah of the competition. Now they have to obviously be proud of themselves here for the performance.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really loving how well they held off those situations wherein they are in the middle of that ridge. Even Power Rangers was a threat to them. But what is the solution for that situation? Just go underneath them. Earlier, they were stuck in a corner. They were not faced. Just put up the glue walls and wait for the perfect opportunity. The moment that they had a rush against INV, then that's where they were waiting onto the doors. All situation, I guess, has been studied quite well by Fuego, and that is not just with player right here, but a combination of Carlos, Chino, and King, and let's include Tiki as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is the kind of performance that you expect from a top-flight squad. Just proving that, regardless of whatever the challenge is, they are going to get to the final circle and pull away those numbers. And it seemed to be a tad bit too easy for them towards that final bout because the teamwork was just really tight, right? Focusing on getting those pickups, and the backup from their player from afar gave them a little bit of an extra bit of advantage. Now, this is the situation where you looking for from the very start for teams like TF Esports to rise up to the occasion, climb the leaderboard, and they did exactly that. I didn't happen to see how many eliminations that they had in this game by the end of it, Neptune, but one thing's for sure, they did a little surprisingly well for my liking, because I was thinking they were going to get snuffed out in the earlier parts of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they were close to 8 or 9 eliminations towards the end. Not that high, but it's still high compared to the rest of the games that they played.
Yeah.
So hopefully this continues on for them, because the gap between them and even against the teams above and also onto that top 18 squad is slowly growing, because they're not pulling away from these groupings just yet. So they have to work with position, placement, as well as elimination. So the combination of that is what will bring them to the knockout stage.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, man. And of course, Go to Esports had a decent run from the very get-go. I think it was just engagement after engagement that was just very surprising to me, because it's all about the step up. It's all about the recovery from, your bad plays. And last week was not the most impressive run that we have seen, from a squad. And Go to Esports definitely did suffer a little bit of a down performance. But today, when they came back through, I thought it was very impressive how they handled the situations. Even not going for the rush on Cartel Sur on the initial bout of this engagement shows us the maturity of Go Esports and their decision-making there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they know exactly when to go and operate all of those skills, but this is where they were forced to chase. And no one was expecting Gaviota squad. No one from every rotation, every engagement the Gaviota squad was in, as they are trying to take down those stragglers. Like, even GOAT Esports didn't expect them to be there, and they were just forced by Cartel Sur. And unfortunate for them, GOAT Esports was taken down. Continuing on would be Gaviota squad, as well as the other teams, and this is what the situation we were talking about, where Fuego just timed it to the T to eliminate INV.
Yeah, and of course, this was the part where we did see a little bit of interference from across the battlefield out of Gaviota, and Fuego took advantage of that situation. Of course, Strix was the final player alive on the side of INV, but, that didn't last for too long. No pickup onto Erica, and when King saw him outside, it was the straight-up M590 gameplay that gave them the final elimination off of that squad. Gaviota, though, kind of just too nerved before they got into that final circle, and I have to praise Power Rangers for their decision-making of taking that high ground, which kept them alive for a fair bit of time before the players of TF Esports tried to interfere.
And even in the final moment, using that monster truck to jump off that platform and provide a little bit of distraction for them to survive even longer. But unfortunately, it doesn't work quite well towards the end. And Fuego, with the numbers that they have against TF Esports, they did manage to get that booyah. And our MVP with the king himself, 6 elimination, 1 headshot, 3 assists, and 2,720 on the damage. Of course, you did mention that he did go for that M590, but Valiant Dash, Tiva, Joseph, as well as Nikita. Great combination of an all-rounded player.
It's very dangerous, right? Very, very dangerous, because I still see a lot of these players from FFWS USA trying to play the best of, bits and pieces here. Yes, you can be an all-rounded player, but maybe in a solo match, because if you want to go into a team play and then have your priorities distributed throughout your passive skills, it is going to be a challenge in the grand scheme of things when you start making that break into higher levels of the competition. Yes, you've got the Tiva, no Olivia for that backup, and then you've got the Nikita to back up that Oscar. It's great for this stage of the competition for sure, and it's still working out for him. Let's take a look at the head-to-head as well as to who is King taking on with the numbers here. It's Myota from Power Rangers. First time you're seeing him on the highlight. 5 to 6 eliminations, King taking the victory here. On the assist as well, it's the same story. You can say it's the same exact version down here on the damage department. King from Fuego definitely taking the gold here up against Myota.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Myota from Power Rangers has been the leader that we are keep seeing in the front lines, and also followed by Forcalito. Forcalito is, if I'm mistaken, was the first one who managed to get the first point for Power Rangers. So I'm loving this side of Power Rangers right now. Actually, I've been loving it when they turned it around from last week. But let's take a look at the overall stats. Everything that happened would be put into play here. 84 on elimination, close to 60k on the damage. And again, if we go across the board, it translates to the knockdown. So 100 plus on the knockdowns, thus the damage is increased as well.
Yeah, and of course, the 84 eliminations definitely looking like this lobby has got more numbers for us to kind of bite on. Total rescues 43. You do expect that in the grand scheme of things, right? A lot of these players are rocking the Tiva, a couple of them on the Olivia as well, just making sure they keep their team members afloat with their lives. And you are seeing a lot more engagement in this particular combination of grouping because of how many aggressors that we have out there. The only surprising thing is the usual aggressors are not the ones aggressing on this time on. Again, TF Esports surviving so long deep into the game shows us that there is some sort of a hustle in these boys, and they're trying desperately to play survival. Let's take a look at the match standings and see how they did in the overall grand scheme of things. Third spot, 18 points. That's not too bad at all, Nep.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even tied up with Power Rangers, who they outlived on that final moment. But above Gaviota Squad, this is a spot that you want to be. If you can beat Gaviota Squad in one map, every map, then it shows how well you have evolved. The same goes with MIA Corp. I mean, MIA Corp didn't survive that long, though we didn't see how it ended up. But I'm loving that some of the teams are just moving forward, getting a few more points, and another of those is GOAT Esports. But again, we talk about that in the highlight. If they were not pushed and forced towards Gaviota Squad, they could have been part of the final circle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Way too premature of an elimination on GOAT Esports, but they showed us the hustle. They showed us the eliminations that they're capable of taking. Let's take a look at the overall standings as well to see exactly how much of a shakeup has arrived on this leaderboard, right? Because obviously, Vipex, you got to look at how far they are ahead of Gaviota Squad. 216, they're catching up 2 more games for Gaviota Squad to just make sure that Vipex does not hold on to that number 1 spot, and I think that's going to be a fairly high chance that happens. Fuego is on the streak to do exactly that. MIA Corp kind of crashed out a little bit too early, but that's not really a big concern in the grand scheme of things. Again, the highlight is for the top 18 squad, and these teams are all there already to make it into the knockout stage. Just a little bit of extra flex if they are able to take the climb over the other squads. But Cartel Sir has not lost their footing just yet, even though this was a poor showing.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not needed, I don't think we will see a lot more of that pop-off coming from Cartel Sur. Now, as we head into the next page, again, the focus would be on the top 18. Though this is still the first day of the second week, we're getting close towards the end where we find out who gets in the top 18. And GOAT Esports, though, is just in that threshold. 2 points below YLS Esports. And YLS Esports has managed to survive a little bit longer towards this fight, a previous fight rather. And well, let's see though, if this is something that we might see from those in Group B, they can at least slowly pull away from Dexterians, TVM Technologies, as well as those who will not be playing in here, who was part of Group A and C. But how far can they bring it? Because you don't want to be complacent with only a few points lead, because there's still rotation that will be happening all throughout the day as well as tomorrow.
Yeah, and I like where GOAT Esports is sitting on the overall grand scheme of things. On the leaderboard, they're not in a good spot, but based on what we saw in terms of hustle from GOAT Esports, they're definitely going to be climbing into the top 18. There's no doubt that they can keep this up. Wireless Esports not too far ahead of them. Austin X Dami as well. We saw the great climb out of Austin X Dami, but there's just no decent enough consistency that's going to keep GOAT Esports away, because although Austin X Dami was bringing in the points this time around, we've seen similar capabilities of GOAT Esports, but of course teams like Texarians, TBM Technology, they're going to be a little challenged. Team Fighter though, TF Esports though, although we did see them survive a little bit longer this time around, I think we need to see much more from them, or at the very least super consistency when it comes to each and every single game. I mean, as long as they're hitting above 12 points every single game consistently, getting into the top 18 should not be an impossible task for TF Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, above 12 points or at least 35 to 40 points per day. That would keep them afloat. But it's getting real tough right here, because earlier we did mention about Texarians, even Team Fighters, especially for Power Rangers. Power Rangers, despite of their position leaderboard currently in 14, they have better projected ranks based on the average that they have. They just flip the switch a little too early. Thus, the increase in numbers is quite well, and I won't be surprised by the end of the 2 remaining games out of this group, they might be crossing that 12 spot already, leaving even 01 Esports behind.
Well, it is just a couple of points, in order to get that done. So there's just no doubt at all that they will be able to. Eagle is in a decent spot, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, more on their movements as well as their performance when we come back from a quick short break. We're just halfway through. More Free Fire action coming straight to you.
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring, and we are down to 4 batches down already, and we are up to 5 more. Back on desk, I am Neptune Jen Garcia, joined by my brother Musashi AJ, and I'm really looking forward to continuation of the battle between Group B and D.
Absolutely, man. Group B and D is filled with some bad squads, and it's bad in a good way, okay? Because they're giving a lot of points. We're talking about Gaviota Squad, Fuego, MIA Corp, INV Esports, Celtic Gaming, Cartel Sir. These are all teams in the top 12, and they are definitely all, struggling a little bit in terms of sharing the points on the overall leaderboard, right? Because when you've got so many monsters in one lobby, obviously expecting, the super dominance up at the top, it's not going to be a possibility. But there's also starving us off of these record-breaking numbers that we are already very much used to in the USA from week 1, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the initial matches from previous week, that's where we've seen those record-breaking stats. When we look at it, we're a game. But now, again, it's being equalized because of also the improvement from the teams coming from the bottom of our leaderboard. And that's what we love as well. The storyline of those at the bottom still continues. But let's head over to the map right now. And I'm really loving this. We're in all F teams, and I don't think there's anyone with an F on their name has put themselves on the Booyah board, starting with Bermuda with 5 stars, Flash by Ross on Solara, Fisher Tiger on Nextera, and then Fuego in Kalahari. And what's up next is Purgatory, and you know how chaotic it is, especially if we look at the numbers. 4 teams out of the group B and D has already grabbed a Booyah in this map.
Oh, this is where things get a little bit more interesting, right? Because all of these teams have played Purgatory twice so far, and you're absolutely correct. We have got 4 teams that have already tasted the Booyah on Purgatory, which means we've got many experts on this map. They know how to navigate their way all the way to the final circle. They know those drop spots. They know exactly where to pick up the loot. But this is OB53. This is a brand new, update that we have gotten in here. Not everybody is a big fan of the update because it's skewing more towards the snipers. So the teams that do have those prime snipers there are obviously going to be smiling year to year. It's a very big map, Neptune, and if on a big map, if you want to reach your opponents who are trying to run away from you, a sniper or 2 would be very handy. And now you get to even shoot them on the arm, and it still counts as a body shot. And if it is with a sniper, you get the extra armor penetration, which means even if they're barricading themselves well with those defenses, you're probably going to be able to get a decent knock.
Yeah, especially when we see from some of the highlights as well as some of the situation wherein the patient snipers can even spot out those on the prone. And those on the prone are not safe anymore. You can hit them on the head, on the foot, on the leg, and they might be taken down. And that's one situation wherein they are taking advantage of that specific position to go and heal up. And it's getting dire at that point for some of those survivors. But hopefully the other teams are also taking advantage more of the meta, or what the meta will be after that OB53 update, because of the active skill. And Gaviota is the only team that we've seen pull up that Ray, and we were discussing as well on how it would change the pace of the game, because even on a low HP battle on those CQCs, you might be able to take those knockdown if you use this active skill.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, one of the most important things is going to be, if you do have Ray on your squad, you need to be a very aggressive team, right? You need to go in there for the rush. You need to make the best use of the connection, because once you get that knock, only then will you have the refresher. And if you can rinse and repeat again and again, that makes Ray a super predator in terms of an active skill. But if you can't, then it's just a useless skill all over again. I call it the reverse electrotherapy. So let's see if or not anyone gets zapped by it this time round.
Yeah, well, let's see though, as we go into this purgatory map, and it's just unfortunate we're not seeing a skewed flight path, but so far we might be seeing early engagement. Power Rangers now heading into Crossroad is a high tier loot area. It gives them more potential of survivability as well as a firepower in the early parts of this game. But as we can see, MIA going against Red Eagles as they get close to Moat House. It's still a long way to that, but there's a vending machine that both teams might be chasing for. So early engagement might be happening there as well, as we take a look at INV against YLS. And we've seen this so many times. YLS is not a team that is an upper hand here.
They're definitely not a squad that has the upper hand. Looking at their position on the overall leaderboard, they do have to second guess this step here, because one wrong move and they are down in the bottom 6. Up against INV, who's very comfortable up top. Comfortable in terms of picking up the booyah here in this map as well. While as they do have the high ground advantage though, John P with the double vector. So let's see if or not the combo vector can make a big difference here for him. Guns not in meta, but you got to pick up whatever the hell you can get your hands on in a hot drop situation like this.
Oh, I guess a good thing that backup from Erica is there, and John B was just a distraction, but a little bit too much of a distraction as he has been taken out. Crazy will be eliminated as well, and the trade has been done. Well, not so much of a trade because it is only a 1-3 trade in terms of numbers, but we also have a few more contenders that is in the horizon, but let's switch over to Gaviota and GOAT. This is the team that, well, when we talk about GOAT, a team that eliminated GOAT earlier in Kalahari. Let's see if they can pay back. Garcia with a Drogon, as well as a Time Turner. In and out, not worked quite well, but the rest of the squad follows through.
Yeah, absolutely. Garcia down on the ground already. They need to go in here for the save, and GOAT Esports does exactly that. Double glue wall laid out in front. Gaviota, though, tossing out the cryo mine. And the cryo mine gets the knock again onto Garcia. Smart play off of Gaviota here, just to slow down the pace of GOAT Esports as he gets away. I have to say, this is a big brain play off of Gaviota.
Yeah, I mean, they're also going for the split right now. Just make sure that there's more chances of revive that will be happening for their team. But switching over onto the moat, I guess the journey is over for MIA Corp against Red Eagles. And this is, I'm not quite sure how well that would work with that vehicle as well as the Morse, but it did manage to get away though. But will this work for the flank against Power Rangers? Because MIA, though, like the major part of Moat House has been taken already, Biblico just put himself in a lot of trouble.
This is Power Rangers with a little bit of a power play here. Biblico out, but instant revive coming on through. Red Eagle could just be the next victims for them to prey upon. As Dragon is found, Mayota, easy shot off of that M82B. As Triple X gets picked right back up. Power Rangers looking solid with their movements here.
Yeah, again, they are potentially one of the teams that can turn things around, especially with how well they performed in second day from last week. But Gaviota still not over with a battle between them and GOAT. But Gaviota has been taken down after being chased, but the revive has been done already. And let's see if McWin can do the same. Unfortunate for him, it is Garcia, my long-lost relative, that would be taking them down. 4 elimination already for GOAT, and still low, will not be in low ground, but will be low on numbers.
He left as a human, came back as a goat. but, but he's a goat that slays. 3 elimination for Mr. Garcia already. And Locke's just looking for the advantage here. More numbers. But Team Fighters not looking to give themselves away or give themselves up too easy. INV Esports hitting the weapons arsenal. Nothing's going to stop them from getting a little bit of an upgrade here before continuing on their elimination. Picking up methods, Jashu sprayed down. And the GOATs are on it.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they are proving that they can bring all the numbers, especially with how close they are on the leaderboard as well. So I guess this is something that they're taking advantage, that motivates them, that fuels them. And you know how it is. If you put a GOAT on fire, they would be run, but not running away. They will be running towards TF right now, or Team Fighters, and that puts the full squad in trouble. Yanakoji with only a sliver of health, and there goes a Valiant Dash. Gabozin finish them off with a mini Uzi, a triple for the guy.
Oh, Gabozin shot down from afar. Fuego with player, AWM in hand, now looking to shut down those players, taking the advantage of the distraction, but unfortunately for him, the recovery off of GOATs is super solid. The binocular scan gives away the position of all 4 players, and player right back at it. You got to talk about the buff that the snipers have got in here and the super buff that player overall has gotten, because he is that prime sniper in USA.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Gabozin would be in trouble if it doesn't hoot up. And there goes that cryo mine into the compound of GOAT. But Chino will be taken down. Car 98 from Eliezer. And let's see if player can do the same. Both high ground already being taken, and up close and personal. Eliezer didn't expect that shot from player, and player is just mowing them down.
Wow.
Only one, make that none remains, and GOAT Esports being eliminated on 10th.
El Fuego, the Terminators, just spotting out the opportunity, and they went in there for the barbecue. Poor GOATs. They tasted good, says Fuego, but we always knew they were predators. 4 eliminations, and player just made that look so easy. The distraction off of that AWM initially, and of course the follow-up off of the Car 98 just made those long shots so, easy as well as stressful for the GOATs to deal with, and recovery just could not come on through quick enough. Wireless, on the other hand, having a little bit of a tough time as they accidentally stumble upon Gaviota.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Well, that was a 1v1 against King, and we didn't see that much of damage, but we know that he does have that ray. So we know for a fact that if the HP goes below a certain point, he will be instantly knocked. And it's just unfortunate that there's not so much of opponent, but Gaviota, I just saw that in 4K. He has been taken out with an FGL, and it leaves Power Rangers for the rest of Gaviota to hunt.
Yeah, who needs Ray when you've got the FGL? Low HP finisher. And Achupi down. Hayate gonna get caught out, but great time turner pool here. M79 needs to be played perfectly. Zero opportunity to take down the opponents or take himself out of the equation. Great toss on the grenade, but Hayate is going to be backing away. No joy. Finding an easy one off of the M590. And here comes Cartel, sir, on the double for Fury as they go on for the chase.
Oh, no.
Celtic Gaming drops by to say hello. The third party that could just save the skins of the players. And Cartel, sir, has to slow things down to take this fight up against Celtic.
Yeah, Celtic Gaming, I mean, a team that really outperformed themselves throughout the previous week, but not this time. But Ice Grenade plus Yugo's VSK knocks down one even before stepping in onto the compound. But Cartel Zor is not backing down. 0 for that elimination, plus that M590, and that brings them to 4 elimination. But they don't have any information as to where the rest of Celtic Gaming is, and it's more of a reversal, especially with Yugo that has an AWM in hand, giving more chance for Calvin as well as Vegas to be able to get away. And Calvin for a finisher onto Fury gives more chances for SKG.
Yeah, Cartel Sir instantly understanding that this is a battle up against a squad that is really good with the long shots, and they just didn't want to take any more chances, choosing to turn tails here to get away from the situation so that they can play a little bit of recovery. But Celtic says, nah, you don't get away that easy. They go straight in for the chase. Yolkis, on the other hand, with the Mars, going to be pulling out a little bit of a tricky invisibility here as he runs away from the Power Rangers, who are not letting him go. As they go in for the track, Yolk is struck down. Fantastically played by Power Rangers, who are on the 9th elimination in this lobby.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, their average is already increasing right now, and that brings them more motivation. But look at their position. They're not really focusing on chasing Kenny. They're heading in and waiting for next phase's circle, and they are on the edge of it. The same goes with Fuego as well as INV, but they are heading in straight to Lumber Mill, and I don't think that is a smart move. It's a good thing that that jump was cut short, just an edge of the river. And if I'm not mistaken, they do have a little bit of compound to work with in that area that keeps them safe. But Fuego, if you're with the same in the same area or compound as Fuego, I don't think you will be safe for that long.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And Fuego, speaking of them, they spot out the player on the side of YLS who dropped by Lumber, probably to try to look for that vending machine. And it just did not serve him up well. Looking at the points on the leaderboard, INV and Power Rangers both on the 9 eliminations. We don't have a record-breaking run here just yet. But what we do have is Gaviota down at the bottom with very few elimination points. They are on a slow heat up this time around.
Yeah, I mean, after they take down the GOAT, they are being chased as well as being taken down by a lot of teams. And Gaviota is one squad that is always noisy, I would say, always taking those shots in the early parts of the game. Thus, it puts them in the crosshairs of a lot of teams and a lot of top dogs, I would say, like Fuego or if not Celtic Gaming. But let's see though if they can survive, at least bring back a couple of their teammates, and then that's when we talk about strategy. But speaking of strategy, again, Power Rangers, great strategy to not overshoot their jump, but just stay on the edge of the river, gives them an opening. It's like a moat out of a castle, and that is what Power Rangers is working with right now.
Oh yeah, and Power Rangers are in a decent spot, at least for the time being. They'll have to make a move here in a little bit. But MIA Corp shutting down the players of Celtic Gaming, one after the other. Celtic stuck between a rock and a hard place. Behind them, MIA. In front of them, Fuego. They've got nowhere else to go, but he's looking for the vending machine for sure. Fuego looking to put the end to them. As Cartel says, Fury finds a player on the side of Fuego as well. Celtic choosing to run outside the circle. Yavigod on a solo survival play, looking for the revival onto his squad.
No, unfortunate for him. Player as well as Chino is doing the same thing, especially with Chino wants to revive a player at that point, and that doesn't give more opportunity. Yavi, there you go, only one, but that is enough. That is enough for him, and he's not even spotted that much, so he can recover and footsteps on him, but will he be able to come back a little bit stronger? Unfortunately, player who has been revived as well has been taken out early by one of the players of Cartel Sur, and this might be it. Yavigod might be taken down.
Yavigod spotted out by Carlos. AC-80 in his hands. Yavigod might just have a advantage of the F590, and he does. Carlos struck down with a headshot. Erica off screen though on Gaviota. What a play by INV Esports. We got to check out that battle because Gaviota is being toasted and taken out in the 6th spot. Fury had a decent enough spot to strike them all down from up top. But Fuego's not going to be giving away points that easy as they hit him right back with a shot from the bottom. 8 eliminations in the hand of Fuego so far. But I cannot believe my eyes. Gaviota squad dropping the ball as they try to catch up with Vipex on that number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough, definitely, especially if you are that close. But on the other side, it is Power Rangers being distracted as INV pushes through. Erica, the one who naded Gaviota squad, is now on the ground. And Cartel Surdo, despite of all the efforts to survive with a couple of players they have remaining, they will be taken out. We're down to 4 teams. 4 full squad, and it is very close between Power Rangers as well as INV, but we've seen this from Fuego. Those who take the inside, if you're ready, can mow down the offenders or the attackers at this point.
Fuego now on top of the roof. INV in a lot of trouble because they're right outside this compound. Can they back away? John B. Opportunity as INV hops on in and player says nope. Off he goes off of the roof as he quickly returns to the rest of his team members. But it's a very surprising play off of player because he didn't get struck down.
Yeah, I mean, he was not chased, and I guess it's because of the, like, not only Fuego, but also MIA Corp, who has clear open on, clear and open shot on this rooftop that stops INV from aggressing. But let's see, though, if that works. If the split up is being taken down by INV, and I am worried that they might not have enough firepower to go against Power Rangers, but there you go. Lo and behold, INV still managed to take them down and still down to 3 full squad.
Yeah, beautiful play from Strix here on that AWM, just unfazed by the attack of the Power Rangers. That backstab turned into nothing as the high ground gave Strix the advantage, pulled out the information, told the rest of his team members as they struck down the Power Rangers one after the other. And now INV, they've got a decent spot, but they'll have to squeeze themselves into the little circle here. Fuego with the better defensive spot, and MIA Corp has got a big boulder in front of them, and INV has to depend on their resources, so they got to bet on all of those blue walls, but unfortunately they will not stand strong. Both Fuego and MIA annihilate INV.
Yeah, that's one thing. And Monster Truck was a little bit too delayed in that situation. If they pulled it off a little bit early, they could have covered without losing any blue wall. But Fuego right now looking for the back-to-back, and they are going against MIA Corp. M79 doesn't pull off quite well compared to what they expected. It's because of the time turner, but MIA might be the ones in advantage, especially with the shift of the circle, but Fuego is not backing up.
Yeah, Josh Ware has to be careful here, and he was stopping up his life on the wrong time. MIA Corp being mowed down by Fuego. Biblico, the final player, sorted out by Fuego, and that was a brilliant run to the top, and they hit the back-to-back booyah.
Go, go, go for Fuego right here for the back-to-back booyah, and it is decent numbers that they pulled off as well. Great survivability from that final moment, and when we thought that player is down and out right there, I'm talking about the sniper, because in most instances when he is trying to high ground, he's the first one going down. Triple on the revive that is needed for them to make sure that he is part of that final circle, but all that effort is just for them to grab that booyah, which is quite phenomenal to see.
So basically that means that's Penta Fs right now on the booyah board. Today is a great day for the teams that start with the letter F. Grabbing these booyahs, and Fuego with the double, the back-to-back, man. I mean, very impressive play. Again, we have often talked about how player is a prominent player out here in this particular lobby, but you know, in the grand scheme of things, in the region of USA, if you are a player, if you are a sniper, you're going to be smiling year to year because of the super buff that you have gotten, and he is not backing off of this advantage, right? Look at the AWM in his hand, super sharp on those shots. The damage has been buffed up as well. The armor penetration, obviously, he's loving it and he's abusing it as much as possible. Cartel Sir didn't manage to get very far, unfortunately, for the squad.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for Carter Sur, but again, it might not be needed just yet because they're in a safe spot right now, and it doesn't hurt if they lose out on some of those engagements. But for Fuego, I would say they were first in the 4th Booyah, now first in the 5th Booyah, and Booyah-wise, it's very difficult to take them out. And I think this is a signature that we might see more out of Fuego because of how well they position, as well as how the quick decision that's being done by the team. Because look at this situation. MIA Corp, high ground, and I guess with that Dreki, I believe one has a Dreki on them, they spot out who is healing, and that was a trigger for them to go for the rush. But MVP, it's no player than player, and he played it well with 5 elimination, 3 headshot, 3 assists, and 44-55 in the damage with that Morse, as well as a VSK, and of course, the sniper build that he has been using all throughout.
It's like the gods themselves want player to excel, right? He's got the Morse, and that is a great addition to the game in the recent times. It's the meta of the snipers. He's rocking the VSK. He's got the armor penetration. He's sure as hell has got the aim on himself. He's got a full-on sniper build with the Moko, Maro, as well as Raphael. There's nothing that he lacks of. Of course, the numbers may look a little low in terms of the eliminations and assists, but the damage is where you see exactly what player is aiming for. He's just hitting one after the other just to make sure he torches everyone out there. But let's take a look at that player head-to-head to see if or not anybody overtakes him with the stats. Yes, in terms of the assists and the eliminations, you do have Strix from I&We having the slight edge over player from the side of Fuego.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really looking forward to other players, other competitors as well, other members as well. Players throwing me off with my words, but other competitors as well to step up in their individual gameplay. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, the first time that we're seeing Strix on the board right now, which I love. It's most of the time, well, it's a good thing Vipex is not there, it's Lopez. And then now that Fuego is here, it's player. So a lot has changed already after 1 week of rest and a few more of engagement coming from the team. I'm loving the storyline, AJ.
Oh yeah, the storyline is a solid one for sure. And Fuego looking like a top contender in the competition. And I will not be surprised if Fuego is the team that makes it to Saudi Arabia by the end of this FFWS USA bout. Because, and if he does get there, I think there's a lot of excitement waiting for all of us. There's just a number of times we've highlighted this guy purely due to his, amazing plays out there, is a testament to how consistent the squad is. Let's take a look at the overall statistics off of this matchup to see if or not we've got any record breakers here. No record breakers, but big numbers for sure. 82 eliminations in total, 54k damage, not too shabby, 56 headshots, 46 rescues. I think that's very fancy, but I envy for the highlight when it comes to the overall eliminations that a squad has gotten.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it hasn't reached a 20 or 20 plus, which is record breaking, as you did mention. But I'm really loving that I&V is getting back into play because in so many instances from last week, they have been putting themselves on the board, and then they slowed down towards the second day. Now, they are slowly putting themselves back up, but it's just to make sure that they will not be forced into the 12 spot. They still want that presence every time they step into the battlefield, every time they step into the group, that yes, we are a team that you need to look out for, but not so much that you always have us on your crosshairs. So that's just the mid stats that you want to bring in so that you will still can still low-key be the champion.
Yeah. Your eyes got to be honest, but just not your aims, right? So it's as simple as that. Just stay away from this. But obviously, the better you perform, the more eyes are on you. They're going to be checking out exactly where you drop. They're going to see if or not they're going to be taking you out of the equation because the end of the day, grand finals, man, only one team gets to touch the $10,000 US. Only one team gets the invitation to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Let's take a look at the match statistics as well. And the overall points picked up by Fuego with the Booyah, 27 points, keeps them on that number one spot. INV right behind them. Of course, the gold standard on the eliminations, but in terms of placement points, they do lose out to both MIA Corp as well as Fuego. Down at the bottom, TF Esports, a challenging match for them. No points whatsoever for the team.
Yeah, I mean, that still puts them in the bottom, if not close to the bottom of our leaderboard, of our overall standings, which is tough. We don't see much of why they were failing, but we just know that they are failing that much. Not enough of elimination, not enough of placement point, and it's more of not just the drop spot, but it's the confidence that they have before they even drop, and that is what is depressing to see when we have these numbers on the board. So hopefully TF Esports will have a little bit of change of pace, but is it enough? Because looking at it, I think they're even far away, very far away from Team Fighters already in the bottom of the leaderboard, that it's not even working for the average of the team.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overall standings to see if or not any big shakeups have happened here. Obviously, this first page is of very little importance to us. Not a lot of movements up here. Even if there is, you know, it's really inconsequential. INV Esports on the 195 points. Obviously, a big distance between them and Celtic Gaming. So they haven't really moved away too far, but they are catching up with MIA Corp, who didn't get the best of the games so far. But let's take a look at this next page here, because this is where our focus is going to be until the end of tomorrow, which is to see which teams make it through. And Austin X Dami has been pushed once again to the bottom 6 net.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for them right now. Despite of the first Booyah as well as better performance right here, they will be pushed down slowly. But it's not over, especially for this day, because they will be coming back in here on map 7, 8, and 9. As long as it's not so much, especially from YLS or GOAT Esports, then they can recover. One thing is I want to look forward to is Power Rangers is still part of this second page, but it's only 1 point between them and GCT Arrow, and they can easily get over to the top 12, if not even above the top 12, especially with the survivability and performance that we've seen them play in this game.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that GCT Arrow is so down the bottom in the top 12. They're not too far away from Power Rangers, like you mentioned, and this is a very risky position to hold on to, because Power Rangers sure as hell is looking to overtake. Power Rangers is sure as hell looking to move on into the top 12. Amazing power up after the day one performance coming through from them. So really happy to see this. Red Eagle has to kind of tidy up their gameplay a little bit here as well, if you know what I mean, because too close to the bottom here, sitting in the 15th spot. Granted, there is a decent distance between themselves as well as GOAT Esports, but they can't really take this too lightly. Let's take a look at the map schedule just to get a quick highlight as to where we are. So far, it's a day where all Fs are given, okay? In the first 5 maps, it is just the teams that start with F and Fuego with the back-to-back Booyah. Can they make it a record 3 Booyahs in a row? I mean, it sure as hell looks like they're capable of doing so as we head on into game number 6 at Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, really looking forward to it. It's quite a while since we've seen this number of Booyahs being taken by a team. The back-to-back, we've seen that from last week. But 3 Booyahs, 4 Booyahs, the only instance that we've seen that was the introduction of FFWS USA, wherein T-Rex just swiped the whole board with their name in there, and we're not having any T-Rex right here. Fuego, though, has an opportunity to do so, and also as we are heading into our OG map. But it's not Fuego who has taken the Booyah from the past right here. It's Gaviota Squad, as well as Red Eagles twice, and also one for MIA Corporation. So this is a change that Fuego might not be expecting, but we want to see them grab that B.
They definitely should be grabbing that B soon enough. Those valuable Booyahs do bring you quite a far way in here, but Fuego up against MIA, up against TF Esports, down here at Sentosa. Things are about to get hot and heavy in a little bit.
Yeah, let's see though. if this will be the sentence that they will be ending up short. But MIA slowly moving in against CF, and it's a good thing that they move towards the other side and not against Fuego, because that would spell more trouble. And there goes Chicky being taken down. Small compound, but more on opponents that they are dealing with. And here comes a G36 that gives them a little bit more firepower, but I don't think they will engage even more. They need plenty of time to loot, and this is what they have to do to face against Fuego, though they don't know it's Fuego in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Fuego on the loot here, not really focusing on their backs. UAV sent out by MIA Corp. Fuego should be able to see this up in the skies now and understand that there is a team walking straight at them. Kappa has been spotted out, but the shots do not find the perfect connection just yet. AC-80 in his hands, and now the response from Fuego. Player with the VSK. This is now danger zone. With the VSK in the hands of player and also the capability to flank around Josh, where Nix and Kappa should be making big things out of this push, because if they don't, MIA comes to an end right here.
It is looking like a Clash Squad battle right here as we look into some of the players moving in and out of compound. And there goes that cryo mine into Chino and King as they try to go in for the pickup. But unfortunate for them, they didn't make it in time. But they do have the elevation to stop anyone in that approach. Joshua leaves player behind, try to cover with the rest of the squad, and Kappa almost being taken down. Bison in hand, not a weapon that you want to use. Yes, you have the fire rate, but not enough firepower to go up close against Fuego.
Two eliminations strong. MIA Corp have managed to take down one opponent off of Fuego on that high ground earlier on. But player, the backup of this squad, the sniper, the prime one indeed, just not finding a decent enough angle to work off of the MIA players. That nade should be a big one, and Nix does lose at least 20% of his health there. But no follow-up coming on through as Gaviota, 3 games in a row, annihilated.
Oh, it's just unfortunate. I think they landed together with the rest of the squad. But we're getting information from Mission Control right now that we will be resetting this game. So, well, I guess there's a little bit of technical difficulties, and we are seeing teams being eliminated or getting out of the game one after the other. Well, I don't know what happened right now, but it is unfortunate because we're seeing some of the teams really outperforming themselves in that few minutes of that game.
Yeah, we do apologize, guys. I mean, OB53 just came out, so please do expect some technical difficulties as we sort out a couple of bugs in the background. But it's good that we have this reset because Gaviota getting eliminated so early just was not good at all. But it seems like they were affected by it as well. As we go in for the reset, obviously this is going to take a little bit of time, so it gives the squads a little bit of a breather. It gives us a little bit of a breather as well, Neptune, as we were just about to start off the game number 6. It's been a long day, and the day will go on to continue a little bit more because after this game number 6, we still have got 3 more games as we invite back Group A in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Group D would have that momentum that they will be looking for from, the game number 4 up until game number 9. And I guess this is something that is needed because as we look into our overall standings, there's a couple of teams that really needs that momentum shift. It's Power Rangers as well as the Red Eagles. I know that TF Esports is part of the bottom half for leaderboard, but we've seen the performance coming from the team, and I don't think that would be something that would help them to move up quite quickly. If they can move up, then why not? But the lead is just being taken by the rest of the squad, and they need 41 points to be able to make it to the top 18.
Yeah, you're right, man. I mean, they need massive games, right? They need booyahs with 20 eliminations, or alternatively, they need very consistent games. Problem is, we're just not seeing that viability from them. Both Team Fighters as well as TF Esports, they've definitely been giving away their lives, in a premature manner, but it's not their fault. You see, at the end of the day, when you've got 24 squads in here, you're definitely going to have your big heavy hitters, and you're going to have some teams who struggle down at the bottom. What we do expect of these teams is, as we see them season after season, for them to bring in those slow improvements. And that's exactly how the cookie crumbles, right? Sometimes you just have to have some of your bottom feeders so that the other teams can pick off these points. But what's most important is the journey in the grand scheme of things. If they really want to be esports players, then giving up is definitely not an option. We do expect to see them in the next season. I mean, we've seen a couple of other teams that have made the improvement, not just over the seasons, but it's over days of play. So that's exactly what we're expecting of all of these squads, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we look into returnees as well, I mean, we know that Zeus Esports is champion of the winter edition of the FFUSA, but for teams like 787, Tambris, Anexados, they were not always on top. They were the ones who second half of the group stage, the knockout stage, are the ones who really put so much of effort. And now they were invited to come back here. And this is where that story, not just for these teams, not just for these specific teams, but for USA alone in Free Fire, to give that glimpse of hope for everyone who can invest in their homework, finding the meta, especially with the updates that we have right now, as well as identifying which team they can target first to rack up on the points, as well as move up on the leaderboard. Though it seems easy, but it's difficult per se, so there's a lot of practice that's needed, and you can see that some of the teams, especially those on the top, are putting in and have put in all those effort already.
Yeah, speaking of moving up the leaderboard, man, I mean, some of these teams have moved up so high the leaderboard where it's just impossible to catch them if you are on not even the second page, if you're on the first page, but on the second half of the first page, right? I mean, look at where Cartel Sur is, 166 points, and based on the inconsistencies of play out of Cartel Sur, catching up with teams like MIA Corp, Vipex is just a thing of impossibility. But we've seen even the impossible become possible here in the USA region, from past competitions, right? I mean, there's just a situation where, just like what we saw Cartel Sur do in terms of great performance on day one and then slack off, there is no doubt that they can just jump right back on it if they wanted to. Because I'm looking at the movements off of Cartel Sur. I'm looking at the capabilities in terms of the gunplays off of Cartel Sur. And this looks like a team who's trying to shrug off that little aim that they've got on their backs. They just don't want to be the primera in terms of a target out there. They want Vipex, Fuego, Gaviota squad to take the heat and then perhaps, make that catch up at the very end. Because I'm a big fan of Cartel Sur, and I think there's so much more left in this squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in terms of elimination, they already brought in. And it look as if they are not even chasing for the booyah just yet. Because, out of those on the top 8, they're the only ones who doesn't have any booyah. But you can see that they're afloat. Very close against Celtic Gaming, who, well, for the past 2 games, is playing poorly, so this is a good chance for Carter Soul to take over. But again, if you're in a safe spot right there, and similar to what we've seen in MIA Corp, you don't want to so much of focus on your team. You don't want to be on the highlights so much. And later on knockout stage, even on the grand finals, you will feel a lot of pressure from those who are trying to target you, because you are the ones that they need to take out to give themselves a better chance.
Yeah, intentional or not, we will have to wait and see in terms of Cartel Sur, as well as the teams that are around them. Do they want to take that big step up? 5 Stars is one of those teams who are flying under the radar as well. 5 Stars is just one of those squads that I did expect to see, in an explosive manner from the very start of the competition. But we haven't had that out of 5 Stars at all. In fact, they have been flying under the radar very well. Going unnoticed, but still very comfortable in the top 12, right? So this is a very surprising capability of the squad, because you are not struggling. Still, you're in a very comfortable spot, but at the same time, you haven't dragged any sort of attention to your squad whatsoever. So if I'm a team and if I'm trying to do like the research to make sure that I'm up on these squads, I don't think I'm going to be looking at 5 Stars at all. But speaking of which, looking somewhere, you guys can look forward to a short break. When we come back, the game at match number 6 will resume.
scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Not the Garcia that's in the game. He's getting his butt whooped sometimes. We had to pull an intermission so that we could fix that lobby before heading back on into the game. So don't worry, we are not too far away from kicking off game number 6. And then later on, you've got 3 more matches coming up as well. So a lot of Free Fire action, a lot of entertainment still awaiting all of you guys.
Yeah, definitely. And in the next match, we are stepping in onto Bermuda, similar to what we witnessed earlier. But right now, there will be a little bit of change of pace, because I guess with that, there will be a little bit of change in the drop spot as well, because some of the teams doesn't want to be going out that easily. Well, no surprise at all. Even if you're a strong team, you don't want to be on that hot drop. And there's a chance for them to go for that reset before they switch it up later on.
Or round 2. Let's fight. we got a butt swooped earlier, but this time we'll get it done. But of course, it also depends on the flight path or the overall grand scheme of things, right? Because if the flight path, is skewed in a different angle, then perhaps some of these teams might have to rethink their hot drop or that rematch down in, where they might have taken the L in the previous encounter. But as we go back into Bermuda, it's still a story of the teams in the bottom 6. This is the group up where we have to make sure we are, going to zero in on the teams within groups B and D who are in the bottom 6. That's mainly Team Fighters, TF Esports, as well as Wireless Esports and Goat Esports, right? They are very close to, being relegated, as well as some of these teams are in the bottom 6. So this is a situation where they have to play this really careful. And as anticipated, the flight path is actually from the opposite side. So you're going to get to the Sentosa part a little bit later on, and some of these squads might not want to wait that long. As you can see, MIA Corp out of the flight a little bit early here at Clock Tower, booking an appointment with YLSS.
And I don't think YLS would want to meet with MIA a little bit early in this fight, and it is because of this crazy drop in a little bit without that much of cover as well as back up. But that gives more opportunity for the rest of the squad to loot up on the lower part of this compound. But Kappa right now still managed to go for the fight. An instant headshot or instant knockdown with a headshot with Mini Uzi, especially with the time turner to avoid being tagged up. Now Kenny, we know for a fact that he is survivor of the team, but against that AUG, I don't think that would be that much of a challenge for MIA. And Biblico, though, will be taken down, but for how long will YLS survive?
Yeah, I mean, Kenny just pulling out the time turner. Obviously, that's not going to help him survive for long, but he did take the opportunity to get the finisher onto Biblico as well. So a decent enough play off of Kenny. And the distraction of MIA Corp did allow the rest of, or at least one other team member of his to get away and pull in the revival. Gaviota as well, off to a slow start again, losing their players. Gaviota just not looking as sharp as they did in week 1.
Let's see it out. I mean, they're facing against Celtic Gaming, who I am for sure is hungry for all those points. After bowing out a little bit too early in the first few matches, they want to get more, but the aim is not that well. And even Havigad, as well as Vegas, will be taken now with a Charge Buster coming from King. Now, King switching it up with a Valiant Dash and compared to the Ray that he was using earlier. And this could have worked quite well if they still have that, but the reversal on the Valiant Dash bringing him down. Now, Celtic Gaming is the one with 3 players, and Gaviota might be in trouble. But no, they are not backing away. They're the ones still forcing SKG to move out.
Yeah, very smart play off of Wex. That Valiant Dash, it was a surprise that I don't think he was expecting. Gaviota now on the back foot, trying to get out of this sticky situation. Maquin and Low still here, though, looking for some points as they send one survivor out to potentially play the revival. Low will get the knock onto Vex with the cord. Gabigod found as well. This is just 2 players.
What?
Just 2 players off of Gaviota, mainly Low, getting all of the lowdown and pulling away the points off of Celtic Gaming. Impressive play off of Gaviota on the recovery.
Not quite sure what's happening with Celtic Gaming right now, but you go for that revive plus a knockdown. I guess it is a saving grace for the team, but there's no saving Red Eagles at that point as they will be the first team to be eliminated. It's just unfortunate because we've seen so much potential for the team to catch up on a point and probably cross over on the top 12, but that leaves them stuck between 01 Esports as well as Fisher Tiger, who's not currently playing in this match.
Yeah, bye Calvin, says Cartel Sir, as they circle on in. Gabigod might just be the next on the menu unless he gets away quick enough. He's got the vehicle for himself already. Motorcycle.
Whoop.
Oh, thanks to the Nitrous, will be able to blast him out of there. The shots from the back, and with a sliver of health, he does manage to get away. Maquin finds Hugo again, and this is just not looking great for Celtic, but thankfully they do have the survivability. Gabigod just pulling out the binoculars as well just to make sure the area is clear before he gets to the vending machine.
Well, hangar is quite open. No one would be in the horizon. And let's see if they'll be able to spot out a good position later on as the next phase shows up. But Team Fighters, unfortunate for them, they will be the next one to be bowing out. And it will be only 1 point as they head into the next lobby. TF Esports right now, well, a team that really needs a lot of points. Let's see if they'll be able to catch up right now, but not so much a potential of elimination in front of them. Comparing to INV against Carlos, who's going solo in Cape Town against INV Esports.
Manure, Erica, John B, and Strix for INV Esports. 4 eliminations in hand, but this is a big fight up against Fuego. And Manure sorting that out instantaneously. And Fuego not wanting to stay and take this battle. The rest of the boys are out and away, not turning back to go in there for an ego challenge.
Oh, let's see. I mean, Fuego with a couple of players. I think a revive has happened already. It's a good thing that the one player that has been revived for INV will not be heading into the vending machine. Otherwise, that will be some distraction that needs to be dealt with. But player right now, no distraction is needed. He is locked on. He is focused. And Valiant Dash didn't work with that Morse triggered stealth bite. He was not shot down instantaneously, but it's the numbers that INV has that's putting Fuego in trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Henry, TF Esports. Unfortunate. Both Team Fighters and TF Esports out early. Red Eagles the only one that took the early exit that's not really in deep waters right now. But the other 2 in the bottom 6, and they are going to be in a little bit of a pickle by the end of this group stage if they don't find that recovery. But Gaviota, speaking of recovery, has managed to pull the full recovery, and now 4 players strong, 10 eliminations in hand, looking absolutely perfect to play this next circle.
Let's see now if they can play it well, but Fuego right now trying to play it as the revive has pushed in already, as well as INV. Time Turner just perfect, but with the lightning zone already on him, that would spell trouble for team of Fuego. INV though trying to get away, and there goes a vehicle knockdown, and King will be taken out with an M1887. Carlos though with M82B, and Fuego will be out. No more Fs for Fuego on the Booyah. And let's see who takes over next.
Yeah, okay, that was a questionable decision. As the final player alive, trying to snipe the back of his opponents, but just could not find that perfect accuracy. But fairly surprising elimination early on the side of Fuego. But Gaviota aiming for the booyah this time round as they recover. They obviously were looking for the #1 spot earlier on, but have faltered twice. Now 1 point behind Fuego, 26 points behind Vipex Esports. They perhaps want to make this that match where they jump into that #1 spot.
Let's see. I mean, this might be it. This might be a chance for them to do so. Cartel Sur, though, in trouble, as No Joy would be all alone. Fury will try to survive outside the blue, but recovery is quite slow. And there's a vending machine just in hangar that they can take advantage of. But Gaviota, let's see if this is a chance for them to at least clear the way for that booyah, because Celtic Gaming is a team that might be able to change that pace. Gaviota receiving a lot of damage, and Vegas right now from Celtic Gaming going in for the Valiant Dash, misses that shot, and a reversal on the Valiant Dash as well brings him down.
This is Celtic Gaming at their best. Oh my goodness! But I don't think the boys of Gaviota want to let this one go easy. Yavigod and Vex down. Hugo Kelvin looking for the turnaround. No! On the pickup, man is doing everything for the Gaviota squad. And Hugo all alone off the jump pad manages to get away. Shots from the back is not going to take him out just yet. Hugo surviving the... Oh my God, Gaviota not letting this one go.
Well, it is an easy vending machine revive coming from Hugo, and still he has now been spotted. Hugo might be able to at least bring one knockdown, and it will be a distraction, but unfortunate for him, he got hit. But the deed has been done. Mission completed from the guy, and Hugo will bring teams back into play. Gaviota, though, has managed to get 15 points already, and this might be another record-breaking run for the team.
And he laid an egg before he left the building, so it might hatch. It might just hatch. What a play from Hugo. Instant double revival. Managed to get one elimination point for the squad as well before getting hunted down by the two players off of Gaviota. Big play off of Celtic Gaming there. Power Rangers, on the other hand, up in a battle up against MIA Corp. The ice grenade is going to be tossed out first. And now we see the throwables coming out here at Bermuda Neptune.
Yeah, I guess they are watching the broadcast as well and questioning why there's not so much throwables. And they are hearing us right now. But despite of all the throwables, they need to get up close. And MIA Corp taking down Power Rangers despite of how much effort they have brought in and needed to be able to overtake GCT Arrow. I don't think that is enough, or they might have crossed over but not that much, and GCT Arrow can catch up to that spot once again. But MIA Corp is not done out of the woods just yet, because INV is hunting them.
This is a little bit of a pickle, because if you are being hunted down by a on-point INV, then your chances are definitely low. Cartel Sur up against the Ghost. Eliza too far away from the rest of the team members, but this could just give him flanking position. That surprise play that could save the backs of the rest of the Goats. Cartel Sur, on the other hand, sticking together, electrotherapy in hand. Zero wants to hop on in. They're making sure the rest of the team members arrive here first. Don't tell me they're going to be jumping up the blue wall. Yes, they are! Oh, GG!
Surprise!
The didn't expect that one.
Well, it's great ideation, but the execution was just a little bit off, the timing as well, because the footsteps has been heard already, and the time that they spent moving and making that glue wall steps didn't work for them. So they had to back away. Creepy, though, will still have information, and I think Eliezer used a launch pad to get back into play, to regroup with the rest of the squad. But it's not just Cartel Sur that they need to worry about, because YLS is also in the area, and that will be distraction for Eliezer, not to focus on the couple, if not 3 players of Cartel Sur that is surrounding their compound.
My goodness. If they had pulled off that little staircase to heaven there, it would have been a delight to watch. But unfortunately, the Goats just aware enough to pull that 180 and prevent that disaster. Cartel Sir, 6 points in the pocket so far. 1 player down. About to be 2 player down as Fury loses his life. Cryomine tossed out. That gets the tag onto Locks. And Goat just ignoring the plushie there as he just finds position, not wanting to give away his spot to the opponents. YLS who comes running on in looking for points.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough, really. And we're seeing a bunch of Mag 7 being used right now, especially with the close range buff that it has been brought in with this update. I mean, that's additional 15% on switch speed as well as 5% on that fire rate that puts a lot of players or teams and at bay when you are faced against that. And GOAT is one of those who eliminated some of the players of Cartel Sur. YLS right now is up for the challenge. There goes a Cryo Mine. Gabozin will be forced to jump and he will be taken down. Great position coming from YLS as well as communication. But unfortunate for them, as this knockdown ensues, they will be in a safe spot and one GOAT will be left behind that can go for a backstab against YLS.
Yeah, smart play by McQuinn here, just leaving a glue wall behind, and that is the distraction that YLS kind of took bait as they were shooting at a empty glue wall as the rest of the players on the side of Gaviota quickly manages to circle on around. And Gaviota, look at the shots, shutting down the opportunity of Celtic Gaming. 21 points. Gaviota might be able to make that leap from the 3rd spot and overtake Vipex just with this one game of performance.
Yeah, definitely 21 points already, and it is still increasing. GOAT, though, will be in trouble. Gabozin on the ground. One potentially taken down as well as Locks will be sniped out by McQuinn. Gaviota with 22 already and one more GOAT to target. But YLS is starting to step in a little too close for comfort, and they might be the ones in trouble with Garcia on a backstab. Potentially just chasing them and out of contention for that next phase of the circle. There's no more vending machine in the area. There's limited chance for a GOAT to survive, but they can still get for the placement points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And 23 eliminations in hand already. Gaviota looking super solid now. On fire on the leaderboard as far as the eliminations are concerned. YLS catching up with the GOATs and Garcia stuck between a rock and a hard place. YLS and Gaviota both aiming down his neck. INV Strix from on the opposite side of the battlefield. INV perhaps might just be a strong contender for this Booyah Nep.
Let's see though. INV all right in the high ground. Also looking down on Gaviota as a battle ensues between Gaviota and YLS. RGS doesn't hit low, and M249 that takes down glue walls, but I don't think that would work against Gaviota. And there goes a shot from behind already. It is YLS who is being targeted by INV as Gaviota gets close.
Yep, King low, Gaviota. Massive numbers of eliminations, 28 in total. And now booking an appointment with INV for the Booyah. Can Gaviota do this? A massive game right in front of them. 40-pointer match. But Strix will look for the prevention here. Down he goes. King with a sliver of health. Gaviota down as well. And INV with the great prevention and a Booyah for themselves. Finally breaking the streak of Fs on the leaderboard of Booyahs.
Yeah, well, INV first Booyah in Bermuda. And their third all throughout. Really loving their change up pace. And now with this point, I guess they will be overtaking MIA Corp in terms of numbers and very close to Gaviota as well. So I'm really loving the certain events right now, but I was hoping that someone from the bottom half of the leaderboard could have taken that, but I still take it from INV.
And I mean, this is INV esports at their best. And see, the most important thing about INV here is how cool, calm, and collected they were as they climbed up to the top, reaching out for this Booyah, right? This is their third Booyah, in totality. And obviously, the aim is for that #1 spot. But the cool, calm, and collected manner in terms of how they approach these final sequence of battle is very much, I think, something that I'm impressed with. Strix always making sure he holds an angle far away from the rest of his team members, covering them through the snipes. I have to say, one of the better snipers out there, capable of even challenging named player, for the throne of the best sniper here in USA.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's tough, though. It's tough. John B and Player has been going against each other from the previous season before we renamed this league as FFWS. And John B is leading INB in a different fashion. Not too flashy, but they are still doing the deed. And let's see, though. I guess with that, they might be able to catch up on Fuego in terms of the scores right now. But again, it starts off with all the elimination that they got, and both teams of INB as well as Gaviota has managed to get 20 plus in points.
Yeah, great big game here for both of them. Celtic Gaming, on the other hand, just not as decent with their run. I think just like some of the other teams here who have chosen to take a step back in terms of aggression because they don't want to be aimed at, don't want to be, probably struck down early when they do get to the grand finals, because these are all teams that are capable of playing here in the grand final. Celtic Gaming definitely one of them. Cartel Sur definitely one of them. But it's a very different side of these squads that we are seeing here on this week number 2, Neptune. They look like they have lost a lot of the spunk they showed us on that opening day.
Yeah, I mean, it's either they lost that spunk or the other teams who they were targeting in the first week or the opening day has moved up already, has changed their pace already. They're not just sitting ducks anymore. They are moving ducks, but they're still being brought down. So that's one thing. That's one of the difference why not a lot of top dogs is going away with it anymore. There's a little bit of fight back, especially with some teams like Power Rangers, Goat Esports, and a lot more. Even YLS is showing us the firepower that we didn't see from the first week of play.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And I do agree. Moving ducks are slightly more difficult to shoot than sitting ducks. Although some do tend to miss the shot on the sitting ducks as well. That's a different story altogether, right? Gaviota up against the Goats. I think the Goats just got caught in a very rough spot. On the rotation, they lost a couple of players, and then later on, they just didn't have the numbers to make any sort of a difference up against YLS as well as Gaviota. But INB taking the charge at the right moment, playing their numbers advantage well against the squad of Gaviota, definitely was a great end to that matchup. But the MVP is low from the Gaviota squad. 10 eliminations. Man, this guy was on a roll. 1 headshot in total. Who cares? The numbers are still great. 5 assists, 4,125 on the damage. Rocking the chrono as the main active skill alongside the Tiba for the instant pickups. This is a squad that's once again, and the USA as a totality is not super focused on helping the rest of the members recover with an Olivia, but just mainly focusing on how they can be aggressive in terms of picking up points out there as well. I think the USA might just be on to something here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even especially with the combination of that Tiva as well as the Krona, because if you get a knockdown, at least you keep yourself and your teammates safe whilst you're going in for the pickup as well as recovery before you go and step in onto the battle once again. So it gives you more chances to really have a full squad, and we've seen that from Gaviota. Now, let's see, though, onto who's challenging low into the board right now. It's King coming from the same team. So King is one of those who has been changing the pace, especially when this OB update 53 has came up. Earlier, we see him use that Ray, and also we've witnessed in that specific map how well he does play that Valiant Dash with that Oscar in a sticky situation against 3 players. So this is just a guy who's not only experimenting, but successfully pulling off a bunch of stunts that we rarely see out of a team.
Yeah, I mean, get out of here, man. You know your squad is doing bloody well when the head-to-head is amongst 2 players on your team. Low versus King. Yeah, doesn't matter who takes the goal here because the squad takes the goal in the overall grand scheme of things. Eliminations, assists, damage, super impressive from both these players. And I have to say, the overall stats are going to look stacked by the looks of things. Let's take a look at that. 91 eliminations. Come on, I was expecting at least 100 there. 54,000, quite low on the damage, which means the teams were very efficient when it comes to the eliminations and making sure those pickups, those rescues are not too many, right? 42 headshots, 47 rescues in total, 114 knocks with 21 throwables. And I think those 21 throwables were just used in that one battle that you were highlighting earlier.
Yeah, they're the only teams that were listening to our conversation earlier. But going back to elimination, the probable reason why the elimination is not that high is because we have 3 teams that got eliminated a little bit early. Red Eagle, Team Fighters, as well as CF Esports. And Red Eagle didn't get any elimination, one for each Team Fighters and TF Esports. And it's because they were not given a chance to go and recover. But if given a chance, they could have added with that elimination, but also with the points that can be grabbed by either INB or Gaviota squad. And speaking of points, we're going to see that into the match standings that we have for you for that Bermuda map.
Whew! 37. Of course, I would have loved the 40, but 37 points is solid, right? Gaviota squad just missing out on the 3 because they gave up that booyah to an INV Esports who was really sharp in terms of timing, taking the attack at the right moment to make sure Gaviota does not stand a chance to do that. You know, great big plays from both of these squads. MI Corp right behind them. Celtic Gaming, decent. I'm surprised to see Cardinal so is still on the first page here on the overall grand scheme of things. But if you look at the second page, there's barely any points, right? So the teams that got eliminated early barely could scrape away anything from this lobby, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a lot more points coming from those in second half of our screen or of our match standings. But I'm really looking forward to how it changed up the overall standings for the teams right now. So Gaviota squad would be on that number one spot, especially with the number of points that they have, and it brings Vipex below by 11 points. And also Fuego in there will be forced down in there in third spot. So it seems like Gaviota will not be an easy reach for the other teams as well. They will be part of, or they will not be part of the next set of matches. So Group A might take advantage as well as Group D. So Vipex Esports, Fuego still has plenty of chance to catch up to them.
Yeah, but it's so impressive, no? Gaviota squad, just after flunking out 2 games with just 1 match alone, jumps up, overtakes Vipex, has a decent lead. It's ridiculous. Let's take a look at the next page, which could be considered a little bit more important as we approach the very end of our group stage here. Austin X Dami, Thixarians, TM Technology. We see no change here, especially with Team Fight and TF Esports since they got eliminated a little bit too early. But Goat Esports being pushed down here by YLS. This is, of course, warning bells for Goat Esports. Fisher Tiger needs to, of course, straighten out their approach to the competition as well. And Red Eagle. Bro, I did not expect to see them so low down here. And now I think this is danger zone for Red Eagle. Because if they don't start stepping up their gameplay, I think there might just be a potential in a universe out there that they get relegated from the competition before we get into the knockout stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Red Eagle, despite of the average is quite skewed out of this team. They are potentially, if they play the same matches, the same number of average for each match for the remainder of the knockout stage, or group stage rather, they might end up on 16. That's still safe, but we've seen a little bit of slowdown coming from them. That might spell trouble for the team. Those who are catching up is YLS, as well as those who are surviving, especially in the final moment that we have. But let's see though. That is the final match, if I'm mistaken, out of Group A and D. And now we're going to get into Game 7, 8, and 9. We're going to, or be at D earlier. We're going to reintroduce Group A, and now Group D will be back. And those on the top, I would say, will be shuffled once again. Gaviota squad, despite of the effort, will still be pushed down.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it already right now, man. We are heading into the final stretch. 3 games more to go. We have got Groups A and D. Like you said, Group D stays on. They've got the momentum. Group A, we've got the rest. They are all fired up. Or alternatively, they're feeling a little sleepy right now because they've waited 3 matches long. So it could be either way, But Group D is definitely awake. Group B is definitely fired up after everything that we have seen here so far. Next, Solara, Bermuda to bring a wrap to this day number 3 of our group stages. Only 4 group stage days in totality. So it's the final 3 games of day 3, and then tomorrow the 9 games will pull a wrap. The teams that are trying to work their way out of the bottom 6, it's now or never for them. Let's take a look at Group D in terms of the lineup of squads that we've got in here, and I cannot wait to see what AXD brings onto the table here from Group A.
Yeah, I mean, AXD, the first Booyah that they have was way back in day number 1. But we've seen great potential coming from them, especially for today. Now, they haven't grabbed any Booyah just yet, but the growth is visible right now. Same goes for 01 Esports, especially with the lead of Wa right there, who was coming in from a different squad. If I'm mistaken, it was Cold Esports from the FFWS days, and now leading the fray, though we've seen as well Lodex Bao taking lead in terms of numbers in one of the matches that they played earlier this day. But one team that could surprise us is 90 Piketty Esports. The catch-up is just phenomenal, and I'm not pointing out Vipex Esports because we've seen them already. It's not tired of shouting out their name, but we know their capability, and we want to see those who's trying to catch up. And one of those, especially in this next map, is Fisher Tiger. 1 Booyah out of the team and the most number of points out of Group A and D.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher Tiger is just that impressive squad that I'm so excited to watch in these fights, right? I mean, little by little, they've got 1 Booyah to their name already. Vipex as well, just one of those teams vying for the number 1 spot. After being overtaken by Gaviota, I do expect more from them. Let's take a look at Group D as well and reintroduce them, because here are some heavy hitters on standby as well, Neptune. I mean, we've got a lot of teams vying for the number 1 spot in that grouping that I would love to take a peek at in a little bit. 90 Piketty Esports, like you pointed out, a team that is 50-50, right? I think Sammy King, Stewart, Emmy King as well. We've seen some brilliant plays out of them, decent number of eliminations, but no Booyahs to their name so far in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of placement points, they're currently ranked on 8 overall and 9 on elimination. So you can see already that there's potential for a team. And currently, out of the 134 points that they have, that place them on the 10th spot. But they really need that Booyah to move up quite quicker. And let's see, though, if they challenge this team on Group D, will they be able to catch up that easily? Because as we mentioned earlier, they have momentum. They have, we've seen them play quite well, other than Celtic as well as TF Esports, because I don't know what's happening with Celtic Gaming. Hopefully this wakes them up, because Fuego, Red Eagles, even Red Eagles and Power Rangers are being awake.
Yeah, I think the team that's more desperately in need of a wake-up call is Red Eagle. Because, I mean, Celtic, how far can they fall, man? Yes, they're currently in the top 12. In fact, they are in top 6 at the moment. So, worst-case scenario, they get pushed down a little bit. But if Red Eagle slacks off, they are going to get relegated before we get into the knockout stage. So, they definitely need to open up their eyes. Power Rangers, one of those teams that's aiming for the Booyah that has not found it for themselves just yet. Fuego, I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of Booyahs from them, because the F streaks that they were putting on earlier on, of course, broken a little bit, but it doesn't matter. If they get right back into it, we can see more Fs being dropped out there.
That's one thing, though. We have 9 matches for today. So compared to the past, we're in, 4 Booyahs has been taken by 1 squad. It can still be done by Fuego right here. So that's just a breaking run. And going back again in record runs, correct me if I'm wrong, T-Rex managed to get 43 total in 1 match. That's the highest that we have in the USA scene. Was almost being taken earlier by Gaviota squad or INV. So that's one target that Fuego needs to put on their on their veil right now, so that they can still put that presence onto the next stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how far can TF Esports go as well, because this is one of those squads that's really down in the dumps at the moment, in the bottom six, and they haven't seemed to have found a way out of this. They've got a Hugo as well. This Hugo is just not hitting as hard as the Celtics Hugo. And speaking of Celtics, I just haven't seen the best version of them. You did mention them earlier on, but in the grand scheme of things, they can't really fall too far down. But if they do take a step up, they will be overtaking MIA Corp, who's about 30 points ahead of them on the overall leaderboard. Currently, both teams are sitting in the top 12. So many big squads in here. A massive, massive lobby when it comes to the eliminations.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, this is Group A and D that we're seeing. Vipex will be reintroduced, but no booyahs just yet, current day. But lo and behold, they're still taking that #1 spot into today's overall standing. 71 points against INV, against Fuego. It seems like it is about time for them to grab a booyah, like break the streak, or I don't know, Fuego can still continue in getting all those booyah and grab 3 booyahs or even more for today. But that would depend on the flight path, depend on where they choose as well to drop in the area, and how well they survive step after step.
Yeah, Vipex just needs to sneeze and they'll overtake Gaviota at this point of time, right? I mean, not a lot of distance put between Gaviota as well as Vipex Esports, mainly because they faltered 2 games and only in the one game it was a massive one. But I think that's a big, big, big warning to the other squads there. Gaviota doesn't need many opportunities. And this is the one game where they did try. If they were trying every single game, I don't think they'll be slacking off, nor will they be, going easy on those points. So this is a big warning shot to all of the other big teams for that grand finals play later on. So Vipex needs to figure out exactly how to sort this problem out. Unfortunately, this problem will not be sorted out right now. Gaviota is in Group B, so they do not bump into each other now.
Yeah, exactly. And now, well, let's see though. Let's see a little bit change of pace, a little bit more information for Gaviota to study their opponents like Vipex and Fuego, who they will be chasing later on. I'm pretty sure, and not quite sure though if INV will try to do the same. Though they were very close. If only a few points, they could have overtaken Fuego. But again, it's Group A and D that we have right now, so it would be lost cause if the placement is the only thing that you're chasing for. So they can rest easy, just watch the rest of the games, because I guess it is getting all set as well for our next battle. Again, 3 more matches for today and 3 more matches for these groups. Though currently, I believe we're already set on all of the teams in 18 maps already. And then this is what offsets all those matches.
Yeah, so we do apologize for the slight delay, guys. We are trying to get the match up and running in a little bit. It will be on your screens soon enough. But of course, all of this yapping is definitely going somewhere indeed, where we've got some eyes on some of these groups some of these teams out there. And I want to see if or not Power Rangers will be able to jump up the leaderboard a little bit, right? Because they are up against 90 Spaghetti Esports, who's not playing. They're up against Blue Cheese, 5, who are not playing. So it's that decent opportunity to take your jump up. But that's only depending if you can actually pull away those points. And it's very impressive in the grand scheme of things, because day 1, Power Rangers were, I think, in the bottom 6. Day 2, they made their jump into the top 18. And now in day 3, they've already breached top 12. Right? So I think if Power Rangers just continues on with the final 3 games in a decent way, they should be able to sit somewhere in the top 10, maybe even in the top 6 if they are decent with what they can pull away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really looking forward to more Power Rangers right now. Surprised would be brought in, but again, they need, like, they start early on engagement, but not really to risk their lives. We've seen that some teams has managed to do so, split up on a 2-2, and they have the firepower as well. High ground is one advantage that Power Rangers has taken on the previous maps, but not in Nextera. So let's see on how well they will play as we look into our flight path from Intellect Center, heading into Deca Square right now, and let's see who will be dropping in early as well as hot drops. Will it be happening?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely a big fan of these hot drops here. at FFWS USA. And we're going to be getting a ton of those. Look at these teams, man. Nobody wants to go to Intellect Center. IQ seems to be a little bit of a challenge here. Vipex taking on TFE Sports. This is going to be a big opportunity for Vipex to wipe out the whole squad in a little bit of a blink. Celtic Gaming all the way at Mudside. And Power Rangers dangerously close to them. So, of course, Vipex spotting out all 4 players instantaneously from the get-go here.
Now, let's see. Chicky right now will be spotted, but, well, Wason doesn't have the weapon to go for long range. Mini Uzi doesn't work quite well in that engagement. But information has been relayed already. Doesn't have Moko to tag them up. But speaking of tag, Urix would be the first one to go down. No pickup is happening, and Wason goes down as well. Vipex in trouble. And surprisingly, it is TF who's bringing those numbers.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Urix down in TF Esports. This is a big play that we were expecting out of them. And those crazy turnarounds could just come on through if they do not continue on this mad run. Cheeky with an opportunity. UMP, the wrong gun up against the P90. That's just a little bit stronger with the rate of fire and damage. And Lopez XL takes advantage of that situation. But here comes 90 Piquet Esports to perhaps throw a little bit of sand in the eyes of the Vipex players.
A couple of players all left onto Vipex. I don't think they do have the coins to go for a revive, but it is quite close if they manage to do so. And there you go. A couple of revivals that might save the entire squad of Vipex. Even if they give up Lopez XL, but still, Lopez XL is not giving up that easily. It's just unfortunate it doesn't have that HP and not so much a backup as well. But 2 elimination already for 90 Piketty, and the rest of the squad of Vipex will be moving away from this area of Zipway.
Yeah, King brings player right back in here. And it looks like Fuego is solid as well. Power Rangers up against Celtic Gaming. Also rounded, but the compound here at Mudside seems to be a little challenging to take down from afar. Cryo Mine tossed on out for Khalid is going to be marked after he takes that plushie out of the equation. Hugo spotted out. M590 up against Hugo. This is going to be a big play, but the VSK, the advantage. Hugo gets into position for Khalid. Turns around.
What?
And yeah, my God. I thought he knew exactly where Hugo was, but he had zero idea. So great reposition off of Hugo there.
Yeah, Hugo was spotted by the door already. I guess the attention is on the other side. It's just unfortunate. Now, Hugo has already 2 points, and Vegas has 1 already. And let's see if they can stack a few more points in Mudside. But Power Rangers will need to move out of the way right now. Just make sure that they are safe. Got it, though. M24, shots onto Garcia, and AXD might be in trouble. The backstab ensues from Wah. Not only does he have the SKS, also has the MP5 up close and personal. That hits like a truck.
Lotex Bar out. Ooh, Mayota. Big play here by bringing back the whole squad of Power Rangers on the triple revival for One Esports up against AXD. This is an opportunity for them to pull off more points here. But Austin X Dami, after that one phenomenal opener game, they have barely showed up.
Well, let's see if they can show up. Austin X Dummy is being hunted by 01 Esports, especially Bamdi right now. And let's go. Bamdi, only a few HP. Beat into it by Lodex Bao. Stealing that. At least it's coming from the same team, so it doesn't hurt at all. But there goes the 4 elimination, the quadra coming from Lodex Bao.
A beautiful play by Lodex Bao. Nick's Kappa, Joshua aiming down at the Fuego players, but Nick's just overstepping his boundaries and will be snuffed out. Chino finding Nick's MIA Corp up against Fuego. A fair fight for these 2 titans.
Let's see. Fuego will be a little bit slow right now. Despite of them knowing that MIA is on the other side, they will be slowing down and not putting so much pressure on MIA. Player, though, uses that Moors. Not quite sure what is the intention right there, but staying out in the open is not a good plan, especially if you have snipers on the other side. But no! 01 Esports putting damage on MIA, and that would push them away, leaving the fight between 01 as well as Fuego.
Yeah, 01 just a little bit closer to Fuego, but they aimed at the wrong squad here, chasing away MIA. If they had only gotten into position and taken the backstab up against Fuego, this could have been an easy snuff on them. Double nades flying on out. Chino gets tagged up, but it is Wa that gets dropped by player. VSK supremacy once again. Look at the flanking position that player is holding on to. 2 for the price of 1. Player unstoppable.
Oh, definitely player is unstoppable indeed, and with the help of the rest of the squad, he is even more invincible. As the finisher is being done by King and the rest of the squad, it seems like 01 might be 0-0 in a bit, but Gotti managed to pull away, get the compound, or use that compound as cover, and let's see if that forces them for a revive quite soon. But as we can see, Wason being chased out by Celtic Gaming. I don't know if this is smart move for Celtic Gaming, in spite of them being the top dog for the first week. It's not showing up this time around. 7 eliminations already for them, but as soon as they step in open, they might be targeted by Vipex.
Hugo had an opportunity. Let's that one go instantaneously, but the chase to reposition and flank around from the right-hand side could just give him a couple of players off of Vipex. Yavi got down. Hugo in position. Riptide Rhythm is going to be breaking down their defenses. Vex just waits for it to power down before pulling up another glue wall to save his buddy. And Vipex is unable to finish off these players that were scattered on the side of Celtic Gaming. Lopez XL knocked down. Great play from Hugo on the flank. Very smooth by Hugo. And 2 for the price of 1 for Hugo as well, as he hits the Penta.
Yep, Penta indeed. TF Esports will be sitting this one out together with 90 Piketty. 3 and 5 in the points, not bad for them. At least they're not going out with 0. But for the rest of the squad, they need to move. The Blues closing in, second to the third phase of a circle, but there's no position just yet. And earlier, we've seen Vipex as well as Celtic Gaming, who might have met 01 Esports, but not quite sure if that will ensue, because the shift of the circle forces everyone to move. Similar from that is Fisher Tiger, who might have spotted MIA Corp already, is just waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Fisher Tiger now. No eliminations in hand, but not too far away from getting that. They've just been on a coin collection spree so far. Just in case. Just in case, you know. Red Eagles up against Fuego. The 2 Eagles bumping into each other. Gotti struck down by player. Player just unforgiving in situations like these. But Red Eagle might just give Fuego a run for their money in this engagement, as they have the advantage.
Let's see if the advantage will be taken already. Morse is used to spot out their opponent, but not so much for that push. Dragon with a sliver of health. There goes Valiant Dash and the Charge Buster, but he will be taken down as well on that payback. Now, as we look into a different team, Fuego right there was taking Red Eagles down, clipping them by wings. It's only Nachupi who is left, and Carlos is still not done. He is going for the chase. Nachupi is in trouble. He does have that AWM, but couldn't go against an M590, and he goes in for that flank. Nachupi right now spotted, but Carlos might have lost the player. Not quite sure where he went, and that saves Red Eagle.
Carlos lost the plot there. Man was chasing, looked away for 1 second and was like, wait a minute. But Nachupi, understanding that it's just open ground, so not wanting to take the risk running out in the open, chooses to back away into the defensive spot. MIA Corp, on the other hand, finding the players on the side of 01 Esports, looking for the snuff. Opportunity is definitely there. 1 player in flanking position as well. MIA Corp looking to have Biblico shut down the rotation of 01 Esports. But the shots are just not finding those perfect connections just yet. Hugo. And it looks like AXD will face the wrath of Celtic Gaming's prime sniper, who does get a double for them.
It's a good thing Celtic Gaming is moving quite differently in terms of numbers this time. I thought they will be eliminated quite early, but they managed to pull away from the top dogs. And now in flank, coming from Intellect Center, moving in onto the next phase of the circle. But as we look into Fisher Tiger, who has been quiet overall, so quiet that even one of the players from 0-1 managed to squeeze himself in onto their compound. I don't think they will be letting them go that easily, as a battle onto the other side is ensuing with MIA, and Kappa has been taken out despite of the trade, despite a knockdown that they managed to pull off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 9 eliminations now. Kappa needs to make sure he backs away and recovers before getting involved in another encounter up against 0-1 Esports, although they do have low numbers of players still alive on the battlefield. Fisher Tiger spotting out the players on the side of MIA, giving away his position with those initial shots. And this is the kind of position I love up here on this bridge. But Wasan says, I don't want it.
I thought he's playing a trick right there, jumping in onto bridge on the other side. That will be awesome. Good highlight indeed, but I don't think the vehicle worked that way in Free Fire. But I would love that to happen. Take another position in the high ground, gives them more opportunity for the snipe special with MIA, who's very close. But speaking of close, every one of the 8 teams that we have right now is getting too close to each other. Too close for comfort indeed, because the Blues closing in, and there's still a lot of players in.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that. There's too many players for a tight little spot. It's Dinoculus scans out 5 players. It's like a whole village is in that one spot. MIA moving in to snuff out the players on the side of Fisher Tiger. Power Rangers still at the very edge of this next zone, not wanting to aggress on 4th. Red Eagles right behind them. Celtic Gaming booking an appointment with the players on the side of Vipex. And Vex shut down. Lopex SL. Beautiful Riptide Rhythm sent on 4th, but that does not connect with those other players, as the pickup is instantaneous, all thanks to the Thiva.
Snipers is in a field day right now, especially with the buff that they have received out of the game. But Vipex with 10 elimination already, moving in to the next phase of the circle. They need to deal with Celtic Gaming, who is flanking with them. But Vending Machine will be guarded at this point. Yavigad will be going for a revive. Hopefully this is not a distraction for the team or a casualty that might be taken by Vipex, just to make sure that Celtic will not be moving that quickly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And 15 eliminations strong for Celtic. Oh, their prime sniper down. And he is the death dealer of the Celtic team up against Vipex. This now puts them in a little bit of a pickle, because Vipex still has got Lopez XL, but Celtic has to play this without Hugo.
Oh, there you go. Vegas already down on his knees, and those couple that has just been revived will need to find a real estate for themselves. Vipex, 13 elimination, needs to go in onto the next phase of the circle. And as you can see, I have one of the players right there who has been tagged with a hit list already. And Red Eagles that has been eliminated, a quick revive. But unfortunate for Power Rangers, they're not in position to get into the next phase of the circle that easily. MIA is already guarding their left, and Fuego on the right, and even Calvin on the high ground in here spells trouble for the rest. So let's see how well Power Rangers can power up.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Red Eagles at all. Fisher Tiger still alive, and they are right behind them on the overall leaderboard. Fisher Tiger just needs to make sure they pull away some decent numbers here to pull the overtake on Red Eagles by the end of this matchup. Fuego with the 12 eliminations. They need those revives. Vending Machine not too far away, but they'll need to hustle for it in this crowd of players. And Carlos with the AWM. That Miss is not going to be too friendly with them.
Oh, Lightning Zone is already on them. A lot, or everyone, is in coverage. Well, let's see if Fuego can manage to survive this onslaught. Fisher Tiger has been spotted with that Dinoculars, and King right now needs to go for the pickup. But is there enough? It is not. They will be taken out by 0-1 Esports, a team that they are not expecting, especially if there's a solo mission coming from Goaty. And I'm loving this version of 0-1 despite of how low they are. They still survive compared to El Celtic.
Oh, Wasan is really dangerous with his gameplay there. Lightning Zone is above them as well, and this is just a ballsy move of a Wasan pass on, gets struck by that lightning, and also sustains a couple of shots from his opponents. But he's not down and out just yet. Great recovery off of the Vipex players. But Nyx with the M590 just pulling in the straight-on push. Urix outside the circle, sustaining a little bit of damage. Wants to take the backstab onto MIA.
Yeah, I mean, taking the lead into next phase of the circle. Smart move coming from Urix, putting in a little trap mine as well. So I guess he will not be disturbed. There goes the damage, but not so much. And Urix will need to move into higher ground. But he will be in the sights of Fisher Tiger. And I don't think he can survive any longer. But that gives an opening for Lopez XL to back him up. But as we can see the position of every team, it will be high time. And Lopez XL will be backstabbed by a couple of players from Power Rangers.
Yeah, Urix, I mean, great play so far in terms of survivability. Pulls out the Clue UAV as well just to barricade all of his defenses. But that's not going to be hanging on for too long here. Power Rangers with full Kalito N1. Opportunity for survival is thinning out because the next circle just ahead of them, but they have got no opening to step on into this next compound. MIA just awaiting them right in front. But I have to say, great survivability here off of the Vipex player.
Yeah, definitely on Vifex as well as Goaty, but unfortunately 0-1 Goaty will be taken out. MIA though with their 16th elimination, let's see how much more can they bring in. It's only Fisher Tiger that would be in contention of that Booyah, but Vifex is still a threat on them, and high ground being taken. Great position being taken by Fisher Tiger right now, but they cannot push forward because HBH will be left behind. He's not making a move, he's not making any sound, and he will be shocked by Kappa on the other side, and the rest falls through. MIA might not be taken out that easily, and they might be getting this Booyah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, what a shot by Dung. The AWM finding connection onto Josh Ware. Nyx now. Opportunity. Can he go in here for the pickup? Has to barricade himself in all of these glue walls. The Biblico finding the shot, and one final survivor on the side of Fisher Tiger. MIA pretty much guaranteeing the Booyah here for themselves with a 21 elimination.
Oh, let's see how that works. Final player of Vipex will be stuck in there with the glue wall. Kappa is still in the hunt. But there you have it. Vipex will be taken down. 20 elimination already for MIA. One more to go, and this might be it. Nyx will be left alone, and it is Biblico from downtown who managed to snipe him with a VSK. MIA Corp grabs their Booyah.
Second Booyah run for MIA Corp in the group stage. Brilliantly played. They were in the 5th spot earlier on, not too far away from INV, Esports, and Fuego. This should be able to launch them into a decent enough spot. But obviously, eyes were also on the players on the side of Vipex Esports. They didn't really need much to catch up with Gaviota, and I believe it's going to be more than enough for them now to sneak on into that number 1 spot for themselves. Great play overall from these squads. And Fisher Tiger, the one team that I had my eyes on, because remember, Red Eagle, they got taken out prematurely. Fisher Tiger were right behind them. But the question is, how many points did Red Eagle have on themselves before getting taken out? Because Fisher Tiger, I don't think they had a lot of eliminations there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough, and it might be close between these two teams in terms of the leaderboard, but I'm really loving that even Red Eagles and Fisher Tiger is moving up. Like different breed of animals right here, but still animals that can get all those numbers in. This is what we love about FFWS USA right now. But the battle of the lower part of the leaderboard is still on, and we're seeing great progression being done. It just so happens that we still have Vipex, Fuego, MIA Corp, who's part of the top 6. That's still making it difficult for the rest of the squad.
And obviously, the Nero is still making a lot of impact out there, right? Yes, a little bit of a nerf in OB53, but it's barely anything in terms of a scratch on what that Nero can do. The Cryo Mine is still very annoying out there in terms of the damage that it deals, as well as the capability to just pull in a little bit of a shock factor when the moments are already so intense in these lobbies. And you can see players like Josh Ware on the side of MIA, so cool, calm, and collected with the timing of those cryo mines in these final moments of that gameplay, just giving them that edge onto anybody that they come across. And obviously the squad of Fisher Tiger encountered the exact same heated moments. And the MVP rocking the Iris is none other than Hugo.
It's quite surprising that we're seeing Iris in Battle Royale, but it does give that opportunity right here, especially with a sniper like Hugo. And you don't expect really less out of this guy. If you have the wall brawl on you, you just mark your enemies, and you know how it is. If Hugo has information, he can bring in all those snipes, all those headshots, and the damage overall helps with the upgrade or with the buff that has been put in on all those snipers. So it's already damage penetrating the glue wall, plus the armor penetration as well. So great combination being used by Hugo right here.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a very interesting play because remember, this is the meta of the snipers, right? You've got great armor penetration buff on these snipers. And now on top of that, if you bring in the Iris and you find the penetration through those glue walls, these snipers are going to be doing massive damage and massive capabilities to disrupt. So I think Hugo's definitely onto something here. The Iris should be right back in meta, all thanks to the OB53 update. And 4,371 damage, he clearly was finding a lot of connections out there. The head-to-head is between Hugo from Celtic Gaming up against O1 Esports Gotti. 9 versus 7 eliminations. The goal still goes to Hugo. 2 assists apiece, but the damage as well as headshots, you see exactly where the scale tips over to Celtic Gaming. This is exactly why they remain on top for a fair bit of this competition.
Definitely agree with that. And Hugo, though, despite of Celtic Gaming being eliminated early, has more of these numbers on him. But still props to Gotti from O1 Esports because he was the final player. In all the chaos that was happening, he still managed to survive. And how much points did he get in terms of placement? I think there's a lot more. I think in terms of placement, did manage to get at least 6 points in there. So I'm really surprised that Gotti managed to squeeze himself in out of everything that has happening in that game. So let's see, though, if this match itself will break the record in overall stats.
Yeah, it's like sneaking away as all of the chaos is, breaking down all around you. 98 eliminations in this matchup, with 21 being pulled away by MIA Corp. Great play by MIA overall. 40 headshots, quite low. 63 rescues. It's insane. I mean, talk about a record if we've seen one so far on those pickups. And 118 knocks in total, 19 throwables. This was a great game overall. I think these teams are now starting to really heat up. And we kind of anticipated this already, right? Because the combination of groups brought out a lot of these Titans into one lobby where you're most definitely going to see these big numbers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, D has always been surprising, especially when they were introduced on day number 1. And though it's a different team, because day number 1, it was C that felt the wrath of Group D. Now it's Group A who's showing up right now. And this combination, like all those experience that they're gathering out of all the groups that they're challenging, seems like they're evolving quite well. And I'm loving how it's working out with Group D, but only for some of the teams, because we still have TF Esports that needs a lot more of work.
Yeah, I mean, TF Esports, maybe this season is just not for them. We are so close to the very end already, and they're playing out their 14th match right after this. So, I think the opportunity to climb the leaderboard has dwindled down quite far. Let's take a look at the match standings and see exactly how much the TF Esports managed to pull away. Just 4 points here. Austin X Dummy, after that explosive first round, they've gone back to their usual ways of not really, being a big curse upon the battlefield to these other squads. And this should push them into the bottom 6 again. But MIA Corp up top, 33 points, big leap. Vipex again solidifying their number 1 spot lead here over Gaviota squad. So amazing movements on the overall leaderboard as well, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the gap in this game alone, the gap between them and Fuego would, I think, switch up that leaderboard, increase the odds of MIA to be on top of Fuego. And Fuego, I don't know, there's still recovery that will be happening, but not in that specific man. There's a lot of struggles that we've seen in those highlights as well, even in the matches. And, well, we'll have to find out if this is one thing that they need to change or that they can change onto the next match. But as we look at the overall standings, again, there you have it. MIA Corp already number 3, Fuego on number 4, but difference is only 3. So either way, it can be taken by either team.
Yeah, but the one thing the other squads need to kind of sharpen up on, especially Vipex, is picking up on these booyahs, right? So far, just 2 booyahs to their name. Yes, they do have the elimination numbers on their side. They've got the consistency in terms of survivability, but the number of times they hit those booyahs far below what Fuego has on their side. The consistency is mind-blowing in terms of Fuego being able to reach up there and grab that big booyah here for themselves. Teams like Celtic Gaming, INV Esports, really nothing much to worry about in the grand scheme of things. Even Cartel Sir, no booyahs on their side, and they have had some questionable rounds, but still very safe in the competition. Let's take a look at the next page here and look at the bottom 6, because we've got Austin X Dami down here in the bottom 6. Texarians, TVM Technology, no change there since they're not playing, but Team Fight and TVF Esports, just some points, but no difference whatsoever in terms of how they move on the leaderboard, because still, even between them and TVM Technology, there's a decent bit of distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough, really. If team fighters will not recover that much, it would be difficult for them to catch up. They need 38 points in the current standings that we have right now to be able to cross over to 18. And that is meaning that Austin X Dami, Texarian, TVM Technology will not be grabbing any point. And we seldom see that. Unless they target them specifically, then that's one of the conditions that they will have to meet. So it's getting real tough for the teams right here, especially in this stage of the competition.
Amen, brother. 7 games down, 2 more to go. We have got Solara coming up for you guys next, and the action just does not end here. At the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring, with these 2 more matches, it just means that we are coming closer and closer to the end of our group stage, because today is the end of day 3. Sorry, today is not the end of day 3 yet. Today we'll get to the end of day 3, and tomorrow, the final day of the group stage, the final run, the final push for some of these squads to make it into the top 18. As far as TF Esports and Team Fighter is concerned, they need some massive booyahs for themselves to be able to survive this. And I don't know if or not they have shown us the capability of doing so now.
Let's see, though. Let's see if they can do so. And we're getting some updates that some teams might be dropping out already. And there's one thing that I hate, especially in this level, this part of the competition, because you know that you can show up. You know that you can still bring that game. It might not be an A game, but that game that can elevate you onto the next tournament. But, well, I guess that is what we need to work with right now. It's only 11 teams that we have right now out of Group A and D, and we are now stepping in Solara. So I really love to see who else would be showing up at a Booyah, because out of all the teams, only Fuego managed to grab a Booyah in this specific map.
Yeah, absolutely, man. This is... could we potentially expect another one off of Fuego? Look at the drop spot that they take at Funfair. So spread out. They also have the opportunity to drop by Mill as well later on to continue their looting progress undisturbed by these other squads. Fisher Tiger up against MIA Corp on the other hand. This is a big fight for Fisher Tiger. And yes, they do need these big points, but up against MIA Corp, it is going to be quite a challenge for the squad.
Yeah, let's see, though. I think they will not fully commit to this. One of the players already moved out using that slide rails, and QTai as well as Boyd will just be distractions right here. But 2 distractions, 2 sacrifices, and even HBH will not be making it. So Tugiving at Dang managed to pull away, but they are stepping into 01 Esports. So Fisher Tiger is between a rock and a hard place, and not only that, close to being taken out.
Yeah, this is MIA Corp now facing a little bit of challenge from Fisher Tiger, but unfortunately the numbers have dwindled down pretty badly. Yeah, okay, Dang has got, look at him, wagging his tail. Yeah, bye-bye. He also gets rid of the plushie with the melee, but the nade off of the split blitz takes out the final survivor Dung out of the Fisher Tiger squad and knocks out the team in the 10th spot.
Damn, I mean, there's only a few points that they need to be able to catch up to Red Eagles, and, well, I guess that is it. Well, it's just one more game out of a few more that they have to deal with, but 0-1 Esports, a chance for them to recover after some engagement that they failed earlier, 1 point below Power Rangers, and it seems like 0-1 Esports have more capability in pulling that off. If they can take out MIA, then that's a huge threat that they are taken away on the final circle as well.
Yeah, no doubt. And oh, wow. Beautiful XM8 headshot. Josh Ware about to get downed as well by Wah. Tagged up already, all thanks to the Moko. Lotex Bao on the chase. Lotex gets the M24 knock onto Josh Ware. And this is 0-1 Esports overtaking MIA now. And yes, we do have the vending machine here, but it is not one that will be used by MIA.
Yeah, only a couple players does manage to survive. Nix and Kappa still alive, but it was on a sliver of time coming from them for that revive. And still, we still have 9 teams to go. For Red Eagles, though, a team that was being chased earlier by Fisher Tiger can pull away from the point. So they have 3 already. They can scout out on Celtic Gaming. But Dragon, a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too fast though and moving, and needs to wait for Hayate for the backup. But Vegas not putting up so much of a fight. Vegas has been damaged, pulls away. Calvin tries to go for a rescue, and they pause for a bit for a reset.
Yeah, they paused just for a tad bit here. Celtic Gaming bags. Ooh, Hayate with the Max 7. Big advantage here. Oh, you see that Ray connection, but he does not. He does actually manage to take him down right after connecting. That puts him on an instant reset, and Hayate is back in it. You gotta love the brand new active skill.
There you have it. It's like you know exactly where opponents are and it's just waiting to be knocked out. And there you have it, a takedown. But unfortunately, it was not him who managed to do so. So there's no refresh. But we are seeing how Ray is changing the pace of the game, especially from Red Eagles against Celtic Gaming. But few more coins and a few more players from Celtic Gaming can be revived.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Celtic Gaming, Yavi God, one final guy here. 100 coins left in his pocket after he brings 2 of his buddies back in. So that is mission well accomplished. While Lotex Bao on the chase, MIA Corp. It's not going to be teased by these 2 players just yet. And this is a decent enough recovery for the side of MIA Corp net.
Yeah, I mean, they were always taken out. I thought they will be bowing out early, losing that opportunity to catch up into the points against Gavi Yoda's squad. But, well, still have 9 teams remaining. Power Rangers, though, spotted one of the players from the other side. And Red Eagles might be losing this battle. Not only is Power Rangers challenging them, but Vipix is also in the horizon, looking and taking them down. Yoda out. And even the rest of the squad is in the push. Power Rangers might be powering down this time.
Oh yeah, Vipex now 3 eliminations strong. Looking for Red Eagles as well. The back-to-back. Valiant dash into 2 players. Insane play by Urix, but he was saved by Lucas High, who appeared at the very right moment, or else he would have been obliterated. Such a brave play from the Vipex player, unpunished in that situation.
Yeah, they got a little too excited. It's a good thing that experience-wise, the rest of the squad knows exactly what to do. Player, though, I'm not quite sure if he knows what he needs to do right now because he will be stuck between 2 set of teams. But there you have it. Stealth Bites moving away or moving in, vending machine in hand, but only has coins for 1 revive. But this is a deed. He can recover. Carlos will be back and probably will choose a different drop spot to get away from 2 teams surrounding player.
This is Fuego in a pickle. They did not expect to be in a situation like this. 1 elimination in hand. And super broke, can't even go in here for the revival. So player has to find a way out of this. Unless, of course, he can get a elimination on Emilio and pick up 200 coins right here, right now. The glue wall pulled up, and player has a freaking tree right in front of him. My goodness me. Mother Nature saving Emilio.
Yeah, Emilio has been hiding out in a tree even from before the engagement happened. Player right now, a little too quick in the move on the flank. Didn't expect a player like Lynx to be in there, but that was just part of the plan of Austin X Dami. Just reel him in with one, and they know for a fact that it's a sniper, just don't know which team it was. But with accuracy, I think they have information already that that was one of the top dogs. But the deed has been done earlier before the engagement ensues, and revive is bound to happen onto player.
Yeah, the revive is definitely on the table here. But of course, they should be able to pull that off as usual. No doubt about the capability of the squad. But this is a pickle. MIA Corp, Celtic Gaming, 90 Spaghetti Esports here at TV. I hate this compound.
Even in ranked games, I mean, this is chaotic. But Lightning Zone, I guess this forced some of the teams not to stay on the high ground. If you will be spotted right here as well, stacked up on those HP, high ground is not the best way to go. And I don't know, probably it's 9 Spaghetti who managed to use that to their advantage so that they can pull away. They don't want to lose any more engagement, similar to what we witnessed them do in the previous matches. But for the other side, Celtic Gaming, again, another question, what's happening with this team? They have that firepower earlier, but now they're the ones losing in this fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. MIA Corp on fire here at TV Tower. But here comes Wipex as well. This is turning out to be a slugfest between the top dogs of the competition. MIA Corp, now's the time for you to get the heck out of here. But they are so busy with Celtic Gaming, they do not see what's coming.
Oh, let's see. Vipex might be knocking into the door, but Nyx is holding them back. Nyx right now with an M590, a couple of glue walls right there so that they can reposition. What's on in a few seconds might be peeking in, but no one's already left in there to welcome him. Now, as Vipex pulls away, the rest of the squad is getting in position, spotting a couple of players from MIA. Josh Burr might be in trouble. There goes Urix in the hands of Josh Burr, and as well as a charge buster, MIA putting a fight against Vipex.
This is a slugfest between the Titans that are going the way of Vipex. Wiping out the players of MIA Corp. Wason about to be picked right back up. And the Lightning Zone called by MIA Corp does not seem to tickle Vipex at all, Neptune.
Oh, indeed. I mean, Vipex is still aggressive, and I'm not sure what they're into right now, but I'm loving this side of Vipex. I want to see more of this. This is just a signature of the team themselves. From FFWSA up until this time, they are showing that they're a team not to mess with. And, well, 9 elimination already, and the zone is getting close. We still have a few more teams, 8 teams remaining, and most of them are being forced outside of circuit because of all the engagement they had to go through.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, look at the circle. Look at the number of players. How do we even have enough space here for all of them at Archway? This is going to be absolute pandemonium in a little bit. What? The scan comes out through the binoculars on the side of Vipex. They scan nobody on the side of MIA Corp, but everybody is still there. But they spot them with their naked eye, though, and a double elimination, but a double revival to follow that up. And Vipex hitting on everyone. Here comes Fuego as well, the next victims of Vipex.
Oh, let's see. MIA, though, is still in the roll. And there goes the trade-off. If it wasn't for Emma King, the backup could, or one of the players from MIA could have already taken that elimination. But Emma King will need to recover as well, so go for the pickup. I don't think there's enough glue wall for her to save them right now because the Red Eagle's putting so much pressure. And on the other side, we have 90 Piketty also receiving a lot of pressure, but the pickup is bound to happen on Dybala. So in the middle of the next phase of the circle, not so much of contention. They have great potential of grabbing a booyah if they can take this area strong.
They're definitely taking it strong. 0-1 Esports now up against Fuego. Lightning Zone called out. Lucas High finding Carlos. Lopez finding King. Oh, no. This is Vipex at their best once again, and Fuego stands no chance. Lucas on 7 eliminations already. Lopez hits 1 as well. An MIA corp being targeted by Fuego. They're looking the wrong way.
Well, let's see. I mean, distraction on the other side forces Fuego to look into 01 Esports, but it's just like they hit the doorbell and then run away and then move into a different angle. Smart move, though, coming from 01.
Cheeky move. Childish move. Celtic Gaming. One elimination for Celtic. This is insane. As Red Eagles gets eliminated in the 8th. Neptune, it's not looking good for that squad at all. Hugo finding one off of Emilio. Ooh. Vex down on the ground. 90. Pikete Esports taking their advantage here, and outside the circle, this knock onto the Celtic Gaming player is going to be deadly.
Well, let's see now. I mean, one key factor for Fuego to be able to take down 90 Pikete is at least take them down long range, force themselves in, but we're talking about only one player because King, even Chino, has been taken down. Oh, unfortunately, even Carlos is already down. And Fuego, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm counting it right, only player will be left out of this team. Out of 7 teams, it is running tough right now for Fuego, and the rest of the squad might be taking this home.
Yeah, this is the final run here for the squads. 16 eliminations for Vipex. This does not look like the squad is taking it easy. They're on the #1 spot and they want to solidify their position here. 01 Esports on the way into the next circle. Vipex right behind them. Those shots have not ensued just yet. 90 Pikete Esports on the very edge of this next circle. Once they do step into the zone, they'll be out in the open.
Oh, let's see if they can keep themselves safe. But we saw also on the map that Celtic might have their eyes on 9 Pikete already. It's a good thing that the glue wall is set up on the other side. So if in case they get hit, they can put up the glue wall on the right side and not be spotted quite easily. Hugo is already down for side of Celtic Gaming. So 90 Pikete has a greater chance of survivability at this point on the edge of the circle and more elimination to come.
More elimination to come. You can say that again, man. I mean, these guys are on fire. They've got everything. SVDY in hand as well for Wason. 01 Esports right down there below them. And they choose to actually back away, Wason. Interesting reposition here. I thought he was going to pick up Urix, but he just throws his monster truck away.
Well, let's see. Let's see. As we look into the fall of Celtic Gaming, Vipex repositions. They know 90 Pikete's on the other side. MIA is just jumping on them, trying to get in a position. But how strong can these tents be? Especially with 01 on one side and 90 on the other. And TF Esports would be the surprising factor that might disrupt the position as well as the capability of the teams.
Yeah, no doubt at all. This is going to be a tough fight for them. Out in the open, Vipex now could be aimed down here by the players on the side of 01 Esports, but it's the other way around. They're turning around. 90 Pikete Esports punished by the side of Vipex as well as they circle around. The maze of blue walls all set up here. And Wason just moving away. Time Turner. This is going to protect him for a little bit. 90 Pikete Esports out of the equation already, but it's a fair fight. It's a 4-way battle for the Booyah in this game number 8.
Great positioning being done by Vipex right now, making sure that MIA will not have them on their crosshairs, and they're forcing 01 to move in towards them because out in the open, as a shift happens, they will have a little bit more of cover on that slide rail. But here comes 01, and Vipex has just waited for the perfect timing. Lopez, though, takes advantage of that opportunity to take down Kappa, slowing any shots coming from MIA. 18 points could be easy, and they go in onto the other side, and a vehicle has been targeted already by that RGS. A good thing that they managed to let it go and still position themselves where 9 Pikete was.
Yeah, they just want to go in here for the absolute annihilation of the other squads. But 2 more survivors left in here. They need to pick up Urix. And all of those glue wall melters laid out. Urix cannot be saved anymore. Garcia down on the ground, and AXD just trying to find a somehow recovery play. Bombed with the God Nade onto Lopez XL, leaving Lucas all alone. Thank goodness he has the Moss to play the recovery.
It's just unfortunate. I mean, it takes a couple of AXD players to beat down 3 of Vipex. We're in MIA. Even 01 tried it as a full squad, but Lucas High will try to go in, and great highlight as he goes for the jump, even with the glue wall, managed to get his 10th elimination. Now let's see if he can clutch this out against 3 teams that is surrounding him.
Holy mama, 10 eliminations for Lucas High is crazy. And still alive and kicking. 21% of potential booyah rate. That's rubbish. There's no way he can get the booyah from a situation like this. O1 Esports and MIA Corporation should be able to annihilate the chances of Vipex unless some sort of a crazy miracle comes on through. Man still got the AWM in hand. Lucas High now running away as everybody else is a tad bit distracted with each other.
Oh, using that Morse, triggering it, and waiting for that opportunity as everyone battles on the other side. This might be that 21 points. This might be the 25% against everyone else. And there goes the shots on him as Nyx try to nick a few of those HP. Not quite sure if he can recover all of that, but a battle ensues between O1 as well as MIA. And any stragglers left in here, if there will be any, might be taken advantage onto the other side by Vipex. But let's see as O1 charges in against MIA, and they will be forced to back away.
Oh my goodness, MIA picking up those numbers, but it's nothing compared to what Vipex has been able to do so far. So impressive with the survivability, and Lucas High showing us the viability of Morse in a situation like this. He's just picking up all of those placement points, and Lucas High now getting a couple of shots on point, but allowing the rest of the MIA players to quickly recover, and now they're back to full health. Lucas High, show us some magic. In a 1v3 now, Vipex will be denied the booyah by MIA Corp. Aiming for that #1 spot as well. Looking at the number of eliminations Vipex has had in this game, there's no way in hell they give it away to MIA. One more shot! And he gets it. Lucas High now aiming for Kappa as he turns around, spots the guy. First shot does not find the connection. Lucas High with the follow-up, and all they need to do is play pickup, and Kappa gets the M590 booyah for MIA.
Despite of that booyah, I'm pretty sure they are scratching their heads right now on what's happening, going against one and still being taken down. But that's not taken away from the booyah takers. That is MIA Corporation. We have Kappa, Nyx, Josh Ver, and Biblico really showing that they have what it takes to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, can we talk about how impressive Vipex was in that battle? I mean, 10 eliminations for the guy, and he's still giving MIA a run for their money, shutting down Biblico, who was running straight up at him. He almost took Josh Ware out of the equation as well. Such a brilliant play. But of course, Team MIA, with the numbers advantage, managed to secure this booyah here for themselves, picking up their third booyah in totality off of this group stage, cutting the distance down a little bit, overtaking Gaviota's squad, and now perhaps making sure they are in shooting distance of Vipex Esports to overtake them in the #1 spot in the final game of today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, MIA has really brought in a lot of points to their side already. From day #2, when we last saw them, they did manage to get the top spot overall with 122 points. But now, it seems like there's a few more chances for them to do so. And it starts off in this drop in Riders Club. When they were facing against Fisher Tiger was just falling, I don't know, fish in a barrel, being shut down by MIA, and it's just great to see that MIA is showing up differently, even with other teams trying to gun them down.
Yeah, man. I mean, MIA was in heated battle after battle. But surprisingly enough, they did not manage to farm a lot of these points moving into the final circle. They had to be on that turnaround as they tried to run away from a couple of these engagements as they were punished a couple of times. Vipex, on the other hand, were wiping the floor with players after player after player. And it was just, you know, the aggression and how smooth they were getting away from these tough situations, which was so impressive out of them, right? And then later on, they even booked an appointment between Celtic as well as MIA at TV Tower, which was just brilliant, amazing to watch. This could have ended between the two right here and then, but of course, these two big squads somehow found a way to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough really to say that one team will be bowing out a little bit early, especially in that area, in that situation. But again, it might be that Solara buff I mean, a chance to move away, as well as you can see the elevation in some of the areas right here that is not that high. It slopes down, so it gives you a little bit more cover, as well as for those on the highest ground, doesn't have that much opening compared to what we've seen in other maps. So that's where some teams try and use for their survivability.
Yeah, I mean, wow is all I can say for Vipex. You know, even the final circle, they had the advantage. But I also have to say, you know, AXD had a decent game here this time around as well in terms of survivability, although not a massive number of eliminations on their side. O1 Esports as well with the survivability, just making sure that they hang on and they don't really get flushed down lower in the leaderboard. It really shows you that FFWS USA is just filled with squads who just do not know how to give up, man. Except the one team that bowed out just before the start of this game. But everybody else was just going full on down to the very final moment. And of course, Biblico taking a double shot off of that AWM. Just so impressive. And if Kappa made one mistake here, I think that would have been the end of MIA. But he just made sure he played his glue walls really well. Played the dodging game well as well. 10 eliminations. No headshots, but who cares? 5,492 on the damage, showing us how deadly the Morse gameplay can be.
Definitely. I mean, even in the final moment, if he managed to use that Morse, go in behind everyone else, and then deactivate it and use that knockdown could have not been converted as a pickup, and then we might be seeing a 1v1 in that final moment. But I think resources have been lost already as he pulls away from the rest, or from those two engaging squad, and takes his cover. So that's one factor as well. But given more resources, I think Lucas High might have clutched that, and you know, we might see more of that. We didn't see Lucas High from the first week, if I'm not mistaken, but now that he showed up, I don't think he will be getting away from our memories.
Bro, I mean, Lucas High, Lopez, Vipex is about to tear up the streets, man. These guys are, you know, just playing this on a different level altogether. Let's take a look at the overall, the head-to-head between Lucas High as well as Biblico, the man who just ate those AWM shots in every single part here, except the headshots. You see Lucas High taking the goal. I want to look at the overall statistics from this game as well, Neptune, because I'm wondering whether or not we had any record-breaking run here in terms of the eliminations, but it seems like we didn't. 75 eliminations, 61 headshots is quite a lot. 40 rescues, 101 total knocks through 55,000 damage in totality, 22 throwables. But out of the 75 eliminations, 20 taken by Vipex is just wow.
Indeed. I mean, that is wow indeed. And I think it is not over just yet, because I think Vipex would be putting Lopez back in after testing out, or rather Leon back in after seeing that Lucas can stand his ground and he can still be the sniper even if Lopez sits this one out. And we know Leon, Leon is one of that survivor plus a rusher, so that changes the pace of the game, gives more potential for Vipex to get more points.
Now, Vipex is just flexing on the competition, saying that we can take out the deadly Lopez XL and we will still whoop your butts all over the place, man. I mean, this is a crazy squad. Even off the bench, you still have Lucas High just whooping everybody into shape. Amazing stuff. Let's take a look at the match standings here and see how well these teams did. 29 points off of Vipex. MIA Corp, not too bad at all, I have to say. Booyah plus the 15 eliminations gives them a total of 27. Austin X, Dami, this is what I'm talking about. They had a great start and then petered off, and now right back in it. But they have to figure out whether or not they're a top flight squad or one of the bottom feeders, because this is just worlds apart in terms of the highs and lows, right? But overall standings wise, we need to see how this has moved the leaderboard. Whoa, the triple century by Vipex.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, triple century, the day's not yet over, and we still have a few more points for them. So that, Gaviota squad, take that. That's the statement that they have for Gaviota squad. Now, as we look in here, some of the teams managed to catch up already, pulling away from the top 12. But as we look into the bottom 12 right now of the league, we want to see how it will turn out, especially with Austin X Dami putting in so much points in there. They crossed over on 17 already. Fisher Tiger, unfortunately, they could have catch up already on GCT Arrow, but there's still one more chance for them. And those being left behind, especially in this groupings, would be TF Esports, who I don't think we'll be seeing, or we will definitely not be seeing overall. So Group D is an easier way to get into the next stage.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Map schedule will show you that there's only one more game left in here. We've got Bermuda for game number 9. The battle between groups A and D that has been bloody exciting so far. I cannot wait to see what more the squads have got to show us here. MIA Corp on top flight performance. Vipex on top flight performance. O1 Esports showing us that they still have got the fight in them. Can we see them get to the final circle yet again? Can we see Lucas High go absolutely ballistic once again? Free Fire World Series USA is bloody exciting from start to end. And unfortunately, this is the final match of the day, Neptune.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, final match, final highlights, but a lot more of show is expected from the teams. Not only for those in the top of the leaderboard, but also for those who are really hungry to catch up in terms of points. But speaking of hungry, seems like Fisher Tiger is hungry to go for the battle, challenging AXT and Celtic Gaming in the northern part of the area. And, well, depending on who wins that battle, there will be plenty of points being traded off.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So AXD now, early engagement, Bamdi, Q-Tai, taken out by his mini Uzi, beautifully played in that situation. AXD are going to be challenged here by Fisher Tiger. But the problem here is for AXD, they don't really have the right guns in the situation. As I say that, the Scar gets whipped out by Garcia. Not too bad with the damage, but the aim obviously could be a little sharper off of that gun. And AXD having a decent run up against Fisher Tiger.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Let's see if Bamdi can switch it up. Cord right now, well, great on a great distance, but not so much in accuracy. And as we look in some of the engagement that's happening on their side, we have AXT who's already on, let's say, elimination leader, but they might be forced to engage against Celtic Gaming in a bit, as Fisher Tiger is just staying in there. And there you have it, a jump by AXT onto one of the players of Celtic Gaming, but that forces them to move out of the way. Yaviga, though, will not be phased, and there goes the takedown. Now, it is another scramble that all three teams need to deal with.
This is Fisher Tiger playing it smartly, and I'm glad to see that because more points needed out of the squad to assure their safety in the top 18. Celtic Gaming making their entry as Fisher Tiger makes their exit. And this can be a little bit of a distraction here for the squad, so Fisher Tiger doesn't get hunted down. Whitepax, on the other hand, on the hunting spree. Mayota, the next victim. 3 eliminations in hand already. Oh, Riptide Rhythm! Mayota! What a beautiful SKS sidestep on the headshot. But of course, it will boil down to nothing as Vipex instantly picks up their buddy Wason and be on their way to find more points.
Yeah, a little bit correction though. I guess it was Leon who was swapped in or swapped out, and Lopez will be back in. So more of a deadly approach being put in by Vipex right now. 2 of their best snipers, or I would say 2 best snipers in one team already. And I want to see how that shows up, because even in the CQC, Lucas High can pull that off. It's similar to what we've seen Moshi out of Borneo United, and even AG Global up close and personal in Clash Quad. So that's just an example of how well Lucas High handled that situation, that he can be compared to champions in different regions.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, oh, bro, I totally forgot the existence of Lucas High. But he made sure to remind us that he is alive and kicking butt at that. as he's kicking. MIA Corp with 3 eliminations so far. I can't wait to see which team makes it through to the Esports World Cup to make USA proud. I can't wait to see the combination between one of these top firing squads up against the rest of the world. It's going to be bloody exciting by the end of it. I mean, even more exciting than whatever we are seeing out here for sure. And this is already, I think, one of the peak experiences in terms of shoutcasting Free Fire that we've had in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Final moments, final clutch potential. And that's one thing that we want to see. But next, right now, a little bit too aggressive with that boost. And not quite sure if that was a perfect timing because he missed out on the jump, losing out on an opportunity for takeout against one of the players from 0-1. But that was a final player. Lorix Bao right now is being boxed out, and there you have it. Kappa XZ, final nail in the coffin on 0-1 Esports, and they are taken out on 10th.
Oh my goodness me. Earlier on down to the final circle, this time early exit for the squad. Not looking too good for 0-1 Esports, but of course, in the grand scheme of things, on the overall leaderboard, they are not going to be in a rough spot at all. So nothing to worry for the time being for 0-1 Esports. Decently into the top 12, although I'm a little upset that not a single booyah has come through for the squad just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. We've seen the potential coming from 0-1 Esports, but they need to go for more on survivability and not just a firepower in terms of elimination. But the same goes with other teams. Like Fisher Tiger is one of those that it needs a lot of work right now in both fronts. But if we just compare the two teams, they're quite close in the placement point, and they did manage to get a booyah already for this day. But as we look into the pinch, this is a potential pinch against Celtic Gaming, but I don't think they're confident enough to go in for that approach. Thus, Dung and Boyds is moving into the other side, forcing Celtic to chase them, but there's no recourse. There's no reply on this side of the map.
Yeah, Kelvin, a sliver of health left on him, and the P90 still wins that battle. This is a big one here for Celtic Gaming. Q-Thai is about to get caught out as well. But Yavi God is the one that takes the bullet instead. Vex, beautiful Valiant dash to the glue wall. And that surprise play allows him to pick Yavi God right back up in the backup from Kelvin. Comes on through to shut down the hopes of the players on the side of Fisher Tiger. Beautifully executed overall. 7 eliminations strong for Celtic in the early parts. Red Eagle. We talked about how they've been facing a struggle in the fight so far.
What?
And it looks like the struggle will continue on. Nachupi could barely do anything up against Lucas. My God. 8 eliminations strong. Vipex looking to wipe out the whole lobby here.
Being shot at by Lucas High, in that perspective, you know exactly where you're up against. You saw the guy jump and then shoot you into the head before going down. That is what we're seeing from Lucas High right now. It's not just a steady snipe compared to Lopez XL. It's more of his mobility plus the accuracy. It's a combination of both. Not quite sure if this is or he is a secret weapon. It's not a secret anymore, but he definitely is deadly.
Deadly is an understatement for this guy, man. I mean, what a player. What a champ for sure. Celtic Gaming, 9 eliminations so far. Dropping off the zip line to show us that they know some acrobatics. I'm
know
how
to break their ankles.
Dixon Kappa on the chase. MIA Corp now. Not ready for a battle like that, and MIA Corp will run through them, looking to claim a lot of points. Rubbing some salt into the wound. Just going in there for some tea bags as they take those knocks. And AXD now Fisher Tiger right back in this fight. It's a lot of these revivals coming on through in this game, and Fuego has been very silent all throughout.
Yeah, I'm probably there waiting for the next booyah, at least to catch up onto the points. They were pushed down in the fourth though, but it's not far from them in Gaviota squad. So out of that, 2 teams coming from Group D might be ending up on the third or top 3. And AXD though, Wow, AXD, I thought they were in a good fight earlier, but it was a surprise coming from 90 Piketty that brought them down out of this contention. Now, 7 teams remaining in Fuego, slowly making their way towards Celtic Gaming, but we know that Celtic Gaming will not be taking this battle as they have spotted MIA as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Fuego, just as we talked about them taking a slow ramp up, they spot out Celtic. This is going to turn into a 3-way slugfest between monsters called MIA, Celtic, and Fuego. MIA outside the circle, but it's just circle number 2, so it's not going to hurt too much. Yavi God. Easy pickup. Hugo topping his health right back up, but Yavi God with the time turn just taking full advantage of the security it provides.
Oh no!
But Fuego, one after the other, aiming down at both Celtic and MIA at the same time. The perfect third party in the situation. Fuego punishing everyone.
That's the thing. I mean, a third party disrupts your tactics. That could have been a shot well taken by Hugo already, but unfortunate, it was a shot from player from behind, and MIA is not being saved. I would say they are distracted. They are seeing all those bodies drop as well, and despite of the revive that might be happening, Fuego might be eating them all up. Yavigad being taken from above, and Chino for the flank, and there goes a hit with Manchester, though it did take a few more shots, but they know that player have them on his side. So either way, one player will be taken down.
Uh-oh, Fuego now taking a bite out of their own dish they served. Wags! What a shot from a far player. As usual, just rocking the table here. Brings one buddy right back in. King revived as well by player. Just extra points picked up by this buddy of his. Biblico now the next aim. The battle between the two snipers. Biblico versus player. Who gets the shot? Biblico says, hasta la vista, I do not want to play with you.
Oh, that's tough indeed. I mean, going solo, you don't want to go in for that fight. The rescue squad right now, Fuego, is back in play. Celtic Gaming is also, I think, almost back in play, other than Vegas, but they need to move away from this area. But one tough thing that they need to be cautious about, one situation need to be cautious about, is Vipex. Vipex is still within that area, and as I say it, Lucas High from far away. I don't know how far it is, but that's across the board that Lucas High managed to take that snipe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 14 eliminations strong. Celtic Gaming waking up in this final matchup. MIA Corp, ziplining straight into 90 Piketty Esports, who do have that height advantage here. Beautifully done.
Ooh, no.
As the cryo mine gets tossed out, Joshua. Oh, double riptide rhythm. Joshua goes right down. MIA Corp does not stand a chance in a situation like this, being wiped out in 7th. 90 Piketty Esports, they just got served up on a silver platter, and it was MIA on it.
Yeah, I mean, 90 Piketty, the glue wall slayer, I would say. Combination of Riptide Rhythm plus that cryo mind, and there's no surviving, even for MIA. Now, let's see though on how Fuego deals with Arsenal with a Vegas in it, and it seems like there's also a clear shot of Vipex. Lucas High for a double and a casualty as well on the other side. And one thing's for sure, the changes that has been done on the Arsenal changes how they treat it as cover, because you can shoot out of those glass already.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, man. But I haven't actually seen anyone really go in for the smash on these weapons arsenals just yet. It would be an absolute delight to watch those glasses being shattered and a couple of nades being tossed in. I haven't seen anyone do it just yet. Vipex now on the chase. Power Rangers responding for Kalito with the headshot.
Oh, no.
Well put Lopez XL down on the ground. Wason going for the pickup. Lucas High, on the other hand, going for the sustainability as he fires in shot after shot with that AEWM. Wason with the M590 for the finishes. And this is Vipex with the aggression, showing Power Rangers that they are picking on the wrong enemy here.
Well, let's see now. Though they lost Urix in this fight, they still have Lopez, Lucas High, as well as Wason. So 2 on long range, and I would not count out Lucas High. That's only for long range. 2 on long range, 2 on the short range, I would say, without Urix. So that's still a deadly combination, even with 3 players.
Celtic now in a little bit of a pickle because they have to rotate around the long ranges of these wide open lands. And they have to battle Fuego for the circle. Not going to be an easy one, but Hugo, the sharpshooter of Celtic, punishes King. That's a big play. Calvin now, big mistake by the time turner, saves his life instantaneously. Gets tagged up. Here comes the lightning zone as well. Celtic Gaming, big play. Power Rangers gets involved but annihilated at the same time. Fuego down for the count. Celtic Gaming survives the battle for the circle.
And that was just a play coming from Hugo. He's switching it up with a Car 98 as an SKS. They didn't even know what's coming and where that's coming from. And it was just distraction and damage being brought in by Hugo. And huge fight being won by Celtic Gaming. But here comes another, even bigger against them.
Yeah, man. I mean, my goodness me, Wipex. Confident enough to get into that circle first and looking strong. 16 eliminations. Lopez XL, Lucas High. Holy mama, we have got a game on our hands. This is the kind of power we have been waiting to see in the Free Fire World Series USA in a long time. And this could just be the delight that we are being served up here. Lucas High, 5 eliminations strong so far, has the AWM. The Moss is going to be absolutely useless for the time being because they're not going to be looking to rotate anywhere just yet. Lightning Zone called upon as well. And here comes Fisher Tiger, the squad that's hanging on for their dear lives up against 90 Piccadilly Esports.
Almost being taken down. Steffi has been triggered, but I don't think they can survive, and that can be used most viably, especially with the blue closing in. Mag 7 in hand, but still taken down. Dybala will be receiving all those bullets right now. Stewart and Sam V. King would be the only two remaining. A pickup can be done, and a finisher onto Dong. And it's only one remaining for Fisher Tiger against 2 against 90 Piccadilly, putting them in so much trouble against Vipex and Celtic.
Yeah, 90 Piccadilly Esports, comfortable in the top 12 right now. Nothing for them to worry about. Going up against Lucas High. Beautiful Riptide Rhythm, breaking down the defenses of Lucas High. Man's not too worried at all. Just sidesteps the Riptide Rhythm, pulls up another glue wall to keep himself safe. Superman off of Lopez XL, and now Sammy King, dropped by Calvin. Not stolen away, Lopez XL. Just a little bit too slow, but does manage to put the final nail of the coffin here for the 90 Piccadilly Esports players. And now in a 4v3, Vipex looking for the back-to-back booyah.
And let's see, Vega's knockdown on Wasan being left behind. Lopez XL on the flank, repossession. Lucas High on the one hit. And it seems like Wasan, in spite of being picked up, it's left to the two snipers. Combination of Lopez and Lucas High against Celtic. And, well, Hugo is not out, but Vegas and Calvin can go in for a fight in the CQC. But it is Vipex who's not giving out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Look at this. Beautifully done. And Lopez XL in and out of the monster truck. And he does hit both of them down. What a play by Lopez XL. And the finisher by Lucas High for the back-to-back booyah by one of the greatest teams to have played on this server. Team Vipex.
Talk about highlights indeed. I mean, double sniper. Earlier it was Lucas High, but now they will be joined by Lopez XL. And both of them did phenomenal. One of the few plays wherein we witnessed snipers take on the CQC and manage to win it.
Sorry, guys. By the way, the last booyah was MIA Corp. Apologies, but it doesn't matter. Vipex still super fancy with whatever they're doing out there. I mean, 9 games in a row, you tend to get those mixed up. But either way, that in and out of that monster truck by Lopez XL was just a thing of beauty. And I cannot believe he managed to run over those two players as well. Lucas High, who was recovering right behind him, jumped right back into the fray. And with the sniper, sorted it out. And it's unbelievable because you have got such a small compound. And the final 2 surviving players were the snipers, who did not depend on shotguns or assault rifles or SMGs. They just went straight on in with those sniper plays. And I think this is the season, this is the time for Team Vipex, because you are on the sniper meta, and you've got your 2 top snipers still in their prime, picking up all of these numbers. I mean, it's going to be a crazy distance between them and the rest of the teams now at the top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, couldn't agree more with your point on Lopez XL's movement using that monster truck. And I guess it is depending on the strategy as well. You like Lopez XL adapted so well. He couldn't move compared to Lucas High on that CQC. So he used what he has. He used that monster truck not to be shot, but still, the moment he spots an opponent, he jumps out and try to shoot at them. Compared to Lucas High, he can just pull up the glue wall, try to go 180, but he is recovering, as you did mention, and that was a smart move. Great adaptation coming from the team.
Yeah, it was almost a triple booyah in a row for MIA Corp as well. I mean, they got the previous 2 booyahs and then got to that final circle. Unfortunately, that second place was all they were served up because Lopez XL, Lucas High just said no with that gameplay, right? But even in the previous game, although MIA Corp did manage to grab that booyah for themselves, it was Vipex that overtook them purely with the supremacy of those annihilations through those elimination points. And it seems to be this time they didn't want to do it through those eliminations. They wanted that clean 12 points off of that placement as well. But it was messy. I mean, towards the very end, if it wasn't for that monster truck there, I think Lopez would have been annihilated in that CQC.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, no offense to Lopez XL, he doesn't move compared to the others snipers who can go for a CQC. And I do agree. Lopez can, I don't know, probably use an M590. He does have that accuracy, but that's a slowdown on mobility might be the downfall for the team. But still surprised on how they end up with 2 snipers going against 2 rushers, if not rusher support combination for the opponent, and still winning that fight. But other than that, a lot of teams also moved up in here, and 90 Piketty is one of those.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, towards the very end, 90 Piketty Esports, they got close enough towards that final bout of this battle, but unfortunately could not see themselves through towards the very end. And, MIA Corp, they did manage to kind of really push their way and scurry their way through. It's a little unfortunate with the way they weren't able to catch up with the squad of Vipex, right? 20 eliminations strong towards the very end, and it was this exact play up against the players of Celtic. Vex and Kelvin both got blasted aside. Lopez hops on out, but he's still the distraction, and Lucas was like, thank you very much for that, as he shut both of them down. 9 eliminations in total, 2 headshots, 4 assists, 4,833 on the damage for your MVP. Still rocking the Skylar in a surprising fashion. And although it is out of meta, it is not going to be a case here for the side of Vipex running that double snipe on setup.
Yeah, Lopez is one of the players that can utilize not only that Skylar, but can either use an FGL or RGS to help in breaking down those glue walls. And the moment that hit, he's already on that snipe. I mean, the way he moved and switch up on those weapons was just phenomenal, so that he can get that advantage on the long range. But on the head-to-head, I won't be surprised if we will have Hugo in there. And there we have it, snipers once again. But a little bit of sneak peek on what could have happened in here.
Yeah.
We have Lopez, who is our MVP, but who follows him in terms of elimination is Lucas High. So Vipex was taking that game all across the board.
Yeah, but Hugo had some great plays there as well, but just a little overshadowed. And in fact, Vipex shining so bright that they're casting off some of their green onto Hugo, all right? So that in itself shows the supremacy. But apologies for the confusion earlier on, because MIA just got wiped out a tad bit too early. In Celtic Gaming, this was that recovery play for them because they didn't show up strong at all in their first 3 games of play. And then that slow ramp performed decent at Nextera. At Solara, they showed us a little bit of a dip in performance, only to make that big jump right back in here for the final game. I think 20 elimination strong Celtic were for this final matchup, just to make sure they don't get put too far away from the rest of the teams here. Let's take a look at the overall statistics of this matchup as well. 83 eliminations, out of which 22, a quarter of them pulled away by Vipex. Just brilliant in terms of overall performance. But 97 knocks that came through for those 83 eliminations. Very few in terms of rescues overall, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, for the past 2 games before this, we are reaching 100 knocks. But again, it's more of how each game is like fastly being dwindling down in numbers, and it's more of how the position is being taken by the teams as well. If you have a combination Lopez as well as Lucas to get all those knockdowns, it will just be funneled into one team. Even elimination is lower compared to the other matches is because of just that. And also, let's take note that we lost a couple of teams who didn't play in this match, so that as well reduces the numbers in terms of overall stats. But speaking of numbers, want to see how every team managed to pull off those points in this game. And Vipex, yes, 34 points, not a record, but that was phenomenal. Celtic Gaming with 29, but it goes down drastically from third with 90 Piketty with 18, Fuego with 14, MIA Corp with 13, and just single digits on the other side.
Yeah, MIA Corp was just a tad bit unfortunate earlier on as 90 Piketty Esports got the free shooting spots off of that zip line. Fuego, on the other hand, I expected an explosive match from them in this final game, but unfortunately, a lot of those points taken up by teams like Vipex and Celtic Gaming. Austin X Dummy, though, not too bad. I mean, 8 points, I know that's fairly low, but from where they are in the overall, they're obviously, going to take whatever comes their way. Fisher Tiger as well. They have to scrape up all of these points. But Red Eagle are in that red zone. Let's take a look at the overall statistics to see exactly how the teams are looking at the top. Vipex, 334 points. 3 Booyahs in hand. 121 rank points, 213 eliminations, just blasting this leaderboard apart, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that is phenomenal. Out of comparison with Vipex from before the day up until the end, they managed to grab 156 points overall. And that's one reason why, like, the lead is just so much against those below them. Yeah. And I guess they can sit this one out and they will be getting into knockout stage. But heading into the other teams, 90 Piketty managed to secure 8 spot, and then Power Rangers has been pushed down to the 10. Getting into the second page, Red Eagles, though very close, but not that close against Blue Cheese, they will need to double up the effort to be able to cross over on the 12 by tomorrow so that they will be safe and not pushed down past the 18 spot.
Yeah, I mean, but if you look at Red Eagle, Flash by Ross, GCT Arrow down here, I mean, very close down to the bottom. But thankfully, teams like Wireless Esports as well as Go to Esports still have got quite a bit of hustling to do to catch up to numbers like that, right? So they're still in a safe space. But if this poor performance continues into tomorrow, I think it's going to be very risky for them. The only, saving grace here is GCT Arrow has got 12 games. So tomorrow they have got 6 to complete, which should put them in a decent enough spot. But overall, what an exciting day, Neptune, this has been from the very start to end. Vipex, just the creme de la creme squad, that the cherry on top of this phenomenal cake built here at FFWS USA. And at the end of the day, when we were looking for those big points, which we were initially starved off of, we got that delivered. But we have to start focusing on the second page of the overall leaderboard, because tomorrow, come the end of tomorrow, at the end of those 9 games, we will be eliminating the bottom 6 teams.
Yeah, well, let's see, though. Let's see on how that will work out. That is pressure time for the team. Pressure cooker for everyone, especially in the second half. But as we look into all the booyahs being taken, a double booyah from 2 teams like Fuego as well as MIA Corporation, a little bit of clutch gameplay coming from Vipex as well as the initial surprise that has been brought in first by 5-star, Flash by Ross, as well as Fisher Tiger, and INV stepping back into play. That was, though not in order, but that was a storyline that we have on the 3rd day of the group stage.
Yeah, two teams scoring the double booyah in here today, Fuego as well as MIA. A tad bit unfortunate that Naipikani Esports managed to catch them a little bit off guard, or it could have potentially been a triple booyah, a record setter that we are always looking for in all of these games, Neptune.
Yeah, well, let's see now. Let's see, because by tomorrow it would be a different team or a different set of groups, and that will be the last day of our group stages, wherein we find out who the top 18 is before we head into our knockout stage on the 17th and 18th of April.
It's going too fast. All right. I know the match days are really long, but it still feels like it's moving too fast. Tomorrow's the final day of the group stages, like you said, and I cannot wait to see exactly who shows us the hustle. We've seen the hustle at the top of the leaderboard. We are not seeing enough hustle at the very bottom. The consistency is a little challenging to deal with sometimes. It's nerve-wracking. But I guess that's exactly what cooks up a decent enough drama here at the FFWS USA.
Yeah, we're looking forward to more of those engagement, more of those battles, as well as more of those highlights that will be introduced by the teams right here. But 9 matches already over, and we have plenty of booyahs that can be experienced all across the board. But that is it for the both of us. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Musasho AJ. We'd like to thank everyone, and we hope to see you tomorrow for more Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring.
Well done, Cheddar.
You free!
Quite a show. Why waste your talent? Ever thought about becoming a mamba?
Double commissions as we agreed. As for your friendly invite, I'll let you know when I feel like it.
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today. You need to fight back! Sonya is controlling you!
No, old friend. She freed me.
Shiro, where the heck have you been?
Sorry, boss. Training overran.
Training? You're a delivery boy. And I've got a code red job for you. Package incoming.
No way. Claw? I wish I could fight like him.
Stop dreaming, kid, and get moving. My client isn't the only one who wants that package.
Motion through the wasteland. Know that we ain't playing, we just sticking to the game plan. You can call it hunger every morning, gotta break fast. Even though the goals are no focus, so the baselands. They call me a legend in the making, but I don't need the praises. I know life is what you make it. Mine ain't made for conversation. I'm a legend in the making, but I don't need the title. Stay ahead of all my rivals. I'm just learning from my idols. They say life is what you make it, so this is what I'm saying. Better keep your guard around the crown. I came to take it home.